hydroxy, 4,4-hydroxy, 3-methoxyphenyl, 3-hydroxymethyl, 7-methoxy, 1,2,3,4 tetrahydronaphthalene, 2-carboxylic acid. Conidendrin. The plant lignin 3-AR4-9-AR3-A499, tetrahydro, 6-hydroxy, 4,4-hydroxy, 3-methoxyphenyl, 7-methoxynaphtho, 2,3-C-furin, 1,3-H1. Cnidia. Plural of cnidium. Cnidial, relating to or composed of a cnidium. Cnidium, synonym of cnidial. Cnide, to form cnidia. Cnidiate, simple past and past participle of cnidiate. Cnidates, third person singular simple present indicative of cnidiate. Cnidating, present participle and gerund of cnidiate. Cnidation, the generation and development of cnidia. Cnidations, plural of cnidiation. Cnidiferous, bearing cnidia. Cnidiobal-amycosis, a fungal disease caused by Cnidiobolus species. Cnidiogenous, alternative form of cnidiogenous. Cnidiogenesis, the production of cnidia by fungal cells. Cnidiogenetic, relating to cnidiogenesis. Cnidiogenous, that promotes cnidiogenesis in fungi. Cnidioma, a specialized macroscopic fruiting structure containing masses of cnidia. Cnidiamo, relating to the cnidioma. Cnidiomas, plural of cnidioma. Cnidiomata, plural of cnidioma. Cnidiometal, relating to cnidiomata. Cnidiaphore, a fungal hypha that produces cnidia. Cnidiophores, plural of cnidiophore. Cnidiospore, a unicellular spore produced asexually by a fungus. Cnidiospores. Plural of cnidiospore. Cnidion, a fungal spore produced asexually in a cnidiophore. Cnids, plural of cnid. Canize, plural of cani. Canever, an unincorporated community in Jefferson County, Colorado, United States. Coniferaldehyde, synonym of coniferyl. Aldehyde. Conifer, containing conifers. Coniferin, a glucoside of coniferol found in conifers. Coniferine, archaic form of coniferin. Coniferization, the planting of conifers to replace deciduous trees, especially for commercial timber.
And it's free.
Coniferol, the compound 4,1,E3-hydroxy, 1-propen, 1-L-2-methoxyphenol. Coniferophagus, that
you can even know the best
feeds on conifers.
on Instagram, Facebook,
Coniferophyte,
and TikTok so that you'll be able to increase your reach. You can do step-by-step ad creation, management, and analytics, and you can even respond to all of your
plural
DMs,
of
all of your comments,
coniferophyte.
all of your messages from one
Coniferous,
single place so you don't have to log into each app. On top of that, you can analyze up to 5 competitors on Instagram and Facebook.
bearing
And you
cones
get 5
as the
credits
pine
each
and
month
cypress.
from Metrical's AI
Coniferous,
description generator that's going to help you write better
in a
copy,
coniferous
whether you're
manner,
uploading to
in a way
TikTok,
characteristic of
Instagram, or
conifers.
Facebook. On top of that, you can send your
Conifers,
designs from
plural
Canva
of
to the
conifer.
Metricool planner with just
Coniferal,
one click. And that's all in one single tool. And if you head to metricool.com, you can get started today for free or click
Univalent radical derived from coniferol. Coniferyl alcohol, a monolignol, 4,3-hydroxy, 1-propenyl, 2-methoxyphenol, found coniferyl aldehyde. The phenolic aldehyde 3,4-hydroxy-3-methoxyphene prop 2-enol sometimes present in wine that has a cork stopper. Coniferyls, plural of coniferyl. Conifold, a certain generalization of a manifold capable of containing conical singularities. Conifols, plural of conifold. Conifer, having the form of a cone. Conigliaro, a surname from Italian. Conigliaros, plural of conigliaro. Conevuao, a surname from Italian. Conevuaos, plural of Coniglio. A poisonous alkaloid found in poison hemlock and the yellow pitcher plant. It is a neurotoxin which disrupts the peripheral nervous system. Rans, plural of Keniang. Kanoam, a drought-tolerant variety of Robusta coffea cane primarily grown in Brazil. Canelorine, characteristic of rodents of the genus Canelurus. Canelorians, plural of canelorine. Canema, the fragrant resin of the hayao tree. Canimine, alibine. Canine, a surname. Canines, plural of canine. Coning, present participle and gerund of cone. Coning off, present participle and gerund of cone off. Canenspe, a village and civil parish with a town council in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England, OS Grid Ref TF 2258. Pennington, a place name. Penningtons, plural of Pennington. Caniasis, a closed sporangium resembling a tubercule containing a mass of spores. Caniasis, plural of caniasis. Canialide, alternative form of coniality. Caniophoraceous, or relating to the Caniophoraceae. Caniopteridae, any insect of the family Caniopteridae of dustwings. Caniopteridids, plural of Caniopteridae. Canioses, plural of caniosis. Caniostin, a tetramic acid antibiotic produced by Caniacida ellipsoidea. Caniosis, any disease caused by the inhalation of dust. Caniatomes, plural of caniatomy. Caniatomy, cricothyrotomy. Coniferophyton, any conifer of the former division Coniferophyta now Pinophyta. Coniferophytons, plural of Coniferophyton. Coniarostro, belonging to the former tribe Coniarosters of perching birds with strong, conical beaks. Conization, alternative form of conization. Conizations, plural of conization. Canisborough, a town in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire. England OS Grid Ref SK 5198. Canisborough Parks, a civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England, south and east of the unparished town of Canisborough. Canizer, obsolete form of cognizer. Conizers, plural of conizer. Conizer, a shape that is partially conical and partially spherical. Conisphere, plural of conisphere. Conistuia, a room in ancient Greek and Roman gymnasiums where athletes, particularly wrestlers, applied sand or dust to their bodies after being anointed with oil. This practice enhanced grip during matches by counteracting the slipperiness caused by oil and sweat. Conistuians, plural of conistuian. Coniston, a cattle station in the Northern Territory, Australia. Coniston Cove, a small village and civil parish in Craven District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9055. Coniston Water, a lake in the Lake District, Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District. Canestra, a part of the Palestra or gymnasium among the ancient Greeks, either the place where sand was stored for use in sprinkling the wrestlers or the wrestling ground itself. Kenai, a magnesian variety of dolomite. Conetine, misspelling of cotinine. Pima, any of the species in the genus Conium of poisonous perennial herbaceous flowering plants. Conetos, plural of conium. Conivatin, a certain Vaptin drug used to treat hyponatremia caused by sciate with possible further applications in heart failure. Conization, the excision of a cone-shaped sample of tissue from the mucous membrane of the cervix. Conizations, plural of conization. Conj, abbreviation of conjunction. Conjurer, contraction of conjurer. Conjurers, plural of conjurer. Conjuror, contraction of conjurer. Conjurors, plural of conjuror. Conch, abbreviation of conjugation. Congescency. Compatmus, conject, to conjecture. Conjected, simple past and past participle of conject. Conjecting, present participle and gerund of conject. Conjector, one who guesses or conjectures. Conjectors, plural of conjecture. Conjectory, conjectural. Conject, third person singular simple present indicative of conject. Conjecturability, the quality of being conjecturable. Conjecturable, able to be conjectured upon. Conjecturably, in a conjecturable manner. Conjectural, in the nature of a conjecture. Or based on a conjecture. Conjecturalism, the belief that intentionally supposing that a proposition is true is a good reason to believe that proposition in the absence of evidence of its falsehood. Conjecturalist, one who forms conjectures. Conjecturalists, plural of conjecturalists. Conjecturalities, plural of conjecturality. Conjecturality, the property of being conjectural, comparable an instance of this. Conjecturally, in a conjectural manner. Conjecturals, plural of conjectural. Conjecture, a statement or an idea which is unproven but is thought to be true, a guess. Conjecture. Simple past and past participle of conjecture. Conjecture. A person who conjectures. Conjectures. Plural of conjecturer. Conjectures. Plural of conjecture. Conjectureth. Third person singular simple present indicative of conjecture. Conjecturing. Present participle and gerund of conjecture. Conjecturingly. In a conjecturing manner. Conjecturings. Plural of conjecturing. Hemde. Alternative spelling of kanji the food. Kanji house. Alternative spelling of kanji house. Kanji houses. Plural of kanji house. Hanjas. Plural of kanji. Kanji varam. Obsolete form of kanchipuram. Kanjivaram. Obsolete form of kanchipuram. Kanjevaram. Obsolete form of kanchipuram. Kanjavai. Alternative form of kanjavoy. Alternative spelling of kanji rice gruel. Enjoy. To join together, to unite, to combine. Conjoin. Simple past and past participle of conjoin. Conjoino. Able to be conjoined. Conjoined. Of persons conjoined twins or things, joined together physically. Conjoined twin. One of the two identical twins who are born attached together in utero. Conjoined twins. Plural of conjoined twin. Conjointedly. In a conjoined manner. Conjointly. Conjoiner. A person who conjoins. Conjoiners. Plural of conjoiner. Conjoinus. Second person singular simple present indicative of conjoin. Conjoin. Third person singular simple present indicative of conjoin. Conjoining. Present participle and gerund of conjoin. Conjoinings. Plural of conjoining. Conjoins. Third person singular simple present indicative of conjoin. Conjoint. Join together. Combine. Join. Conjoint bundle. A vascular bundle that is composed of wood and bast elements. Conjoint bundles. Plural of conjoint bundle. Conjointed. Conjoint. Conjointly. In a conjoint manner. Jointly or together. Conjointment. Conjunction, state of being conjoined. Conjointments. Plural of conjointment. Conjointness. The state or quality of being conjoint. Conjoin. Obsolete spelling of conjoin. Cons. Plural of con. Conjubilant. Shouting together for joy. Rejoicing together. Conjunctival. Misspelling of conjunctival. Conjugibility. The condition of being conjugible. Conjugible. Capable of being conjugated. Conjugacies. Plural of conjugacy. Conjugacy. the condition or state of being conjugate. Conjugacy class. A subset of a group which is an equivalence class in the quotient set of the group divided by conjugation as equivalence relation. Conjugacy classes. Plural of conjugacy class. Conjugal. Of or relating to marriage or the relationship of spouses, connubio. Conjugal rights. The rights and privileges arising from the marital relationship, especially those of love, affection, companionship, comfort, and sexual relations. Conjugal visit. A scheduled visit during which an inmate of a penal institution is permitted to have sexual intercourse with a visitor, usually his or her spouse, in a closely controlled setting. Conjugal visitation. Synonym of conjugal visit. Conjugal visits. Plural of conjugal visit. Conjugalities. Plural of conjugality. Conjugality. The condition of being conjugal. Conjugally. In a conjugal manner, as husband and wife. Conjugals. Sexual activity between a married couple. Conjugancy. Misspelling of conjugacy. Conjugant. A gamete that undergoes conjugation. Conjugants. Plural of conjugate. Conjugase. Any of a group of enzymes that promote the hydrolysis of folic acid conjugates and the production of glutamic acid and pteroylglutamic acid. Conjugases. Plural of conjugase. Conjugatability. The condition of being conjugatable. Conjugatable. Capable of being conjugated. Conjugate. To inflect a verb for each person in order, for one or more tenses, to list or recite its principal parts. Conjugate acid. Any compound of general formula HXN+, which can be transformed into a conjugate base X left per and N by the loss of a proton. Conjugate acid-base pair. An acid and a base which differ by a single proton. A pair of molecular compounds consisting of a conjugate acid and a conjugate base. Conjugate acid-base pairs. Plural of conjugate acid-base pair. Conjugate acids. Plural of conjugate acid. Conjugate angle. Any of a set of angles whose sum is 360 degrees or 2 pi radians. Conjugate angles. A set of angles that sum to 360 degrees. Conjugate axes. Plural of conjugate axis. Conjugate axis. Either of two axes in a conic section such that each is parallel to the tangent at the extremity of the other. Conjugate base. Any compound of general formula Xn+, which can be transformed into a conjugate acid HX left per and N by the gain of a proton. Conjugate bases. Plural of conjugate base. Conjugate mirror. Either of a pair of mirrors set face to face so that the rays emitted from the focus of one are first reflected from it to the other and thence to its focus. Conjugate mirrors. Plural of conjugate mirror. Conjugate redox pair. An electron donor and its corresponding electron acceptor formed. Conjugate redox pairs. plural of conjugate redox pair. Conjugate transpose, the transpose of a matrix after replacing each element with its complex conjugate. Conjugate transposes, plural of conjugate transpose. Conjugated, join. Join together in pairs. Conjugated protein. Any protein that consists of both a polypeptide, the apoprotein, and a prosthetic group such as a lipid in lipoproteins, sugar in glycoproteins, or porphyrins in metals in hemoglobin, etc. Conjugated proteins. Plural of conjugated protein. Conjugately. In a conjugate manner. Conjugateness. The quality of being conjugate. Conjugates. Plural of conjugate. Conjugated. Present participle and gerund of conjugate. Conjugating to any of the long processes emitted by the fertilized tryptophore in certain algae, which unite with the auxiliary cells. Conjugating tubes. Plural of conjugating tube. Conjugating. Plural of conjugating. Conjugation. The coming together of things. Union. Conjugation. Of or pertaining to conjugation. Conjugation. In terms of conjugation. Conjugations. Lacking conjugation. Conjugations. Plural of conjugation. Conjugative. Of relating to or producing combination or conjunction. Combinative or connected. Conjugatively. In a conjugative manner. Conjugate. An automated process or written aid for giving the conjugation table of verbs. Conjugators. Plural of conjugator. Conjugal. Alternative form of conjugal used by Swedenborg and his followers, used to distinguish their ideas about marital relations. Conjugicide. The act of killing one's spouse with the intention of then marrying someone else, sometimes taken to also include the act of killing a person's spouse with the intention of then marrying that person. Conjugicides. Plural of conjugicide. Conjunctination. Conjunction and catenation. Conjunct. Either term of a conjunction. Conjunction. The act of joining or condition of being joined. Conjunction fallacy. The contradictory statement that the conjunction of two possibilities is more probable than one or both of those possibilities independently. Conjunctional. Conjoining. Conjunctional phrase. A phrase that functions syntactically as a conjunction. Conjunctional phrases. Plural of conjunctional phrase. Conjunctionally. In a conjunctional manner with regard to conjunction. Conjunctionless. Without a conjunction. Conjunctions. Plural of conjunction. Conjunctiva. A clear mucous membrane that lights the inner surface of the eyelid and the exposed surface of the eyeball splea. Conjunctivae. Plural of conjunctiva. Conjunctival. Of or relating to the conjunctiva. Conjunctivalization. Alternative form of conjunctivalization. Conjunctivalization. Inflammation due to conjunctivitis. Conjunctivalized. Inflamed due to conjunctivitis. Conjunctivally. By means means of the conjunctiva of the eye. Conjunctivas, plural of conjunctiva. Conjunctive, connective, tending to join, unite. Connect. Conjunctive adverb, an adverb that connects two clauses, linking adverb. Conjunctive adverbs, plural of conjunctive adverb. Conjunctive error, an error found in two or more manuscripts indicating that one has been copied from the other, or that both have been copied from a common original. Conjunctive errors, plural of conjunctive error. Conjunctive mode, the subjunctive mood. Conjunctive modes, plural of conjunctive mode. Conjunctive mood, the subjunctive mood. Conjunctive moods, plural of conjunctive mood. Conjunctive normal form, the form of a Boolean formula that the formula has if the formula is a conjunction of disjunctions of literals, such as A or B or C and D or E or not F. Conjunctive normal forms, plural of conjunctive normal form. Conjunctive tissue, connective tissue. Conjunctive tissues, plural of conjunctive tissue. Conjunctively, in a conjunctive way. Conjunctiveness, synonym of conjunctivity. Conjunctives, plural of conjunctive. Conjunctivism, the theory that the grounding conditions for social facts are conjunctive. Conjunctivist, relating to conjunctivism. Conjunctivists, plural of conjunctivists. Conjunctivital, of or pertaining to conjunctive. Vitis. Conjunctivites, plural of conjunctivitis. Conjunctivitides, plural of conjunctivitis. Conjunctivities, plural of conjunctivity. Conjunctivitis, an inflammation of the conjunctiva, often due to infection. Conjunctivitizes, plural of conjunctivitis. Conjunctivity, state or quality of being conjunctive. Conjunctivization, the abnormal situation in which the conjunctiva begins to cover the cornea. Conjunctivaculosis, a condition where the eye surface has excess folds of the conjunctiva located between the globe of the eye and the eyelid margin. Conjunctivocorneal, conjunctival and corneal. Conjunctivatic or anastomies, plural of conjunctivatic.
To exhale really takes an inspiration from his daily life as a rural, as a Bengal scout will look like. In result, we have
Anastomy,
using like
conjunctivatic anastomy, the creation of a passageway from the conjunctival sac through the lacrimal sac to the nasal cavity.
To make sure that
Conjunctivoplasties, plural of conjunctivoplasty. Conjunctivoplasty, plastic surgery on the conjunctiva. Conjunctivorhinostomies, plural of conjunctivorhinostomy. Conjunctivorhinostomy, the construction of a passageway through the conjunctiva into the nasal cavity. Conjunctly, in a conjunct manner. Jointly, conjuncts, plural of conjunct. Conjunctural, relating to or caused by conjunctures. Conjuncturalism, the study of the conjunctures that influence interacting cultures. Conjuncturalists, one who subscribes to conjuncturalism. Conjuncturalists, plural of conjuncturalist. Conjuncture, a combination of events or circumstances, a conjunction, a union. Conjunctures, plural of conjuncture. Conjunto, a small Latin American musical ensemble, mainly in Mexico and Cuba. Conjuntos, plural of conjunto. Conjure, simple past and past participle of conjure. Conjurable, able to be conjured. Conjuration, conjuring, legerdemain or magic. Conjurations. Plural of conjuration. Conjurator, a person who swears an oath along with others. Conjurators, plural of conjurator. Conjure, to perform magic tricks. Conjureman, alternative form of conjureman. Conjureman, plural of conjureman. Conjure up, to create or produce something, seemingly magically. Conjure woman. Alternative form of conjure woman. Conjure, simple past and past participle of conjure. Conjured up, simple past and past participle of conjure up. Conjureman, a man believed to have supernatural healing powers, especially in African American culture. Conjureman, plural of conjureman. Conjurement, serious injunction, solemn demand or entreaty. Conjurements, plural of conjurement. Conjurer, one who conjures, a magician. Conjurers, plural of conjurer. Conjures, third person singular simple present indicative of conjure. Conjures up, third person singular simple present indicative of conjure up. Conjuress. A female conjurer. Conjuresses, plural of conjuress. Conjurer, third person singular simple present indicative of conjure. Conjure woman, a woman believed to have supernatural healing powers, especially in African American culture. Conjure women, plural of conjure woman. Conjurees, plural of conjuring. Conjuring, present participle and gerund of conjure. Conjuring trick, a type of magic trick in which something is made to appear or disappear. Conjuring up, present participle and gerund of conjure up. Conjurings, plural of conjuring. Conjurer, alternative spelling of conjure. Conjurers, plural of conjurer. Conjurer, obsolete spelling of conjurer. Conjurers. Plural of conjurer. Conjuring, conjuration. Cut, the shelf or bracket-shaped fruiting body of a bracket fungus, also called a shelf fungus, i.e. a mushroom growing off a tree trunk. Hung off, to die, kill or fall asleep. Hung out, to fall fast asleep, to sleep soundly. Hamkani, obsolete form of konkani. Hamkani's, plural of konkani. Hut, simple past and past participle participle of conk. Conked off. Simple past and past participle of conk off. Conked out. Simple past and past participle of conk out. Hamidon, a surname. Hamigals, plural of conical. Conker, a horse chestnut, used in the game of conkers. Conker tree, the horse chestnut tree, Aeschylus. Conker tree, plural of conker tree. Conker berries, plural of conkerberry. Conkerberry, a large shrub of the daubane family. Carissa spinarum, the bush plum. Congers, a game for 2 players in which the participants each have a horse chestnut known as a conker suspended from a length of string, and take turns to strike their opponent's conker with their own with the object of destroying the opponent's conker before their own is destroyed. Cody, a surname. Congies, plural of conki. Cody, a Caribbean dumpling somewhat resembling the African dish of kenki. Congies, plural of conki. Conging, present participle and gerund of conk. Conking off, present participle and gerund of conk off. Conking out, present participle and gerund of conk out. Condon, a surname. Conigals, plural of concal. Conculin, a surname. Conpuling, a surname. Conclings, plural of concling. Concout, a mechanical failure. Concouts, plural of concout. Congrite, a surname from Dutch. Congrites, plural of congrite. Congit, plural of conk. Conks off, third person singular simple present indicative of conk off. Conks out, third person singular simple present indicative of conk out. Conky, having a prominent nose. Conky Joe, a white resident or native of the Bahamas. Conky Joes, plural of Conky Joe. Conlam, a surname from Irish. Conlam, alternative form of constructed language, a human language consciously devised by an individual or a small group, as opposed to having naturally evolved as a natural language. Conlang, simple past and past participle of conlang. Conlanger, someone who creates constructed languages. Conlangs. Conlangers, plural of conlanger. Conlanging, gerund of conlang, the creation of conlangs constructed languages. Conlangs, plural of conlang. Conlans, plural of conlan. Connoy, a surname from Irish. Conmias, plural of conleen. Conon, a male given name from Irish. Conlai, a surname from Irish. Conlais, plural of conlai. Conlen, a surname. Conlens, plural of conlin. Cowan, a surname from Irish. Canlai, a surname from Irish. Canlais, plural of Canlai. Common, a confidence trickster. Commonship, the role or status of being a conman. Common, plural of conman. Common, abbreviation of Connecticut. Common, the duty of directing a ship, usually used with the verb to have or to take and accompanied by the article the. Con, simple past and past participle of con. Con, abbreviation of Connecticut, a state of the United States. Connacht, the western province of Ireland, inclusive of the counties Galway, Leitrim, Mayo, Roscommon, and Sligo. Connacht Irish, a dialect of the Irish language indigenous to the province of Connacht. Connachtman, a man from Connacht, Ireland. Connachtman, plural of Connachtman. Connachtwoman, a woman from Connacht, Ireland. Connacht woman, plural of Connachtwoman. Connaski, a town and community with a town council, the largest town in Flintshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 2969. Connoisseur, a specialist of a given field, especially in one of the fine arts or in a matter of taste, a connoisseur. Connoisseurs, plural of connoisseur. Connaisseurs, female equivalent of connoisseur. Connaissances, plural of connaisseurs. Connellan, a surname from Irish, an alternative spelling of Connolly. Connellys, plural of Connelly. Canaricious, of or relating to the Canary Sea. Canascence, the birth of two or more things at the same time, is simultaneous coming into being. Canascense, alternative form of canascence. Canascent, born together. Produced at the same time. Congenital, synonym of congenital, but note that congenital implies anomaly present before birth, whereas congenital means an anomaly present at birth, but possibly caused by the birth process. For example, cranial trauma during labor. Connate, of the same or a similar nature, proceeding from the same stock or root. Connate perfoliate, united at the base in pairs around the supporting axis. Connate, alternative form of connate. Connate, in a connate fashion. Connateness, the state of being connate. Condition, the congenital or sometimes developmental fusion of organs of the same type. Connata, alternative form of connative. Connatural, similar in nature. Connaturalized, alternative form of connaturalize. Connaturalize, simple past and past participle of connaturalize. Connaturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of connaturalize. Connaturalizing, present participle and gerund of connaturalize. Connaturalities, plural of connaturalities. Connaturality, the condition of being connatural. Connaturalize, to bring to the same nature as something else. to adapt. Connaturalize, simple past and past participle of connaturalize. Connaturalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of connaturalize. Connaturalizing, present participle and gerund of connaturalize. Naturally, in a connatural manner. Connaturalness, the state or quality of being connatural. Connature, a common or shared nature or character. Connatures, plural of connature. Comma, dated form of connect. Cannotman, dated form of connatment. Cannotman, plural of cannotman. Canothan, a surname. Cannotans, plural of cannotan. Obsolete form of con. Conduit, a township in Erie County. Pennsylvania, United States. Connect, to join to another object, to attach, or to be intended to attach, or capable of attaching to another object. Connect the dots, to attempt to complete a puzzle in which dots on a paper must be connected in a specific order so that the joining lines form a picture. Connect time, the total amount of time spent by a user of a computer connected to a network. Connect times, plural of connect time. Connect up, to join together, to connect. Connectability, the condition of being connectable. Connectable, that can be connected. Connectably, in a connectable manner so that it can be connected. Connectance, a measure of connectivity. Connectances, plural of connectance. Connecte, having favorable rapport with a powerful entity. Connected at the hip, synonym of joined at the hip. Connected component, a connected subset that is, moreover, maximal with respect to being connected. Connected components, plural of connected component. Connected graph, a graph in which there is a route of edges and nodes connecting any two nodes. Connected graphs, plural of connected graph. Connected pawn, any of the pawns in a group of pawns of the same color on adjacent files. Connected pawns, plural of connected pawn. Connected space, any topological space which cannot be written as the disjoint union of two or more non-empty open spaces. Connected spaces, plural of connected space. Connected the dots, simple past and past participle of connect the dots. Connected up, simple past and past participle of connect up. Connectively, in a connected way. Connectedness, the state or quality of being connected. Connectednesses, plural of connectedness. Connector, alternative form of connector. Connectors, plural of connector. Connectus, second person singular simple present indicative of connect. Connecta, third person singular simple present indicative of connect. Connectable, Connectable. Connecticont. Connecticut. Connecticons. Plural of Connecticon. Connecticut. A state in the northeastern United States. Connecticut warbler. Aporornis agiles, a small New World songbird. Connecticutensian, synonym of Connecticuter. Connecticutensians, plural of Connecticutensian. Connecticuter, a native or resident of the state of Connecticut in the United States of America. Connecticuters, plural of Connecticuter. Connecticuter, alternative form of Connecticuter. Connecticuters, plural of Connecticuter. Connectin, Connecting, present participle and gerund of connect. Connecting homomorphism. The homomorphism constructed by the snake lemma leading to a particular exact sequence of kernels and cokernels. Connecting homomorphisms. Plural of connecting homomorphism. Connecting rod, any rod in an engine that transmits power or motion, especially one that connects a reciprocating shaft to a rotating wheel, in reciprocating engines connecting piston to crankshaft. Connecting rods, plural of connecting rod. Connecting the dots, present participle and gerund of connect the dots. Connecting tubule, a tubule in the nephron in the kidney that goes to the pelvis. Its primary function is to bring urine to the pelvis of the kidney. Connecting tubules, plural of connecting tubule. Connecting up, present participle and gerund of connect up. Connecting word, a term that links two ideas in a piece of writing, a conjunction. Connecting words, plural of connecting word. Connectins, plural of connectin. Connection, the act of connecting. Connection string, a text string that specifies information about a database or other data source and the means of connecting to it. Connection strings, plural of connection string. Connectional, of or pertaining to connections. Connectionalism, alternative form of connectionalism. Connectionalist, alternative form of connectionalist. Connectionalists, plural of connectional. Connectionally, in a connectional manner. Connectionism, any of several fields of psychology that model brain processes in terms of interconnected networks. Connectionist, an advocate of connectionism. Connectionistic, of or relating to connectionism. Connectionists, plural of connectionist. Connectionless, without the use of a constant connection, sending and receiving data arbitrarily as needed, usually with less reliability than if a connection were held open. Connectionlessness, absence of a connection. Connections, plural of connection. Connectitude, the state of being connected, a measure of the connectedness of something. Connector, serving or tending to connect, connect. connective tissue, a type of tissue found in animals whose main function is binding other tissue systems such as muscle to skin or organs and consists of the following three elements: cells, fibers, and a ground substance or extracellular matrix. Connective tissues, plural of connective tissue. Connectively, in a connective manner. Connectiveness, the state or quality of being connective. Connectives, plural of connective. Connectivism, a theory of learning that focuses on the modern digital age and emphasizes the role of social and cultural context in how and where learning occurs. Connectivist, a proponent of connectivism. Connectivistic, of or relating to connectivism. Connectivists, plural of connectivist. Connectivities, plural of connectivity. Connectivity, the state of being connected. Connectogram, a visual representation of the connections within the human brain and often specifically of the connectum as a whole. Connectograms, plural of connectogram. Connectology, the configuration according to which devices, tubes, etc. are connected. Connectum, the complete mapping of the structural links in an organism's neural circuitry. Connectums, plural of connectum. Connectometry, the construction of connectomes. Connectomy, relating to connectomes. Connectomics, the study of the brain in terms of wiring diagrams visualizing neural circuitry, including neurons, synapses, spines, and others. Connectopathy, an atypical presentation or functioning of neural connections within the human brain. Connectopies, plural of connectopy. Connectopy, a connectopic mapping. Connector, one who connects. Connectorization, the process or result of connectorize, to fit with connectors. Connectorize, simple past and past participle of connectorize. Connectorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of connectorize. Connectorizing, present participle and gerund of connectorize. Connectorless, without connectors.
My daughter wanted a dollhouse, so
Connectors,
I built one. My
plural
son
of
punched a hole in the
connector.
wall, so I fixed it.
Connectotype,
My wife told me to get a haircut.
a type of functional
So I cut
connectivity in a brain.
At Tommy Guns, the barbers are
Connectotypes.
masters. Sharp cuts, scalp massage, wash, and hot towel finish. Precision and
Plural of
relaxation in one
connectotype.
shot.
Connectotyping, the identification of connectotypes. Connex, third person singular simple present indicative of connect. Connects the dots, third person singular simple present indicative of connect the dots. Connects up, third person singular simple present indicative of connect up. Con, simple past and past participle of con. Tene, abbreviation of Kented negotiation. Negative, a verb form used with a negative verb in certain languages. Connegatives, plural of connegative. Canal, a village in Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS grid ref. NM 9134. Canal Ferry. A location of a railway station at Canal, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NM 9134. Connell. A surname from Irish and Scottish variant of canal. Canale. A surname from Irish. Canales, plural of canali. Canali, a rare hexagonal hydrous copper chlorosulfate mineral with a chemical formula CuSO-OHCl43H2O. Canalites, plural of canalite. Connellville, a city and township in Fayette County, Pennsylvania, United States, named after Zachariah Connell. Connolly, a surname from Irish. Canals, plural of canal. Conley, a surname from Irish. Conleys, plural of Conley. Connemara, a mountainous district of Western County Galway, Ireland. Connemaras, plural of Connemara. Connor, an English surname originating as an occupation from Middle English Connor, Connor, inspector of weighs and measures. Connors, plural of Connor. Connorsville, a city, the county seat of Fayette County, Indiana, United States. Connerty, a surname. Connery, a surname from Irish. Canaries, plural of canary. Cons, third person singular simple present indicative of con. Connecticut, misspelling of Connecticut. Connect, a surname. Connects, plural of connect. Connects, to connect, to fasten together. Connect, abbreviation of connection. Connects, simple past and past participle of connects. Connexus, plural of connects. Connexa, any of a class of transmembrane proteins that assemble to form gap junctions in vertebrates. Connexe, present participle and gerund of connex. Connexins, plural of connexin. Connection, dated spelling of connection. Connectional, dated form of connectional. Connectionalism, the theological understanding and foundation of Methodist polity as practiced in the British Methodist Church, the American United Methodist Church, and many of the countries where Methodism was established by their missionaries. Connectionalists, a proponent of connectionalism. Connectionalists, plural of connectionalists. Connectionoi, dated form of connectionally. Connections, plural of connection. Connexity, a state of connection, connectedness. Connexoa, plural of connexivum. Connexa, connector. Connexos, plural of connect. Connexovum, the banded or spotted border of the abdomen of various insects. Connexon, an assembly of 6 connexins forming a bridge called a gap junction between the cytoplasms of 2 adjacent cells. Connexon, plural of connexin. Connexosome, a collection of connexins formed from internal internalized discarded hemijunction gap junctions awaiting disposal by lysosomes. Kinexosomes, plural of kinexosome. A surname. Penis, plural of connect. Connectation, the act of winking. Common, a diminutive of the female given name Constance or Reli of Concepcion. Caniagate, a playing marble made from agate. Caniagates, plural of caniagate. Caniani, condensed milk. Cana, plural of cani. Cana, a surname. Caneps, plural of canep. Conning, present participle and gerund of con. Conning Tower, the armored control tower of an early iron warship from which the ship was navigated in battle. Conning Towers, plural of conning tower. Connings, plural of conning. Conniption, a fit of anger or panic. Conniption fit. Conniption fit, anger or panic expressed verbally, loudly, and with overt bodily gestures. Conniption fits, plural of conniption fit. Conniptions, plural of conniption. Connivance, the process of conniving or conspiring. Connivances. Plural of connivance. Connivances, plural of connivance. Connivancy, connivance, connivant. Having the ends inclined towards each other. Connive, secretly cooperate with other people in order to commit a crime or other wrongdoing, to collude, to conspire. Connived, simple past and past participle of connive. Connivance, connivance. Connivances, plural of connivancy. Connivancy. Connivance, connivant, forbearing to see, intentionally inattentive. Connivantly, in a connivant manner. Connire, a person who connives. Conniveries, plural of connivere. Connivers. Plural of conniver. Connivere, hallusion. Connives, third person singular simple present indicative of connive. Connivest, second person singular simple present indicative of connive. Connive, third person singular simple present indicative of connive. Conniving, present participle and gerund of connive. Connivingly, in a conniving manner. Connivings, plural of conniving. Connexation, a large, smothering, and destructive blizzard. Connexations, plural of connexation. Alternative spelling of canodle. Connoisseur, a specialist in a given field whose opinion is highly valued, especially in one of the fine arts or in matters of taste. Connoisseurdom, connoisseurs considered as a group. Connoisseurial, of or pertaining to connoisseurs. Connoisseurish, resembling or relating to a connoisseur. Connoisseurly, of, related to, or having the deep expertise in some area, characteristic of a connoisseur. Connoisseurs, plural of connoisseur. Connoisseurship, the state or act of being a connoisseur. Connoisseurships, plural of connoisseurship. Connoisseurs, a female connoisseur. Connoisseuses, plural of connoisseurs. Connolly, a surname from Irish. Hemar, male given name. Connor, a male given name from Irish. Connors, a surname. Connor stick. Acid, an acid found in Potatora pylophoriformis. Connotate, to connote, to suggest or designate something as additional or representative, to imply. Connotative, simple past and past participle of connotate. Connotates, third person singular simple present indicative of connotate. Connotate. Present participle and gerund of connotate. Connotation, a meaning of a word or phrase that is suggested or implied as opposed to a denotation or literal meaning. A characteristic of words or phrases or of the contexts that words and phrases are used in. Connotational, of or pertaining to connotation. Connotationally, in terms of connotation. Connotationless, without connotations. Connotations, plural of connotation. Connotative, that implies or suggests something else. Connotatively, in a way that connotes, concerning connotation. Connotatory, serving to connote. Connote, to signify beyond its literal or principal meaning. To know the simple past and past participle of connote. Connotes, third person singular simple present indicative of connote. Connoda, third person singular simple present indicative of connote. Connoting, present participle and gerund of connote. Connodo, synonym of connotative. Comes, third person singular simple present indicative of con. Connuial, a war relating to the state of being married. Connubialism, marriage, married life. Connubialities, plural of connubiality. Connubiality, the quality of Connuially, as in marriage. Connuie, to live together as man and wife, to marry, loosely, to have relations. Connubiates, third person singular simple present indicative of connubiate. Connubiate, present participle and gerund of connubiate. Connulte, a surname from Irish. Connualties, plural of connulte. Enumerate, to count together. Enumerated, simple past and past participle of enumerate. Enumerates, third person singular simple present indicative of enumerate. Enumerating, present participle and gerund of enumerate. Enumeration, a reckoning or counting together. Enumerations, plural Canusence. Alternative form of canucence. Canucences. Plural of canucence. Canuscent. Obsolete form of cognizant. Connoisseur. A cognizor. Connoisseurs. Plural of connoisseur. Converse. The ship of characters Connie Mattis Warren and Steven Universe from the Steven Universe series. Connie. Brave. Fine. Canny. Cano. Clipping of canophyta. Conio girl. Alternative form of Conio girl. Conio girls. Plural of Conio girl. Cano. Of or pertaining to a cone. Canolbeman. Misspelling of canalbeman. Canoauricular. Relating to the auricles of the heart and the cone formed by the inflow tract of the ventricle. Canospheline. Any catadid of the subfamily Canosphelini, a conehead. Canosphelines. Plural of Canospheline. Conagun. Yes, a conical wedge, a canoe. Canocarum, a trimer of naphthaquinone present in a smoke bush of the genus Canospermum that inhibits HIV. Hymnodal, describing the straight-line tie-line connecting compositions of independent coexisting phases in equilibrium on a phase diagram. Canadipine, a phospholipase in the venom of cone snails. Canadipines, plural of canadipine. Canathite, any of several extinct fish-like chordates having cone-like teeth. Canadontology, the study of canodonts. Canodonts, plural of canodon. Canagerine, an acetylcholinesterase and pseudocholinesterase inhibitor isolated from Taberni montana. Chemoi, shaped like a cone, conical. Canoidal, having the shape of a canoid, having a roughly conical shape. Canoidally, in a canoidal manner. Canoidian, any gastropod mollusk of the superfamily Canoidia. Canoidians, plural of canoidian. Canoe, relating to a canoid, having the form of a canoid. Canoidical, alternative form of canoidic. Canoids, plural of canoid. Canolidine, an indole alkaloid, naturally occurring in the bark of crepe jasmine Taberni montana diversicata used in traditional Chinese medicine that could provide analgesic effects with few of the detrimental side effects associated with opioids such as morphine. Canoe, a surname from Irish. Canolis, plural of caneli. Canomarphin, a peptide in the venom of some cone snails. Canomarphins, plural of canomarphin. Canominy, one nominated in conjunction with another, a joint or fellow nominee. Canomanias, plural of canomany. Hemong, a river in Highland Council area, Scotland, which flows into Cromarty Firth. Kinnon Bridge, a village by the River Kinnon and its road and rail bridges in Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NH 5455. Hinone, a surname. Hemone, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District OS Grid Ref SD 9947. Hamada, a river, village, and commune of Arad County, Romania. Canopia, plural of Canopia. Canopti, any of a group of oligoptides found in cone snails. Canoptides, plural of canopti. Canopia, a thin flap of silica on the external valve face of a item. Canophorin, the semi-chemical 7-methyl-1,6-dioxyspiro 4.5-decane present in many coleopteran and hymenopteran insects. Canophyline, an alkaloid present in the leaves of Ervatamia microphyllum. Henophithum, any of the genus Canophytum of South African and Namibian isoecious succulent plants. Henophytums, plural of Canophytum. Canophid, any fly of the family Canopidae. Henophytes, plural of Canopid. Conopodus, with conical pseudopods applied to amoeba. Canopophagid, any bird in the family Canopophagidae, a natator. Canopophagids. Plural of canopophagid. Canoprocin, a form of vasopressin present in snails of the genus Lania that functions as oxytocin. Canoprocins, plural of canoprocin. Canops, a statement or diagram describing how a military operation is to be carried out using the available resources. Canopsin, the pigment present in cone cells of the eye. Canopsins, plural of canopsin. Canops, plural of canops. Connor, a male given name from Irish. Canorbid, any member of the Canorbidae. Canorbids, plural of Canorbid. Canorphomi, any of a certain family of venom peptides from cone snails. Canorphomides, plural of Canorphomi. Canorphone, an opioid analgesic, an analog of hydrocodone substituted with an atethyl group and an encyclopropyl methyl group. Canor, the dual a la norm. Normal, whose corresponding vector field coefficient is normal. Panormality, the condition of being canormal. Canorms, plural of canorm. Canos, plural of cano. Canascent, rare form of cognoscent. Canascendi, plural of canascent. Conoscopic, relating to or produced by canoscopy. Hemoscopy, optical technique to make observations of a transparent specimen in a cone of converging rays of light. Canospsol, relating to a canosptum canal septum of the heart. Conospherical, with a form that combines a conical portion with a spherical portion, such as a tapering stylus with a rounded tip. Canotoxin, a neurotoxic peptide isolated from the venom of a marine cone snail of genus Canus. Canotoxine, alternative form of canotoxin. Canotoxines, plural of canotoxine. Canotoxins, plural of canotoxin. Canotruncal, of or pertaining to the Canotruncis. Canatrunci, plural of Canatruncis. Canatruncis, the superior end of the bulbous cordes. Canoventricular, relating to a canal ventricle of the heart. Canover, a surname. Canovers, plural of Canover. Camoy, a township in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, United States. Canberval, plural of conperson. Conperson, a conman or conwoman. Conpersons, plural of conperson. Competition. Misspelling of competition. Confacelin, a protein found with facelin in phasalis. Conplastic, produced by introducing the genetic material from one strain into the cytoplasm of another. Convoy, a dried seafood product made from scallops, used in Chinese cuisine. Consoramic acid, a lichen acid found together with soramic acid. Conquasate, to shake, to agitate. Conquasated, simple past and past participle of conquasate. Conquasates, third person singular simple present indicative of conquasate. Conquasating, present participle and gerund of conquasate. Conquasation, shaking, tremor. Conquasations, plural of conquasation. Cut, alternative spelling of con. Conquer, to defeat in combat, to subjugate. Conquered, simple past and past participle of conquer. Conquerability, ability to be conquered. Conquerable, capable of being conquered or subdued. Conquerableness, the quality of being conquerable. Conquer, obsolete. Spelling of conquer. Conquered, simple past and past participle of conquer. Conqueree, one who is conquered. A victim of conquest. Conquerees, plural of conqueree. Conqueror, one who conquers. Conquerors, plural of conqueror. Conquerors, a female conqueror. Conqueresses, plural of conqueress. Conquerist, second person singular simple present indicative of conquer. Conqueror, third person singular simple present indicative of conquer. Conquer good, a surname. Conquering, an act of conquest. Conqueringly, so as to conquer. Conquerings, plural of conquering. Conquerment, the state of being conquered. Conquer. William the Conqueror. Conquerors, plural of conqueror. Conqueror, obsolete form of conqueror. Conquerors, plural of conqueror. Conquers, third person singular simple present indicative of conquer. Conquered, plural of con. Conquest, the personification of conquest, often depicted riding a white horse. Conquest sale. A sale to the customer of a rival company. Conquest sales. Plural of conquest sale. Conquested. Simple past and past participle of conquest. Conquesting. Present participle and gerund of conquest. Conquest. Plural of conquest. Temque. A card game. An ancestor of rummy. Hemquidamine. Quidamine. Hemquinine. Synonym of quinidine. Hemquire. Obsolete form of conquer. Conquistador. A conqueror, but especially one of the Spanish soldiers that invaded Central and South America, otherwise known as the doorways to the New World, in the 16th century and defeated the Incas and Aztecs. Conquistador. A female conquistador. Conquistadores. Plural of conquistadora. Conquistadors. Plural of conquistador. Conquistadorio. Of or pertaining to conquistadors. Conquistadors. Plural of conquistador. Hanuman. A male given name from the Germanic languages. Conradi Hunerman syndrome. A rare form of chondrodysplasia punctata. Conradian. Of or pertaining to Joseph Conrad 1857-1924. Polish modernist writer or his writings. Conrado. A surname. Conrados. Plural of Conrado. Conradi. A surname. Conradis. Plural of Conradi. Conran. A surname from Irish. Conrans. Plural of Conran. Conrad. A surname from German. Conraths. Plural of Conrath. Conreligion. An imaginary religion, especially one associated with the Conworld or Conlang. Conreligionist. Alternative form of co-religionist. Conreligionists. Plural of conreligionists. Conreligions. Plural of conreligion. Conreport. A report on the events of a convention. Conreports. Plural of conreport. Conrai. A surname from Irish. Conrais. Plural of conrai. Conrod. Abbreviation of connecting rod. Conrods. Montgomery County, Texas, United States. Conrod. Misspelling of conrotatory. Conrotatory. Describing an electrocyclic reaction in which the substituents at the interacting termini. Misspelling of conrotatory. Conrotatory. Describing an electrocyclic reaction in which the substituents at the interacting termini of the conjugated system both rotate in the same sense. Conroe. A surname. Conrose. Plural of Conroe. Conroy. A surname from Irish. Conroys. Plural of Conroy. Conrunner. A person who organizes a convention. Conrunners. A surname. Kenrais, plural of Kenrai. Khan, plural of Khan. Khans, plural of Khan. Khansel, synonym of Khans. Khansels, plural of Khansel. Hums, abbreviation of constant. Hums, abbreviation of de consolatione ad polybium. Consalazinic acid, a lichen acid found together with salazinic acid. Hensall, a small village and civil parish in Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9000. Kinsall Forge, a hamlet in Ipstones Parish and Kinsall Parish, Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9949. Consalvo, a surname from Italian. Consalvos, plural of consalvo. Consanguinal, alternative form of consanguineo. Consanguinamoris, of or pertaining to consanguinamory. Consanguinamory, consensual adult romantic and or sexual love between family members, consensual adult incest. Consanguine, related by birth or by blood, i.e. having close ancestors in common. Consanguine marriage, marriage between closely related individuals. Consanguine marriages, plural of consanguine marriage. Consanguinea, blood relative. Consanguineo, related by bloodline, consanguineous. Consanguineally, in a consanguineal fashion, by blood relationship. Consanguinean, synonym of consanguineous. Consanguined, of kindred blood, related. Consanguineous, related by birth, descended from the same parent or ancestor. Consanguineously, in a consanguineous fashion, by blood relationship. Consanguines, plural of consanguine. Consanguinities, plural of consanguinity. Consanguinity, a consanguineous or family relationship through parentage or descent. A blood relationship. Consanguineous, alternative form of consanguineous. Consanguineously, alternative form of consanguineously. Consanguinity, the state of being consanguineous. Consarcination, a patching together, patchwork. Consarcination, plural of consarcination. Consarn, pronunciation spelling of concern. Consarning, a mild oath. Consarn, simple past and past participle of consarn. Consarning, present participle and gerund of consarn. Consarnate, alternative form of consarnate. Consarns, third person singular simple present indicative of consarn. Hensaw, a concrete saw. Saws, plural of consaw. conscience, the ethical or moral sense of right and wrong, chiefly as it affects a person's own behavior. Informs their attitude to their past actions. Conscience clause, a clause in a law affecting religious matters to relieve persons of conscientious scruples, especially one to prevent their children being compelled to undergo particular religious instruction. Conscience clauses, plural of conscience clause. Conscience money, money which is voluntarily paid by a party who feels guilt and seeks to provide compensation for some past misdeed or negligence. Conscience round, a blank round of ammunition issued to one or more members of a firing squad without telling them, so that each person in the squad knows there's a chance that they themselves did not fire the lethal shot. Conscience rounds, plural of conscience round. Conscience vote, a type of vote in a legislative body where legislators are allowed to vote according to their own personal conscience rather than according to an official line set down by their political party. Conscience votes, plural of conscience vote. Conscience money, alternative form of conscience money. Conscience proof, without any qualms of conscience, not feeling guilty for one's misdeeds. Conscience, having a conscience of a particular kind. Conscienceless, lacking a conscience, unscrupulous or ruthless. Consciencelessly, in a conscienceless manner. Consciencelessness, lack of conscience. Conscience-like, of or resembling a conscience. Consciences, plural of conscience. Conscientious, in terms of one's conscience or moral scruples. Conscientious, misspelling of conscientious. Consciencism, synonym of encrumeism. Consciencis, a proponent of consciencism. Consciencis, plural of consciences. Conscient, conscious, aware. Conscientiality, the study of consciousness. Conscientious, thorough, careful, or vigilant in one's task performance, painstaking. Conscientious objection, an objection for reasons of conscience in performing military service because of religious or moral principles. Conscientious objections. Plural of conscientious objection. Conscientious objector, someone who refuses to perform military service, for example, to fight in an armed conflict, or be compulsorily drafted in a time of peace because of religious or moral principles. Conscientious objectors, plural of conscientious objector. Conscientiously, in a conscientious manner, attentively. Conscientiousness, the state or characteristic of being conscientious. Conscientize, alternative form of conscientize. Conscientize, simple past and past participle of conscientize. Conscientizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conscientize. Conscientizing, present participle and gerund of conscientize. Conscientization, a social concept, grounded in Marxist critical theory that focuses on achieving an in-depth understanding of the world, allowing for the perception and exposure of social and political contradictions. Conscientize, to make aware of a social or political issue or idea. Conscientize, simple past and past participle of conscientize. Conscientizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conscientize. Conscientizing, present participle and gerund of conscientize. Conscientious, misspelling of conscientious. Conscient, to have a specified kind of conscience. Conscionability, the quality or degree of being conscionable. Conscionable, in accordance with conscience, defensible, proper. Conscionableness, the state or quality of being conscionable. Conscionably, in a conscionable manner. Conscient, simple past and past participle of conscience. Conscience, third person singular simple present indicative. Of conscience. Conscious, alert, awake, with one's mental faculties active. Conscious hip-hop, synonym of conscious. Fixing that occurs without direct communication between the participants, but where the participants instead intentionally follow one another in raising prices to maximize profits at the expense of competitive pricing. Conscious rap, a subgenre of hip-hop music that was developed in the 1980s, characterized by Afrocentricity and socio-political comments. Conscious sedation, an anesthetic technique in which the patient remains awake but undergoes some of the usual effects of sedatives, including pain reduction, anterograde amnesia, etc. Conscious uncoupling, divorce or similar separation. Conscious uncouplings, plural of conscious uncoupling. Consciouses, plural of conscious. Consciously, in a conscious manner, knowingly, volitionally. Consciousness. The state of being conscious or aware, awareness. Consciousness raising, an increase of concerned awareness, especially of some social or political issue. Consciousness raisings, plural of consciousness raising. Consciousnesses, plural of consciousness. Conscribe, to enroll, to enlist. Conscribe, simple past and past participle of conscribe. Conscribes, third person singular simple present indicative of conscribe. Conscribing, present participle and gerund of conscribe. Conscript, one who is compulsorily enrolled, often into a military service, a draftee. Conscript father, a senator of ancient Rome. Conscript fathers, plural of conscript father. Conscriptable, able or fit to be conscripted. Conscripted, simple past and past participle of conscript. Conscriptee, one who is conscripted. Conscriptees, plural of conscriptee. Conscripting, present participle and gerund of conscript. Conscription, involuntary labor, especially military service, demanded by some established authority. Conscriptional, relating to conscription. Conscriptionists, supporting conscription. Conscriptionists, plural of conscriptionists. Conscriptions, plural of conscription. Conscriptive. Pertaining to conscription. Conscripts, plural of conscript. Conscutum, hard ticks shield-like plate in males. Consecratable, able to be consecrated. Consecrate, to declare something holy, or make it holy by some procedure. Consecrated, simple past and past participle of consecrate. Consecrated virgin, a woman consecrated by the Catholic Church to a life of perpetual virginity as an exclusive spouse of Christ, as a member of the Order of Virgins. Consecrated virgins, plural of consecrated virgin. Consecratedness, the property of having been consecrated. Consecrati, one who is consecrated. Consecrates, plural of consecrati. Consecrator, alternative form of consecrator. Consecrators. Plural of consecrator. Consecrates, third person, singular simple present indicative of consecrate. Consecratus. Second person singular simple present indicative of consecrate. Consecrateth. Third person singular simple present indicative of consecrate. Consecrating, present participle and gerund of consecrate. Consecration, the act or ceremony of consecrating. The state of being consecrated. Dedication. Consecrations, plural of consecration. Consecrative, relating to consecration. Consecrator, a person who consecrates. Consecrators, plural of consecrator. Consecratory. That consecrates. Consectaneous, following as a matter of course. Consectories, plural of consectory. Consectory, that which follows by consequence or is logically deducible. Consectator, an imitator or disciple. Consectators, plural of consectator. Consecute, to follow closely, to endeavor to overtake, to pursue. Consecutive, simple past and past participle of consecute. Consecutes, third person singular simple present indicative of consecute. Consecuting, present participle and gerund of consecute. Consecutio temporum, a set of grammatical rules of a particular language governing the agreement between the tenses of verbs in related clauses or sentences, agreement between tenses of verbs in accordance with said set of rules. Consecution, a following or sequel, actual or logical dependence. Consecutions, plural of consecution. Consecutive, following in succession without interruption. Consecutive interpretation, synonym of consecutive interpreting. Consecutive interpreting, a type of oral translation from one language into another which is produced after a person has finished speaking and typically with the aid of note-taking. Consecutively, in a consecutive manner, without interruption. Consecutiveness, the state or quality of being consecutive. Consecutives, plural of consecutive. Commas, simple past and past participle of Consegregate, alternative form of cosegregate. Consegregated, simple past and past participle of consegregate. Consummescence, the condition of growing old. Consenescency, archaic form of consenescence. Hemsens, to agree, to form by consensus. Hemsensed, simple past and past participle of consens. Consensos, plural of consents. Consensing, present participle and gerund of consents. Consension, agreement, accord. Consensions, plural of consension. Consensual, with permission, with consensus, without coercion, allowed without objecting or resisting. Consensual crime, an activity to which all participants consent which is deemed to be illegal. Consensual crimes, plural of consensual crime. Consensual non-consent, a mutual agreement between partners to be able to act as if sexual consent has been waived, for example, rape roleplay. Consensualization, alternative form of consensualization. Consensualizations, plural of consensualization. Consensualize, alternative form of consensualized. Consensualism, a system where decisions are made based on the consensus of those involved. Consensualists, a proponent of consensualism. Consensualists, plural of consensualists. Consensualities, plural of consensuality. Consensuality, the state of being consensual. Consensualization, the process or the result of consensualizing. Consensualizations, plural of consent. Consensualization, consensualize, to make consensual. Consensualize, simple past, past participle of consent. Consensualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of consensualize. Consensualizing, present participle and gerund of consensualize. Consensually, in a consensual manner. Consensuance, the quality of being consensual. Consensus, a process of decision making. Agreement about the terms and subject matter of a contract between all involved parties. Consensus conference, a kind of citizens' assembly, most common in Denmark where it originated in the 1980s, to allow policymakers to take into account the opinions of the public. Consensus conferences, plural of consensus conference. Consensus national champion. In regard to national championships in college football, a team that was selected as national champions by both the AP poll and coaches poll. Consensus realities. Plural of consensus reality. Consensus reality. This set of things considered to be real according to the majority of individuals. Consensus theorem. The following theorem of Boolean algebra, xy plus x plus is equals xy plus x, where is the algebraically redundant term, is called the consensus term, or its dual form x plus z equals x plus z, in which case y plus z is the consensus term. Note, x plus z is an example of the resolution inference rule. Replacing the plus with and the prime with prefix not sign might make this more evident. Consensus trance. An automated state of consciousness, actually, the normal consciousness, based on the premise that people believe what they are told to be true as opposed to what they have themselves realized to be true. Consensus trances. Plural of consensus trance. Consensors. Simple past and past participle of consensus. Consensus. Plural of consensus. Consensusing. Present participle and gerund of consensus. Consent. To express willingness to give permission. Consent decree. A decree of accord giving effect to an agreement between the litigating parties. Consent decrees. Plural of consent decree. Consent of the governed. A political theory in which a government or set of governments could only be deemed legitimate if it is supported by the people under which it exercises its political influence. Consent or pay. A tactic by which an online service gives the user the choice of either paying to use the service or using it for free but consenting to processing of their data. Consent search. A warrantless search made by United States law enforcement personnel with the consent of the individual whose person or property is being searched. Consent searches. Plural of consent search. Consentability. Ability to consent, particularly considering acceptability to society, age, and whether truly informed. Consentable. To which consent may be given. Consentaneity. Consentaneousness. Consentaneous. Done or made by general consent, widely agreed or approved. Consentaneously. In a consentaneous manner. Consentaneousness. The state or quality of being consentaneous. Consented. Simple past and past participle of consent. Consented. Second person singular simple past indicative of consent. Consentee. Person to whom consent is given by a consenter. Consentees. Plural of consentee. Consenter. One who consents. Consenters. Plural of consenter. Consentus. Second person singular simple present indicative of consent. Consenta. Third person singular simple present indicative of consent. Consentful. With consent, consenting or consensual. Consentfully. With consent, consensually. Consentience. The state of being consentient, agreement, accord. Consentient. Agreeing in accord. Consentiently. In a consentient manner. Consenting. Present participle and gerund of consent. Consenting adult. A person over the age of consent who willingly has sex. Consenting adults. Plural of consenting adult. Consentingly. In a consenting manner, showing consent. Consentingness. The state or quality of being consenting. Consentless. Without consent. Consentor. Alternative form of consenter, one who consents. Consentors. Plural of consentor. Consents. Plural of consent. Consensual. Alternative spelling of consensual. Consensually. Alternative spelling of consensually. Consequence. An effect. Something that follows a cause as a result. Consequence. Simple past and past participle of consequence. Consequenceless. Free from consequences. Consequencelessness. Absence of consequences. Consequences. Plural of consequence. Consequencing. Present participle and gerund of consequence. Consequent. Following as a result, inferent, or natural effect. Consequent phrase. The second phrase in a period. Consequent phrases. Plural of consequent phrase. Consequential. Following as a result. Consequential mark. A mark awarded to a student when assessing their work, on the basis that they followed the correct method despite arriving at an incorrect result or conclusion due to an earlier error in the work. Consequential marks. Plural of consequential mark. Consequentialism. The ethical study of morals, duties, and rights with an approach that focuses consequences of a particular action or cause. Consequentialisms. Plural of consequentialism. Consequentialists. A person who adheres to the philosophy of consequentialism. Consequentialistic. Or relating to consequentialism. Consequentialistically. In a consequentialistic manner. Consequentialists. Plural of consequentialists. Consequentialities. Plural of consequentiality. Consequentiality. The property of being consequential. Consequentially. In a consequential manner, with consequence or significance. Consequentialness. The quality or state of being consequential. Consequently. Subsequently. Following after in time or sequence. Consequentness. The state or quality of being consequent. Consequence. Plural of consequent. Consecutive. Misspelling of consecutive. Conservative. Misspelling of concerted. Consertion. Junction. Adaptation. Conservable. Capable of being preserved from decay or injury. Conservacock. Synonym of coxerative. Conservacox. Plural of conservacock. Conservadox. adhering to a form of Judaism that holds a middle ground between Orthodox and conservative, chiefly in North America. Conservaloon, a conservative. Conservaloons, plural of conservaloon. Conservants, synonym of conservancy. Conservances, plural of conservants. Conservancies, plural of conservancy. The conservation of a resource. Conservant, having the power or quality of conservation, conserving. Conservants, plural of conservant. Conservapedian, a person who contributes to the wiki Conservapedia and shares the site's fundamentalist Christian conservative views. Conservapedians, plural of conservapedian. Conservaphobia, aversion to political conservatives. Conservatard, a stupid conservative, a person who presents or advocates conservative views in a stupid and or illogical manner. Conservatards, plural of conservator. Conservatarian, a person whose political opinions combine traditional social conservatism with political and economic right libertarianism. Conservatarians, plural of conservatarian. Conservate, to conserve. Conservated. Simple past and past participle of conservate. Conservatee, a person who the court has determined requires a conservator to handle their estate or affairs. Conservatees, plural of conservatee. Conservates, third person singular simple present indicative of conservates. Conservating, present participle and gerund of conservate. Conservation, the act of preserving, guarding, or protecting, the keeping of a thing in a safe or entire state, preservation. Conservation, biology, the scientific study of the state of Earth's biodiversity with the objective to protect it from becoming extinct. Conservation law, legal aspects of protection of biodiversity, the environment, and natural resources. Conservation laws, plural of conservation law. Conservation of energy, a principle stating that energy may not be created or destroyed. Conservation of mass, a conservation law of classical physics that states that the total mass of a closed system remains constant regardless of the chemical or physical changes that take place within it. Conservational, of or pertaining to conservation. Conservationally, in the context of conservation. Conservationism, a movement that supports conservation, especially that of natural resources. Conservationist, a person who maintains natural areas or protects threatened species. Conservationists, plural of conservationists. Conservations, plural of conservation. Conservatization, the process of conservatizing. Conservatize, to make or become conservative. Conservatized, simple past and past participle of conservatize. Conservatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conservatize. Conservatizing, present participle and gerund of conservatize. Conservatism, a political philosophy that advocates traditional values. Conservatisms, plural of conservatism. Conservatist, a proponent of conservatism, a conservative. Conservatists, plural of conservatists. Conservative, a member of a political party incorporating the word conservative in its name. Conservative correctness, a manner of action and rhetoric that is an offensive to rightists. Conservative extension, an extension of a logical theory such that every theorem expressible in the original theory is also derivable within the original theory. Conservative extensions, plural of conservative extension. Conservative force, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See conservative force. Conservative forces, plural of conservative. Force. Conservative Judaism, a moderate stream of liberal Judaism centered in North America that theoretically maintains Jewish tradition and law, but provides for a more flexible interpretation of it than Orthodox Judaism, in keeping with an evolving world and society. Conservative model, a model of DNA replication that leaves intact the original DNA molecule. Conservative models, plural of conservative model. Conservative Party, a center-right political party, official full name Conservative and Unionist Party, informally known as the Tory Party or Tories. Conservative Party, alternative form of Conservative Party. Conservative treatment, a treatment that does not include any operation or intervention. Conservative treatments, plural of conservative treatment. Conservative libertarianism, a type of libertarianism that tries to balance freedom and individual liberty with a respect for virtue, tradition, and order. Conservatively, in a conservative manner. Conservatively correct, inoffensive to rightists. Conservativeness, the state or quality of being conservative. Conservatives, plural of conservative. Conservatism, alternative form of conservatism. Conservatisms, plural of conservatism. Conservativitis, the state of being conservative, said as if it were due to a disease or affliction. Conservativity, the condition of being conservative. Conservatization, the process of conservatizing. Conservatize, to make or become conservative. Conservatize, simple past and past participle of conservatize. Conservatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conservatize. Conservatizing, present participle and gerund of conservatize. Conservatoire, a music academy. Conservatoires, plural of conservatoire. Conservator, one who conserves, preserves, or protects something. Conservatoria, plural of conservatorium. Conservatorio, relating to conservation. Conservatories, plural of conservatory. Conservatorium. Conservatory. Conservatoriums, plural of conservatory. Conservators, plural of conservator. Conservatorship, the legal status of a conservator, similar to guardianship or trusteeship. Conservatorships, plural of conservatorship. Conservatory, having the quality of preserving from loss, decay, or injury. Conservatory-like, resembling or characteristic of a conservatory. Conservator, obsolete form of conservator. Conservators, plural of conservator. Conservatrices, plural of conservatrix. Conservatrix, a female conservator. Conservator, a conservative. Conservators, plural of conservator. Conserve, wilderness where human development is prohibited. Conserved, simple past and past participle of conserved. Conserved sequence, a DNA or protein sequence with a high degree of sequence identity to other sequences in that species or in others. Conserved sequences, plural of conserved sequence. Conservatively, while remaining conserved. Conservedness, the condition of being a conserved sequence of nucleic acids. Conservedness, conservation condition of being conserved. Conserver, one who or that which conserves. Conservers, plural of conserver. Conserves, plural of conserve. Conservist, second person singular simple present, indicative of conserve. Conservant, third person singular simple present, indicative of conserve. Conserving, present participle and gerund of conserve. Consus, plural of con. An assets, an assembly or congregation of people, especially in religious contexts. Penza, a town unparished in County Durham, England OS Ridref NZ 1051. Consexual, of the same sex. Consexuals, plural of consexual. Concept, abbreviation of consignment. Consus, plural. Of cons. Consi, alternative form of conchai. Conchais, plural of conchai. Consider it done. Used to indicate an intent to fulfill a request or order promptly. Consider, simple past and past participle of consider. Considerability, the state or quality of being considerable. Considerable, significant, worth considering. Considerables, considerability. Considerables, plural of considerable. Considerably, significantly, to a degree worth considering. Considerance, an act of considering, consideration. Considerances, plural of considerance. Considerate, consciously thoughtful and observant often of other people and their rights, needs, feelings, and comfort. Considerated, simple past and past participle of considerate. considerately, in a considerate manner, considerateness. The characteristic of being considerate. Considerates, third person singular simple present indicative of considerate. 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 Consideration, the thought process of considering, of taking multiple or specified factors into account with a being the main corresponding adposition. Considerations, plural of consideration. Considerative, considerate, careful, thoughtful. Consideratively, in a considerative fashion. Considerativeness, the quality of being considerative. Considerator, someone who considers, a considerer. Considerators, plural of considerator. Consider, simple past and past participle of consider. Considerately, in a considered fashion. Consideredness, the quality of being considered. Considerer, one who considers. Considerers, plural of considerer. Considerist, second person singular simple present indicative of consider. Considera, third person singular simple present indicative of consider. Considerin, present participle of consider. Considerin, pronunciation spelling of considering. Considering, present participle and gerund of consider. Consideringly, in a manner suggesting one is considering, pensively. Considerings, plural of considering. Considers, third person singular simple present indicative of consider. Considian, a surname. Consider, archaic form of consider. Considers, third person singular simple present indicative of consider. Considerest, second person singular simple present indicative of consider. Considerate. Third person singular simple present indicative of consider. Conseiller, a counselor or advisor, especially to mafia bosses. Consigliere, plural of consigliere. Consibere, plural of consigliere. Conseguiao, a surname. Conseguiaos, plural of consiglio. Consign, to transfer to the custody of, usually for sale, transport, or safekeeping. Consignable, capable of being consigned. Consignataries. Plural of consignatory. Consignatory, a consignee. Consignation, the act of consigning. Consignations, plural of consignation. Consignatories, plural of consignatory. Consignatory, one of several joint signatories to a document. Consignature, joint signature. Consign, a countersign, a watchword. Consigned, simple past and past participle of consign. Consignee, the person to whom a shipment is to be delivered. Consignees, plural of consignee. Consigneeship, the role or status of a consignee. Consigner, the party that consigns. Consigners, plural of consigner. Consignes, plural of consigne. Consigna, second person singular simple present indicative of consign. Consigna, third person singular simple present indicative of consign. Consignificant, jointly significant. Consignification, joint signification. Consignification. Plural of consignification. Consignificative. Consignificant, jointly significate. Consignify. Simple past and past participle of consignify. Consignifies, third person singular simple present indicative of consignify. Consignify, to signify or denote in combination with something else. Consignifying, present participle and gerund of consignify. Consigning, present participle and gerund of consign. Consignment, a collection of goods to be sent in transit or having been sent. Consignment note. A document which gives details of a company's goods in transit. Consignment notes, plural of consignment note. Consignment shop, a shop that sells used goods for their owners, consigners, in exchange for a portion of the proceeds. Consignment shops, plural of consignment shop. Consignments, plural of consignment. Consignor, alternative form of consignor. Consignors, plural of consignor. Consigns, third person singular simple present indicative of consign. Hemsilience, the concurrence of multiple inductions drawn from different data sets. Hemsiliences, plural of consilience. Consiliant, of academic disciplines displaying consilience. Conciliantly, in a conciliant manner. Concilium abundi, a traditional form of expulsion from an organization or school. Consimilar, having similarity. In common. Consimilitude, mutual resemblance. Consimilitudes, plural of consimilitude. Consimility, mutual resemblance. Consing, a barangay of Enrique B. Magalona, Negros Occidental, Philippines. Hemsas, hemsesten, to have the thing mentioned. As the only or most important part. Hemsesta, to be composed or made up of something. Hemsestent, misspelling of consistent. Insistently, misspelling of consistently. Hemsested, simple past and past participle of consist. Consisted in, simple past and past participle of consist in. Consisted of, simple past and past participle of consistent. Consistence, logical consistency, lack of self-contradiction. Consistences, plural of consistence. Consistencies, plural of consistency. Consistency, local coherence. Consistent, of a regularly occurring, dependable nature. Consistent life ethic, a cultural, political, and religious right to life belief opposed to abortion, capital punishment, economic injustice, euthanasia, or assisted suicide, and war. Consistently, in a consistent manner. Consistence, plural of consistent. Consistus, second person singular simple present indicative of consists. Consist, third person singular simple present indicative of consists. Consistify, simple past and past participle of consistify. Consistifies, third person singular simple present indicative of consistify. Consistify, to make consistent. Consistifying, present participle and gerund of consistify. Consisting, present participle and gerund of consist. Consisting in, present participle and gerund of consist in. Consisting of, present participle and gerund of consist of. Consistometer, a device used to evaluate the consistency, viscosity, or flow characteristics of a sample, typically of a food product. Consistometers, plural of consistometer. Consistorio, of or pertaining to a consistory. Consistorially, in a consistorial manner. Consistorioas, counselor of the consistory. Consistorioas, plural of consistorioa. Consistorium, relating to a Presbyterian consistory. Consistory, obsolete spelling of consistory. Consistories, plural of consistory. Consistory, a solemn assembly or council. Consists, plural of consists. Consists in, third person singular simple present indicative of consist in. Consists of, third person singular simple present indicative of consist of. Consider, pronunciation spelling of consider. Considered, simple past and past participle of consider. Considering, present participle and gerund of consider. Considers, third person singular simple present indicative of consider. Consobernal, of or pertaining to a cousin. Consociate, an associate. An accomplice. Consociated, joined together, unified, linked. Consociates, third person singular simple present indicative of consociate. Consociating, present participle and gerund of consociate. Consociation, associating or coming together in a union, countable an instance of this. Consociational, having major internal divisions along ethnic, religious, or linguistic lines, with none of the divisions large enough to form a majority group, yet nonetheless stable due to consultation among the elites of each of its major social groups. Consociationalism. Political consociation, government through guaranteed group representation. Consociational, in a consociational manner. Consociationism, alternative form of consociationalism. Consociations, plural of consociation. Consociative, of or relating to a consociation. Consociations, plural of consociation. Consociative, of or relating to a consociation. Consocies, a consociation. Consocieties, plural of consociety. Consociety, an imaginary society, especially one associated with a kin-world or kin-lang. Himsong, abbreviation of consolidated annuity, a perpetual bond issued by the United Kingdom from the 18th century. Hensong, abbreviation of consolidated. Consolability, the condition of being consolable. Consolable, able or likely to be consoled. Consolableness, synonym of consolability, which is the usual term for the concept. Consolably, in a consolable manner. Consolation, a municipality of Cebu, Philippines. Consolamentum, the unique sacrament ritual of the Cathars. Consolate, comforted, consoled. Consolated, simple past and past participle of consolate. Consolates, third person singular simple present indicative of consolate. Consolating. Present participle and gerund of consolate. Consolatio, a ceremonial oratory used to comfort mourners at funerals. Consolation, the act or example of consoling, the condition of being consoled. Consolation goal, a goal scored by the losing team near the end of a game that has no effect on the outcome. Consolation goal. Plural of consolation goal. Consolation prize, an award or small item given to persons or groups of people who do not win an event but are worthy of recognition, especially in a game show. Consolation prizes, plural of consolation prize. Consolational, of or relating to consolation. Consolations, plural of consolatio. Consolations, plural of consolation. Consolator, one who consoles or comforts. Consolatories, plural of consolatory. Consolatorily, in a consolatory manner. Consolatoriness, the state or quality of being consolatory. Consolators, plural of consolator. Consolatory, which consoles. Consolatrix, a female consoler. Console, a stand-alone cabinet designed to stand on the floor, especially one integrated with home entertainment equipment such as a TV or stereo system. Console converter, a peripheral used to bypass regional lockout on a video game console, allowing imported video games to be played on domestic video game consoles, but without circumventing copy protection. Console converters, Plural of console converter. Console game. A video game that can be played on a video game console connected to a home television. Console games. Plural of console game. Console radio. A radio mounted in a cabinet. Console radios. Plural of console radio. Console steel guitar. A type of large electric lap steel guitar, usually with 2 necks and 7 or 8 strings. Console steel guitarist. Someone who plays the console steel guitar. Console steel guitarists. Plural of console steel guitarists. Console steel guitars. Plural of console steel guitar. Console table. A wall-mounted table whose top is supported by 2 or more consoles brackets instead of legs. Console tables. Plural of console table. Consoled. Simple past and past participle of console. Consolitis. Alternative form of consolitis. Consolite. Resembling or characteristic of a console, especially a computer or video game console. Consolement. Consolation. Consolements. Plural of consolement. Consoler. One who gives consolation. Consolers. Plural of consoler. Consoles. Plural of console. Consolus. Second person singular simple present indicative of console. Console. Third person singular simple present indicative of console. Consolette. A small console, especially one integrated with home entertainment equipment, such as a TV or stereo, that usually stands on splayed legs. Consolettes. Plural of consolette. Console. A surname from Italian. Consolidable. Capable of being consolidated. Consolidant. Serving to unite or consolidate, having the quality of consolidating or making firm. Consolidants. Plural of consolidant. Consolidatable. Capable of being consolidated. Consolidate. To combine into a single unit. To group together or join. Consolidated. Having undergone consolidation. Consolidated fund. In the Westminster system, the main bank account of the government, funded by general taxation and not earmarked for a specific purpose. Consolidated Fund Act. A stock short title used for an act of parliament that authorizes HM Treasury to issue funds out of the consolidated fund. Consolidated Fund Acts. Plural of Consolidated Fund Act. Consolidated funds. Plural of consolidated fund. Consolidates. Third person singular simple present indicative of consolidate. Consolidateth. Third person singular simple present indicative of consolidate. Consolidating. Present participle and gerund of consolidate. Consolidation. A steam locomotive of the 2-8-0 wheel arrangement, first built in the United States in 1866. Consolidations. Plural of consolidation. Consolidative. Tending or having power to consolidate. Consolidator. Anyone who or anything that consolidates. Consolidators, plural of consolidator. Consolidatory, that leads to consolidation. Consoling, reducing grief, sorrow, or disappointment, comforting. Consolingly, in a consoling manner. Consolings, plural of consoling. Consoles, plural of consoli. Consolize, all alternative spelling of consolize. Consolitis, a notional condition affecting video games released for game consoles, making them inferior to the computer versions. Consolization, the conversion of a game to run on a game's console. Consolized, converted to run on a game's console. Consolo, a surname from Italian. Consolos, plural of consolo. Consoles, plural of consol. Consolute, describing liquids that are totally miscible in all proportions. Consolute point, cloud point. Consolute points, plural of consolute point. Consolver, a surname. Consolvers, plural of consolver. Consomic, inbred and with one of its chromosomes replaced by the homologous chromosome of another inbred strain via a series of marker-assisted backrusses. Consomics, plural of consomic. Consummation, misspelling of consummation. Himzom, alternative spelling of consommé. Consommé, a clear broth made from reduced meat or vegetable stock, served either hot as a soup or chilled as a jelly. Himsoms, plural of consom. Consommes, plural of consommé. Hinsomal, alternative form of consomal. Consonants, a form of rhyme having the same consonants but different vowels. Consonances, plural of consonants. Consonancies, plural of consonancy. Consonancy, congruity, consistency. Consonant, a sound that results from the passage of air through restrictions of the oral cavity. Any sound that is not the dominant sound of a syllable, the dominant sound generally being a vowel. Consonant cluster, two or more consonants in succession. Consonant clusters, plural of consonant cluster. Consonant gradation, a type of apophony or mutation of consonants found in Finnic and Sami languages. Consonant gradations, plural of consonant gradation. Consonant rhyme, synonym of consonants. Consonant rhymes, plural of consonant rhyme. Consonant stem, a stem ending in a consonant. Consonant stems, plural of consonant stem. Consonantal, of, relating to, or functioning as a consonant. Consonantalization, the process or result of consonantalizing. Consonantalizations, plural of consonantalization. Consonantalize, to become or cause to become more consonantal. Consonantalized, simple past and past participle of consonantalize. Consonantalizes, Third person singular simple present indicative of consonantalizing. Consonantalizing, present participle and gerund of consonantalize. Consonantally, as a consonant, in a manner of a consonant. Consonantaries, plural of consonantary. Consonantary, a script or writing system which has glyphs only for consonants. Consonantode, the property of being a consonant. Consonantic, synonym of consonantal. Consonantism, the consonants, sequence of consonants, or the quality peculiar to the consonants of a given word or group of words. Consonantisms, plural of consonantism. Consonantization, the process of becoming a consonant. Consonantize, to change into or use as a consonant. Consonantize, simple past and past participle of consonantize. Consonantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of consonantize. Consonantizing, present participle and gerund of consonantize. Consonantless, lacking consonants. Consonantly, in a consonant or consistent manner. Consonantness, the state or quality of being consonant. Consonants, plural of consonant. Consonance, concordant in sound, harmonious. Consue house, in Canton, a range of buildings adjoining the foreign factories, owned by the Han merchants and used for their meetings. Consue houses, plural of consue house. Consume, to consume some product, especially a popular culture or mass market one and often obsessively. Consumed, simple past and past participle of consume. Consumer, pronunciation spelling of consumer. Consumers, plural of consumer. Consuming, present participle of consume. Consumes, third person singular simple present indicative or of lulling to sleep. Consopite, to lull to sleep. Sleep, to quieten, to compose. Consopative, simple past and past participle of consopite. Consopites, third person singular simple present indicative of consopite. Consopative, present participle and gerund of consopite. Consortia, plural of consortium. Consortium, an aggregation or cluster of incompletely separated sortia. Consororities, plural of consorority. Consororities, plural of consorority. Consorority, a group of women, a religious sorority or sisterhood. Consort, a village in Alberta, Canada. Consortable, suitable for consorting or associating with, such as for companionship. Consort, one of the organisms that associates with another species in consortism. Consorta, simple past and past participle of consort. Consorter, one who consorts or associates. Consorters, plural of consorter. Consorts, plural of consort. Consortist, Second person singular simple present indicative of consort. Consorta. Third person singular simple present indicative of consort. Consortia. Plural of consortium. Consortial. Of, pertaining to, or resulting from a consortium. Consorting. Present participle and gerund of consort. Consortium. Fellowship, association, companionship. Consortism. A close, prolonged association between two or more organisms of different species. Consortium. An association or combination of businesses, financial institutions, or investors for the purpose of engaging in a joint venture. Consortiums. Plural of consortium. Consorts. Plural of consort. Consortship. The condition of a consort, fellowship, partnership. Consortships. Plural of consortship. Consound. Any of several healing plants of the genera Symphytum, Consolida, Adjuga, Bellies, etc., especially comfrey. Consounded. Simple past and past participle of consound. Conspecies. A subspecies or variety. Conspecific. Relating to the same species. Conspecifically. In a conspecific manner within the same species. Conspecificities. Plural of conspecificity. Conspecificity. The condition of being conspecific. Conspecifics. Plural of conspecific. Conspecifity. The condition of being conspecific. Conspection. Observation with understanding. Conspectus. A detailed survey or overview of a subject. Conspectuses. Plural of conspectus. Conspersion. The act of sprinkling. Conspersions. Plural of conspersion. Conspicuous. Misspelling of conspicuous. Conspicuity. Plural of conspicuity. Conspicuity. The property of being clearly discernible. Conspicuosity. The quality of being conspicuous. Conspicuous. Obvious or easy to notice. Conspicuous by one's absence, raising suspicions by the fact of not being present at an expected place. Conspicuous consumer, one who engages in conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumers, plural of conspicuous consumer. Conspicuous consumption, a public display of acquisition of possessions with the intention of gaining social prestige. Excessive consumerism in order to flaunt one's purchasing power. Conspicuously, in a conspicuous manner, noticeably. Conspicuousness, openness or exposure to the view, a state of being clearly visible. Conspire boomer, an older person, typically a member of the baby boomer generation, who believes in conspiracy theories. Conspire boomers, plural of conspire boomer. Conspiracy, simple past and past participle of conspiracy. Conspiracies, plural of conspiracy. Conspiracies of silence, plural of conspiracy of silence. Conspiracism, a worldview that centrally places conspiracy theories in the unfolding of history. Conspiracist, a person who puts forward a conspiracy theory. Conspiracist, plural of conspiracists. Conspiracy, an agreement or arrangement between multiple parties to do something harmful, immoral, or subversive, an instance of collusion. Conspiracy analyst, synonym of conspiracy theorist. Conspiracy analysts, plural of conspiracy analysts. Conspiracy fact, a conspiracy theory that has been proven true. Conspiracy facts, plural of conspiracy fact. Conspiracy hypotheses, plural of conspiracy hypothesis. Conspiracy hypothesis, synonym of conspiracy theory. Conspiracy of silence, synonym of wall of silence. Conspiracy theories. Plural of conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theorist, one who believes in, follows, or advances a conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theorists, plural of conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorize, to formulate or engage in conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theorize, simple past and past participle of conspiracy theorize. Conspiracy theorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conspiracy theorize. Conspiracy theorizing, present participle and gerund of conspiracy theorize. Conspiracy theory, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see conspiracy theory, a hypothesis that posits conspiracy or collusion. Conspiracy theoretic, pertaining to or characteristic of a conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theorize, alternative form of conspiracy theorize. Conspiracy theorize, simple past and past participle of conspiracy theorize. Conspiracy theorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conspiracy theorize. Conspiracy theorizing, present participle of conspiracy theorize. Conspiracying, present participle and gerund of conspiracy. Conspiracy, misspelling of conspiracy. Conspirant, that conspires. Conspirants, plural of conspirant. Conspiratard, a conspiracy theorist. Conspiratards, plural of conspiratard. Conspiration, agreement or concurrence for some end or purpose. Conspirational, of or relating to or involving conspiration, conspiratorial. Conspirationism, a palsy of conspiracy. Conspirations, plural of conspiration. Conspirative, conspiratorial. Conspiratological, relating to conspiratology. Conspiratologist, one who studies conspiratology. Conspiratologists, plural of conspiratologists. Conspiratology, the study of conspiracies. Conspirator, one of a group that acts in harmony, a person who is part of a conspiracy. Conspiratorial, pertaining to conspiracy or conspirators. Conspiratorialism, belief in conspiracies. Conspiratorialist, one who believes in conspiracies. Conspiratorialists, plural of conspiratorialists. Conspiratorially, in a conspiratorial manner. Conspiratorially, in a conspiratory manner. Conspirators. Plural of conspirator. Conspiratorship, the role or status of conspirator. Conspiratory, of or relating to a conspiracy. Conspirator, obsolete form of conspirator. Conspirators, plural of conspirator. Conspiratress, a female conspirator. Conspiratresses, plural of conspiratress. Conspiratrices. Plural of conspiratrix. Conspiratrix, a female conspirator. Conspire, to secretly plot or make plans together, often with the intention to bring bad or illegal results, to collude, to connive, to plot. Conspire, simple past and past participle of conspire. Conspire, someone who conspires. Conspires, plural of conspirer. Conspires, third person singular simple present indicative of conspire. Conspires, second person singular simple present indicative of conspire. Conspire, third person singular simple present indicative of conspire. Conspiracism, misspelling of conspiracism. Conspiracist, alternative form of conspiracist. Conspiracists, plural of conspiracists. Conspiring, present participle and gerund of conspire. Conspiringly, in a conspiring way, as part of a conspiracy. Conspirings, plural of conspiring. Conspiritualism, the melding of conspiracy theories into the narrative of the wellness industry. Conspiritualist, someone who adheres to conspirituality or conspiritualism, a political and spiritual ideology that combines alternative or new age beliefs with conspiracy theories. Conspiritualists, plural of conspiritualists. Conspirituality, a political and spiritual ideology that combines alternative or new age beliefs with conspiracy theories. Conspirophile, a person who subscribes to conspiracy theories. Conspirophiles, plural of conspirophile. Conspicate, to inspicate. Conspicated, simple past and past participle of conspicate. Conspicates, third person singular simple present indicative of conspicate. Conspicating, present participle and gerund of conspicate. Conspication, a making thick or viscous, thickness, inspissation. Conspew, to boo, to shout down. Conspewed, simple past and past participle of conspue. Conspews, third person singular simple present indicative of conspue. Conspewing, present participle and gerund of conspue. Conspurgate, to pollute, to defile. Conspurgated, simple past and past participle of conspurgate. Conspurcates. Third person singular simple present indicative of conspurcate. Conspurcating. Present participle and gerund of conspurcate. Conspurcation. Defilement. Conspurcations. Plural of conspurcation. Consquamatic acid. A lichen acid found together with squamatic acid. Commas. A variable whose value cannot be changed directly. Const correctness. The proper declaration of objects as mutable in contexts where they are not expected to be modified. Const correct. Exhibiting const correctness. Comist. Alternative, letter case form of const abbreviation of constitution. Hen staff. A police officer. Constable. An English surname originating as an occupation from Old French constable constable. Constable Burton. A village and civil parish served by Constable Burton and Finghall Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmondshire District OS Grid Rep. SC 1690. Constable Country. The countryside around Dedham Vale, in eastern England, famously depicted by the English landscape painter John Constable 1766-1837. Constable. Simple past and past participle of constable. Constabularies. Plural of constabulary. Constabulary. Obsolete form of constabulary. Constables. Plural of constable. Constableship. The office or rank of a constable. Constableships. Plural of constableship. Constables. Reminiscent of the works of John Constable 1776-1837, English landscape painter in the naturalistic tradition. Constables. The wife of a constable. Constableses. Plural of constables. Constablewick. The district to which a constable's power is limited. Constablewicks. Plural of constablewick. Constabling. Present participle and gerund of constable. Constabs. Plural of constab. Constabular. Obsolete form of constabulary. Constabulary. Obsolete form of constabulary. Constabularies. Plural of constabulary. Constabulary. Of or relating to constables. Constabulatories. Plural of constabulatory. Constabulatory. A constabulary. Constasegue. Being a linear code with a property at for some constellata if CCCN is a code word, then so is lata C and CCN. Staff. The staff that operates a convention or meeting of fans. Constans. A female given name from Latin. Constancy. Obsolete form of constancy. Constancies. Plural of constancy. Constancio. A surname. Constancios. Plural of constancio. Constancy. The quality of being constant, steadiness or faithfulness in action, affections, purpose, etc. Constant. A male given name from Latin, feminine equivalent constants. Constant function, a function whose value is the same for all the elements of its domain. Constant functions, plural of constant function. Constant morphism, a morphism which yields the same morphism when post-composed with either one of a parallel pair of morphisms. Constant morphisms, plural of constant morphism. Constant of integration, an unspecified constant term added to a particular antiderivative to make it represent its whole family of antiderivatives, usually denoted with C. Constant problem, the problem of deciding whether a given expression is equal to 0. Constant speed drive, something that aims at ensuring that the electric generator produces a constant frequency. Constant speed drives, plural of constant speed drive. Constant spring, a variant of hemoglobin in which a mutation in the alpha-globin gene produces an alpha-globin chain that is abnormally long. Constant time, an algorithm also written as O1 time where the value of t and the complexity of the algorithm is bounded by a value that does not depend on the size of the input. Constant times, plural of constant time. Constant velocity, describing constant velocity joints. Constant speed propeller, a type of propeller that rotates at a set rotational velocity, but whose power is set. By varying the pitch of the blades. Constant velocity joint, a mechanical coupling which allows the shafts to rotate freely and compensates for the angle between the two shafts within a certain range to maintain the same velocity, commonly used in front-wheel drive vehicles. Constant wear garment, a one-piece cotton garment worn alone or under a spacesuit during Apollo space missions. Constant wear garments, plural of constant wear garment. Constanta, a city, the county seat of Constanta County, Romania. Constantin, an alloy of copper and nickel whose resistivity is constant over a wide temperature range. Constantins, plural of Constantin. Constante, a surname. Constantes, plural of Constante. Constandi, a town in Tarragona, Catalonia, Spain. Contanger, a kind of wine, either white or red, from Constantia and Cape Colony. Constantios, plural of Constantia. Constantin, a male given name. Constantin Degoviziu, a village in the commune of Kara-Severin County, Romania. Constantine, a male given name from Latin. Constantinescu, a surname from Romania. Constantinian, of or pertaining to Constantine the Great. Constantinople, the former name from 330 CE of Istanbul, the largest city in Turkey, the former capital of the Ottoman Empire and of the Byzantine Empire before that. Constantinopolis, alternative form of Constantinople, historical the former name from 330–1930 CE of Istanbul, the largest city in Turkey, the former capital of the Ottoman Empire and of the Byzantine Empire before that. Constantinopolitan, relating to Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul. Constantinopolitan Orthodox Church, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Constantinopolitans, plural of Constantinopolitan. Constantive, indicating a state of affairs with no additional connotations, denotational. Constantly, with steadfastness, with resolve, in loyalty, faithfully. Constantness, the state or quality of being constant. Constants, plural of constant. Constants of integration, plural of constant of integration. Constanza, a surname. Constanzas, plural of Constanza. Consta, it is clearly evident, it is certain, without a doubt. Constatation, the process of verification. Constatations, plural of constatation. Constay, to relay information in a statement and say whether it is true or false. Constative, simple past and past participle of constate. Constates, third person singular simple present indicative of constate. Constating, present participle and gerund of constate. Constation, alternative form of constatation. Constav, pertaining to an utterance relaying information and likely to be regarded as true or false. Constatively, in a constative manner. Constatimus, the quality of being constative. Constatus, plural of constative. Constativity, the quality of being constative. Constats, plural of constat. Constant, obsolete spelling of constant. Constantly, obsolete form of constantly. Constellary, relating to constellations. Constellate, to combine as a cluster. Constellated, simple past and past participle of constellate. Constellates, third person singular simple present indicative of constellate. Constellating, present participle and gerund of constellate. Constellation, an arbitrary formation of stars perceived as a figure, especially one from mythology or pattern, or a division of the sky including it, especially one officially recognized by astronomers, an asterism. Constellational, of or relating to the constellations. Constellationally, in the manner of a constellation astrology, the configuration of planets at a given time, notably of birth, as used for determining a horoscope. Astronomy, a formation of stars perceived as a figure or pattern. Constellationary, of or relating to the constellations. Constellation fish, a fish of the genus Valentinellus of deep water fishes. Constellations, plural of constellation. Constellatory, having the nature of a constellation or grouping. Constir, obsolete spelling of construe. Consturting, a surname transferred from the given name. Consturtians, plural of consturting. Constir, simple past and past participle of constur. Constirring, present participle and gerund of constir. Consternate, to cause consternation in, to dismay. Consternative, simple past and past participle of consternate. Consternates, third person singular simple present indicative of consternate. Consternating, Present participle and gerund of consternate. Consternation, amazement or horror that confounds the faculties and incapacitates for reflection. Terror combined with amazement, dismay. Consternations, plural of consternation. Constirs, third person singular simple present indicative of constir. Constictic acid, a dipsydone isolated from lichens of the genus Usnea. Constimulatory. Alternative form of costimulatory. Constipate. To cause constipation in, render caustic. Constipated. Unable to defecate, caustic. Constipatedly. In a constipated manner. Constipates. Third person singular simple present indicative of constipate. Constipating. Present participle and gerund of constipate. Constipation is state of the bowels in which the evacuations are infrequent and difficult, or the intestines become filled with hardened feces. Constipations, plural of constipation. Constipative, causing constipation. Constipatory, of, relating to, or producing constipation. Constitutive, alternative form of constitutive. Constituzad, a neighborhood in central Buenos Aires, Argentina. Constituencies, plural of constituency. Constituency, a district represented by one or more elected officials. Constituent. Being a part or component of a whole. Constituent assemblies, plural of constituent assembly. Constituent assembly, a body of representatives convened to draft and adopt a new constitution for a country. Constituent countries, plural of constituent country. Constituent country, any country that is a subdivision of a larger sovereign state. Constituently, in terms of the constituents of a mixture. Constituents, plural of constituent. Constitutive, alternative form of constitutive. Constitutability, ability to be constituted. Constitutable, capable of being constituted. Constitute, to appoint, depute, or elect to an office, to make and empower. Constituted, simple past and past participle of constitute. Constitutor, one who constitutes. Or appoints. Constitutors, plural of constitutor. Constitutes, third person singular simple present indicative of constitute. Constituting, present participle and gerund of constitute. Constitution, the supreme law of some countries, such as Australia, Ireland, and the United States. Constitution state, official nickname for Connecticut, a state of the United States. Constitutional, belonging to or inherent in the constitution or structure of one's body or mind. Constitutional amendment, a law or change to an existing law that is added to a governing document. Constitutional amendments, plural of Constitutional amendment. Constitutional carry. Practice and legal right to carry a handgun without a permit in particular, as opposed to states that outlaw it. Constitutional court. A high court whose jurisdiction is focused on constitutional law or constitutional issues, such as the review of the constitutionality of laws, draft laws, political and bureaucratic decisions, acts of political parties, etc. Constitutional courts. Plural of constitutional court. Constitutional crises. Plural of constitutional crisis. Constitutional crisis. A conflict between a government and its actions and a constitution and its provisions. Constitutional law. The area of law which deals with the interpretation and application of a constitution, particularly that of a national government. Constitutional monarchies. Plural of constitutional monarchy. Constitutional monarchies. A supporter of a constitutional monarchy. Constitutional monarchists. Plural of constitutional monarchists. Constitutional monarchy. A monarchy that is limited by law and a constitution. Constitutional right. A prerogative or a duty, a power or a restraint of power, recognized and established by a sovereign state or union of states. Constitutional rights. Plural of constitutional right. Constitutional silver. Silver American quarters, dimes, and half dollars, minted prior to 19... (1965). Constitutional type. A classification of individuals based on physical characteristics or body constitution or on an asserted relationship between physical characteristics and a tendency to either suffer from a disease or have other characteristics. Constitutional types. Plural of constitutional type. Constitutionalization. Alternative form of constitutionalization. Constitutionalize. Alternative spelling of constitutionalize. Constitutionalize. Simple past and past participle of constitutionalize. Constitutionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of constitutionalize. Constitutionalizing. Present participle and gerund of constitutionalize. Constitutionalism. A constitutional system of governance. Constitutionalisms. Plural of constitutionalism. Constitutionalist. A person who adheres to the philosophy of constitutionalism. Constitutionalistic. Of or relating to constitutionalism. Constitutionalist. Plural of constitutionalists. Constitutionalities. Plural of constitutionality. Constitutionality. The status of being constitutional, of being in accord with the provisions of the appropriate constitution. Constitutionalization. The act or process of establishing a constitution over a state or organization. Constitutionalizations. Plural of constitutionalization. Constitutionalize. To incorporate into a constitution. Constitutionalize. Simple past and past participle of constitutionalize. Constitutionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of constitutionalize. Constitutionalizing. Present participle. gerund of constitutionalize. Constitutionally, pertaining to one's bodily constitution, physically, physiologically. Constitutionals, plural of constitutional. Constitutionary, synonym of constitutional. Constitution, having a constitution of a specified kind. Constitutioner, a member of the Constitution Club, a reformist Whig society at Oxford in the 1710s. Constitutioners, plural of constitutioner. Constitutionist, one who adheres to the Constitution of the country. Constitutionist, plural of constitutionist. Constitutionless, without a constitution. Constitutionlessness, absence of a constitution. Constitutionalatry, the worship of the Constitution. Constitutions, plural of constitution. Constitutive, having the power or authority to constitute, establish, or enact something. Constitutive ablation, a gene expression that results in cell death. Constitutively, in a constitutive manner. Constitutiveness, the state or quality of being constitutive. Constitutor, one who or that which constitutes something. Constitutors, plural of constitutor. Constitutory, serving to constitute or establish. Consul, abbreviation of constitutional. Hence, nas, the declaration of variables or objects as immutable. Honster, abbreviation of construction. Honster, abbreviation of construction. Constrain, to force physically by strong persuasion or pressuring, to compel, to oblige. Constrainable, capable of being constrained. Constrained, simple past and past participle of constrain. Constrainedly. In a constrained manner, subject to constraint. Constrainedness, the state or quality of being constrained. Constrainer, one who constrains. Constrainers, plural of constrainer. Constrainus, second person singular simple present indicative of constraint. Constraineth, third person singular simple present indicative of constraint. Constraining, present participle and gerund of constraint. Constrainingly, so as to constrain. Constrainings, plural of constraining. Constrainment, synonym of constraint. Constrainments, plural of constrainment. Constrains, third person singular simple present indicative of constraint. Constraint, something that constrains, a restriction. Constraint cluster, a cluster of data points in a set conforming to the must link and cannot link constraints specified for each pair of data points. Constraint clusters, plural of constraint cluster. Constraintive, constraining, compulsory. Constraintless, without constraint or constraints. Constraints, plural of constraint. Constrict, to narrow, especially by application. application of pressure. Constricted. Simple past and past participle of constrict. Constricted. Third person singular simple present indicative of constrict. Constricting. Present participle and gerund of constrict. Constriction. The act of constricting. The state of being constricted or something that constricts. Constriction ring syndrome. A congenital disorder in which intrauterine bands or rings produce deep grooves in usually distal extremities such as fingers and toes. Constrictions. Plural of constriction. Constrictive. That constricts or is accompanied by constriction. Constrictively. Accompanied by constriction. Constrictor. That which constricts or tightens. Constrictor knot. A type of knot or hitch often used to fasten the neck of a sack of grain or flour. This knot has diverse practical applications as it is very stable and can be difficult to release. Constrictor knots. Plural of constrictor knot. Constrictors. Plural of constrictor. Constrictors. Plural of constrictor. Constrictor. Relating to a constrictor. Constrict. Third person singular simple present indicative of constrict. Constringe. To constrict, to tighten. Constringe. Simple past and past participle of constringe. Constringence. A measure of a material's dispersion variation of refractive index with wavelength in relation to the refractive index. Constringences. Plural of constringents. Constringencies. Plural of constringency. Constringency. Alternative form of constringence. Constringent. Contracting, binding, or compressing. Constringes. Third person singular simple present indicative of constringe. Constring. Present participle and gerund of constringe. Consonant. Abbreviation of construction. Constants. Plural of constant. Construability. The quality of being construable. Ability to be construed. Construal. That may be construed. Construal. The act of construing, interpreting, portraying, or both. Construals. Plural of construal. Construence. Construal. Construences. Plural of construence. Construct. A concept or model. Construct state. A noun form associated especially with Afro-Asiatic languages, but occurring also in Iranian and others, used in construing a nominal with another, particularly for the object of a genitive. Construct states. Plural of construct state. Constructibility. Alternative form of constructibility. Constructible. Alternative form of constructible. Constructed. Simple past and past participle of construct. Constructed language. Any language, whether a human language, a programming language, or markup language that is not a natural language. Constructed languages. Plural of constructed language. Constructed script. A new writing system specifically created by an individual or group, rather than having evolved as part of a language or culture as a natural script. Constructed scripts. Plural of constructed script. Constructor. Alternative form of constructor. Constructors. Plural of constructor. Constructus. Second person singular simple present indicative of construct. Constructa. Third person singular simple present indicative of construct. Constructability. The condition of being constructible. Constructible. Of a land suitable or allowable for constructing a building on. Constructing. Present participle and gerund of construct. Constructings. Plural of constructing. Constructio ad sensum. A grammatical construction in which a word's inflection is determined by the semantics of the word or words with which it associates, in contravention of what is required by grammar. Construction. The process of constructing. Construction barrel. A usually striped cylindrical object used as a temporary traffic barrier or warning near construction works. Construction barrels. Plural of construction barrel. Construction battalion. A military battalion formerly designated to engage in the construction of structures for military use. Construction battalions. Plural of construction battalion. Construction grammar. A family of theories within the field of cognitive linguistics which posit that constructions, or learned pairings of linguistic patterns with meanings, are the fundamental building blocks of human language. Construction helmet. Protective headgear worn by a construction worker, a hard hat. Construction helmets. Plural of construction helmet. Construction paper. Thick colored paper that can be cut to make designs, models, etc. Construction papers. Plural of construction paper. Construction permit. Synonym of planning permission. Construction permits. Plural of construction permit. Construction point. A line across a ski jumping hill that indicates the hill's steepest point. Construction points. Plural of construction point. Construction site. A place where a building or other physical structure is under construction. This entity is a translation hub. Construction sites. Plural of construction site. Construction soldier. In the German Democratic Republic, a person who did not bear arms but instead did construction work. Construction soldiers. Plural of construction soldier. Construction unit. A combination of items that is used as the basis for computing costs and materials needs. A complete construction can consist of multiple construction units, each of which is a copy of the others. Construction units. Plural of construction unit. Construction worker. An employee working on a physical construction site. Construction workers. Plural of construction worker. Constructional. Of, pertaining to, or obtained by construction. Constructionally. In a constructional manner. Constructions ad sensum. Plural of constructio ad sensum. Constructionism. A strict interpretation of the actual words and phrases used in law rather than any underlying intent. Constructionisms. Plural of constructionism. Constructionists of, pertaining to or advocating constructionism. Constructionistic of or related to constructionism. Constructionists, plural of constructionists. Constructionman, a construction worker. Constructions, plural of construction. Constructive, relating to or causing construction. Constructive criticism, any type of criticism that is intended to provide suggestions for improvement without offending or insulting the recipient. Constructive criticisms, plural of constructive criticism. Constructive discharge, constructive dismissal. Constructive dismissal, the act or practice of forcing an employee to resign by creating a hostile work environment. Constructive dismissal. Plural of constructive dismissal. Constructive eviction, the breach of a landlord or tenant relationship that occurs when the landlord does not order the tenant to leave the property, but allows the property occupied by the tenant to fall into such poor condition that it is no longer suitable for occupancy. Constructive evictions, plural of constructive eviction. Constructive force, action on the part of one party which will be treated by a court as equivalent to the use of force in determining whether that party has acted improperly with respect to another. Constructive fraud, a legal fiction describing a situation where an individual or entity gain an unfair advantage over another by deceitful or unfair methods. However, intent does not need to be shown. Constructive frauds, plural of constructive fraud. Constructive logic, any kind of logic in which any proof of existence can be converted into an algorithm that constructs the mathematical object which it claims to exist. Constructive logics, plural of constructive logic. Constructive malice, the doctrine that malice aforethought could be attributed to the defendant if death was caused during the commission of another felony such as robbery or burglary, abolished in most cases by the Homicide Act of 1957. Constructive memories, plural of constructive memory. Constructive memory, an apparent memory of an event that did not actually happen, that is unconsciously constructed in order to fill a gap. Constructive notice, a notice of a fact which is created by an operation of law, despite a lack of an actual notice. Constructive treason, anything that may be interpreted as equivalent to actual treason by leading naturally to it. Constructive treasons, plural of constructive treason. Constructive trust, a trust created by operation of law where one party takes physical possession of property, but is legally required to use that property for the benefit of another party in the absence of a written agreement. Constructive trusts, plural of constructive trusts. Constructively, in a constructive manner. Constructiveness, the characteristic of being constructive. Constructivize, alternative form of constructivize. Constructivize, simple past and past participle of constructivize. Constructivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of constructivize. Constructivizing, present participle in gerundive. Constructivism, a Russian movement in modern art characterized by the creation of representational geometric objects using industrial materials. Constructivisms, plural of constructivism. Constructivists, of or relating to constructivism. Constructivistic, relating to constructivism. Constructivists, plural of constructivists. Constructivization, the process or result of constructivizing. Constructivizations, plural of constructivization. Constructivize, to convert into a framework as consistent with constructivism. Constructivized, simple past and past participle of constructivize. Constructivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of constructivize. Constructivizing, present participle and gerund of constructivize. Constructor, a class method that creates and initializes each instance of an object. Constructorless, without a constructor. Constructors, plural of constructor. Constructorship, the role or status of constructor. Constructorships, plural of constructorship. Constructs, plural of construct. Constructural, synonym of constructional of or relating to construction. Constructurally, in a constructural manner. That which is constructed or formed, an edifice or fabric. Constructures, plural of constructure. Construe, a translation. Construed, simple past and past participle of construe. Construer, someone who construes something. Construers, plural of construer. Construes, third person singular simple present indicative of construe. Construing, present participle and gerund of construe. Construings, plural of construing. Const, plural of consts. Consts, plural of const. Henstalt, to act together in a foolish or stupid manner, to become as great a fool as those around, to behave as much in a foolish or stupid manner as those around. Constuprate, to rape, violate. Constuprative, simple past and past participle of constuprate. Constuprates, third person singular simple present indicative of constuprate. Constuprating, present participle and gerund of constuprate. Constupration, the act of ravishing, violation, defilement. Constuprations, plural of constupration. Consubgeneric, that belong to the same subgenus. Consubsist, to subsist together. Consubsistent, simple past and past participle of consubsist. Consubsistence, subsistence together. Consubsisting, present participle and gerund of consubsist. Consubsist, third person, singular simple present indicative of consubsist. Consubspecific, relating to the same subspecies. Consubstantial, of the same substance or essence. Consubstantialism. The doctrine of consubstantiation. Consubstantialists. One who believes in consubstantiation. Consubstantialists. Plural of consubstantialists. Consubstantialities. Plural of consubstantiality. Consubstantiality. The quality of being consubstantial. Consubstantially. In a consubstantial manner with the nature of substance or nature. Consubstantiate. Partaking of the same substance. Consubstantial. Consubstantiated. Simple past and past participle of consubstantiate. Consubstantiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of consubstantiate. Consubstantiate. Present participle and gerund of consubstantiate. Consubstantiation. An identity or union of substance. Consubstantiationists. Consubstantialists. Consubstantiationists. Plural of consubstantiationists. Consubstantiations. Plural of consubstantiation. Conserver. A surname. Conservress. Plural of consubra. Pensola. A female given name. Pensolo. A barangay of Bunoan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. Pensudud. Custom, familiarity. Consutudes. Plural of consutud. Consutudinal. According to custom, customary, usual. Consutudinaries. Plural of consutudinary. Consutudinary. In a manner that pertains to consutud, customarily, traditionally. Consutudinary. A ritual book containing the forms and ceremonies used in the services of a particular monastery, cathedral, or religious order. Consutudinous. Of or pertaining to consutud, of an unwritten law established by usage, derived by immemorial custom from antiquity. Hamcert. A hospitality room at a con, an organized gathering such as a convention, conference, or congress. Concerts. Plural of consult. Consul, either of the two heads of the government and state of the Roman Republic or the equivalent nominal post under the Roman and Byzantine empires. Consul general, alternative form of consul general. Consul generals, plural of consul general. Consul general, a consular officer who heads a consulate general and is a consul of the highest rank serving at a particular location. Consul generals, plural of consul general. Consulage, a charge or duty paid to a consul. Consulages, plural of consulage. Consular, of or pertaining to a consul or the office thereof. Consularity, the office or tenure of a consul, consulship. Consulary, by means of a consul. Consulars. Plural of consular. Consulary, obsolete form of consular. Consulate, rule by consuls, as during most periods of the Roman Republic or in France between 1799 and 1804. Consulate General, the residence, office, or jurisdiction of a consul general, the base of operations for the highest-ranking consul for one nationality in a specific foreign country. Consulates, plural of consulate. Consulates General, plural of consulate general. Consulus, a female consul or the wife of one. Consuluses, plural of consulus. Consuls, plural of consul. Consuls General, plural of consul general. Consuls General, plural of consul general. Consulship, the office of a consul in its various senses. Consulships, plural of consulship. Consult, a visit to consult somebody, such as a doctor, a consultation. Consulta, an official meeting or consultation. Consultability, the property of being consultable, the ability to be consulted. Consultable, that may be consulted. Consultancies, plural of consultancy. Consultancy, a consultant or consulting firm. Consultant, a person who requests a consultation, especially concerning genetic counseling. Consultants, plural of consultant. Consultant, a person or party that is consulted. Consultantees, jargon or buzzwords used by consultants. Consultants, plural of consultant. Consultantship, the role or position of a consultant. Consultantships, plural of consultantship. Consulter, formed by consultation, resulting from conference. Consultation, 42nd Surah chapter of the Quran. Consultational, of or relating to consultation. Consultations, plural of consultation. Consultative, that gives advice or consultation. Advisory, consultative selling, the sales practice of talking to a customer about their needs and then proposing a possibly bespoke solution that meets them. Consultatively, in a consultative manner. Consultatory, formed by or resulting from consultation, advisory. Consulted, simple past and past participle of consult. Consultee, a person who seeks a consultation. Consultees, plural of consultee. Consulter, one who consults or asks counsel or information. Consulters, plural of consulter. Consultus, second person singular simple present indicative of consult. Consulta, third person singular simple present indicative of consult. Consulting, present participle and gerund of consult. Consulting room, a room or office within a hospital or medical center where a medical consultation takes place. Consulting rooms, plural of consulting room. Consultings, plural of consulting. Consulto, determined by or relating to consultation, deliberate. Consultively, in a consultative manner. Consultor, one who gives counsel, an advisor, especially in the Catholic Church. Consultors, plural of consultor. Consultor, alternative form of consultatory. Consultress, a female consultor. Consultresses. Plural of consultress. Consults, plural of consult. Consumability, the condition of being consumable. Consumable, that is consumed or depleted upon use. Consumables, plural of consumable. Consumably, in a consumable manner. Consuma, obsolete form of consuma. Consumas, plural of consuma. Consummate, alternative spelling of consummate. Consummation, consumption, the act of consuming or depleting something. Consume, to use up. Consumed, construed with full of, exuding also figuratively. Consummately, in a way that entirely consumes one. Hence, somas, indestructible, not able to be consumed or used up. Consumer, one who, or that which consumes. Consumer base, synonym of customer base. Consumer bases. Plural of consumer base. Consumer brand, a brand that targets consumers rather than businesses. Consumer credit, credit extended to an individual for the purchase of consumer goods and services. Consumer good, goods that are meant to be sold to consumers or end users. Consumer goods, plural of consumer good. Consumer price index, a statistical estimate of the level of prices of goods and services bought for consumption purposes by households. Consumer research, the study of the reactions of consumers to various possible products they may buy. Consumer resistance, a resistance on the part of consumers toward adopting or using a particular product. Consumer rights, the legal and moral duties of protection owed to a purchaser of goods or services by the supplier. Consumer societies, plural of consumer society. Consumer society, society that encourages the acquisition of goods and services in every increasing amounts. Consumer surplus, the satisfaction that a consumer gets from the price they paid compared to what they were willing to pay over and above the current price, i.e. the difference between what they paid and what they were willing to pay. Consumer unit, synonym of fuse box. Consumer units, plural of consumer unit. Consumer grade, of or pertaining to a product, substance, or chemical that is designed for use by consumers for their personal or household use. Consumerdom, the realm or sphere of consumers or consumerism. Consumer. Characteristic of consumers or of consumerism. Consumerism, a materialistic attachment to possessions with a heavy use of consumables, a lifestyle based on such tendencies. Consumerisms, plural of consumerism. Consumerists, of or pertaining to consumerism, consumeristic. Consumeristic, exhibiting or supporting consumerism, materialistic, eager to amass material goods. Consumeristically, in a consumeristic manner. Consumerists, plural of consumerists. Consumerization, the process of consumerizing. Consumerizations, plural of consumerization. Consumerize, to turn into a consumer. Consumer. Simple past and past participle of consumerize. Consumerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of consumerize. Consumerizing, present participle and gerund of consumerize. Consumer-like, resembling or characteristic of a consumer. Consumers, plural of consumer. Consumership, the role or status of consumer. Consumerships, plural of consumership. Concerns, third person singular simple present indicative of consume. Consumus, second person singular simple present indicative of consume. Consurma, third person singular simple present indicative of consume. Consuming, present participle and gerund of consume. Consumingly, in a consuming manner. So as to consume. Consumingness, the quality or characteristic of being consuming. Consumings, plural of consuming. Consummate, complete in every detail, perfect, absolute. Consummated, simple past and past participle of consummate. Consummately, in a consummate manner. Consummates, third person singular simple present indicative of consummate. Consummatus, second person singular simple present indicative of consummate. Consummata, third person singular simple present indicative of consummate. Consummating, present participle and gerund of consummate. Consummation, the act of consummating or the state of being consummated, the state of being completed, completion. Consummations, plural of consummation. Consummative, serving to consummate or complete. Consummatively, in a consummative manner. Consummativeness, the quality of being consummative. Consummator, one who consummates. Consummators, plural of consummator. Consummatory, pertaining to consummation, consummative. Consumed, the amount consumed. Consumption. Consumpted, suffering from tuberculosis. Consumption. Consumptible, synonym of consumable. Consumptible, plural of consumptible. Consumpting, present participle and gerund of consumpt. Consumption, the act of eating, drinking or using. Consumption function. A function that describes the relationship between consumption and disposable income. Consumption functions. Plural of consumption function. Consumption room. A medically supervised facility providing a hygienic environment in which people can consume illicit recreational drugs to avoid drug problems such as disease and overdose. Consumption rooms. Plural of consumption room. Consumption weed. Synonym of groundsel bush. Consumptional. Relating to consumption. Consumptions. Plural of consumption. Consumpto. Having a tendency to consume, dissipating, destructive, wasteful. Consumptively. In a consumptive manner. Consumptiveness. The state of being consumptive. Consumptives. Plural of consumptive. Consumptivity, the quality or degree of being consumptive. Consumpts, plural of consumpt. Consumptuous, synonym of consumptive. Consus, an archaic Roman god of agriculture who presided over councils and secret plans. Third, marked as if with stitches, like the wing covers of some beetles. Consutile, stitched together. Hud, abbreviation of continuous. Con P.94, alternative form of continued, page 94. Con P94, alternative form of continued, page 94. Hunt, abbreviation of continued. Comma, abbreviation of continental. Hut, alternative form of cont. Con P.94, alternative form of continued, page 94. Con P94, alternative form of continued, page 94. Hata, surname. Hentedsense, the quality of the incandescent. Hentedcent, wasting away gradually. Contabulate, to lay floorboards. Contabulated, simple past and past participle of contabulate. Contabulates, third person singular simple present indicative of contabulate. Contabulating, present participle and gerund of contabulate. Contabulation, the act of laying floorboards. Contact, the act of touching physically, being in close association. Contact ball, a ball used for contact juggling, usually made of glass, plastic, or acrylic, and significantly larger and heavier than a juggling ball. Contact balls, plural of contact ball. Contact binaries, plural of contact binary. Contact binary, a binary star whose component stars are in physical contact share an upper atmosphere. Contact call, a call made between birds in a flock or a pair in order to maintain contact with one another when foraging, flying, etc. Contact calls, plural of contact call. Contact card, a small card containing information on how to contact a person, usually with phone number, email, as well as fax or social network information. Contact cards, plural of contact card. Contact details, information on how to contact a person or entity, typically including a telephone number, address, etc. Contact explosive, a chemical substance that explodes violently when it is exposed to a relatively small amount of energy. Contact explosives, plural of contact explosive. Contact diameter. Plural of contact geometry. Contact geometry. Given a smooth manifold of odd dimensionality, a distribution subset of the tangent bundle that satisfies the condition of complete non-integrability, or equivalently may be locally defined as the kernel of a maximally non-degenerate differential one form. Contact high. A feeling of elation obtained via the drug-induced behavior of another person. Contact highs, plural of contact high. Contact hitter, a hitter who does not strike out often. Contact hitters, plural of contact hitter. Contact inhibition, inhibition of cell division in normal non-cancerous cells when they contact a neighboring cell. Contact juggling, the art of moving a ball or balls over one's body by rolling them with very few throws. Contact language, a language that influences another, especially because it is understood by a relevant portion of the speech community. Contact languages, plural of contact language. Contact lens, a thin lens made of flexible or rigid plastic that is placed directly onto the eye to correct vision, used as an alternative to spectacles or, if colored, to change one's eye color cosmetically. Contact lenses, plural of contact lens. Contact level, a delicate level pivoted so as to tilt when two parts of a measuring apparatus come into contact with each other, used in precise determinations of lengths and in the accurate graduation of instruments. Contact levels, plural of contact level. Contact line, the line where a liquid, gas, and solid meet. Contact lines, plural of contact line. Contact linguistics, the study of language contact. Contact manifold, a smooth manifold of odd dimensionality in contact geometry. Contact manifolds, plural of contact manifold. Contact metamorphism, change to rock in physical contact with molten lava. Contact metamorphisms, plural of contact metamorphism. Contact number, a telephone number that someone can be contacted on. Contact numbers, plural of contact number. Contact person, a person in an organization or group that non-members can contact in order to interact with a group, a representative whose contact details are made public. Contact print, a print made by exposing the printing paper to light through a negative that is placed directly onto it. Contact prints, plural of contact print. Contact process, the industrial process for the manufacture of sulfuric acid from sulfur and oxygen. Contact sheet, a print that displays miniature versions of all the frames on a roll of film. Contact sheets, plural of contact sheet. Contact shoe, A current collector on an electric train which is in contact with the live rail. Contact shoes, plural of contact shoe. Contact shot, a gunshot executed in such a way that the muzzle of the firearm is in direct contact with the body at the moment of discharge. Contact shots, plural of contact shot. Contact sport, an athletic contest which involves a significant amount of physical contact between the participating athletes. Contact sports, plural of contact sport. Contact time, the amount of time that a disinfectant needs to sit on a surface in order to effectively kill germs. Contact times. Plural of contact time. Contact trace, to identify everyone with whom a person carrying an infectious disease has come into contact since contracting the disease. Contact trace. Simple past and past participle of contact trace. Contact tracer, a person engaged in contact tracing. Contact tracers, plural of contact tracer. Contact traces. Third person singular simple present indicative of contact trace. Contact tracing, the process of identification of persons' contacts who may have come into contact with a person carrying an infectious disease. Contact tracings, plural of contact tracing. Contact wire, a bare wire conducting electricity, off in the lower part of the catenary, which comes into contact with a raised panel, pantograph, or other form of current collector. Contact wires, plural of contact wire. Contact wound, synonym of contact shot. Contact wounds, plural of contact wound. Contact-free, conducted without human-to-human contact so as to reduce the potential spread of a contagious disease. Contact trace, alternative form of contact trace. Contact trace, simple past and past participle of contact trace. Contact traces, third person singular simple present indicative of contact trace. Contact tracing, alternative form of contact tracing. Contactabilities, plural of contactability. Contactability, the condition of being contactable. Contactable, able to be contacted. Contacted, simple past and past participle of contact. Contactee, a person who is contacted by someone. Contactees, plural of contactee. Contactin, any of several glycoproteins active in cell adhesion. Contacting, present participle and gerund of contact. Contactins, plural of contactin. Contaction, an act of touching. Contactization, alternative form of contactization. Contactizations. Plural of contactization. Contacto, involving or pertaining to direct physical contact. Contactimus. The state or quality of being contactive. Contactization, conversion to or description using a contact manifold. Contactizations, plural of contactization. Contactless, that does not use or require contact in order to happen or operate. Contactless card, a payment card that does not require contact with a payment machine to operate. Contactless cards, plural of contactless card. Contactlessly, in a contactless manner. Contactlessness, an absence of contact. Contactology, the study of contact lenses. Contactomorphic, describing a pair of contact manifolds that have a diffeomorphism. Contactomorphism, an isomorphism in the contact category. Contactomorphisms, plural of contactomorphism. Contactor, a relay used to control an electrical power circuit. Contactors, plural of contactor. Contacts, plural of contact. Contactual, of or relating to contact. Pentadina, an Italian peasant woman. Pentadines, plural of contadina. Pentadning, plural of contadina. Contadini, plural of contadino. Contadino, an Italian peasant. Contadinos, plural of contadino. Contado, the land controlled by a medieval Italian city-state lying outside the city itself, the hinterland, the countryside under the control of a city. Contagia, plural of contagium. Contagiogram, a graphical representation of the spread of a contagion. Contagiograms, plural of contagiogram. Contagion, a disease spread by contact. Contagion, affected by contagion, contagious disease. Contagionism, a belief in the contagious character of certain diseases. Contagionous, a believer in the contagious nature of certain diseases such as yellow fever. Contagionous, plural of contagionist. Contagions, plural of contagion. Contagiosity, contagious. Contagious, easily transmitted to others. Contagious abortion, a type of brucellosis in cattle caused by Brucella abortus. Contagious abortions, plural of contagious abortion. Contagious fire, the situation where one police officer firing a weapon induces others to fire as well. Contagiously, in a contagious manner. Contagiousness, the state or condition of being contagious. Contagion, contagion, contagious matter. Contain, to hold in. Inside, contain multitudes, to have a complex and apparently paradoxical nature, to be inconsistent, especially in a way that is ultimately admirable or noble. Contain oneself, to exercise restraint in the expression one's emotions. Containable, able to be contained, especially applied to viruses and similar diseases. Containant, a container. Containants, plural of containant. Contain, restricted in space. Contain multitudes, simple past and past participle of contained multitude. Containing, that which is contained. The contents. Containies, plural of containing. Container, someone who contains, something that contains. Container crane, a kind of dockside gantry crane found at container terminals for loading and unloading intermodal containers from container ships. Container cranes, plural of container crane. Container deposit, a monetary deposit on a beverage or other container at the point of sale, refundable when the container is returned for reuse, recycling, or proper disposal. Container deposits, plural of container deposit, alternative form of container deposits. Container flat, a flat wagon designed to carry international shipping containers. Container flats, plural of container flat. Container format, synonym of container, a file format that can hold various types of data. Container formats, plural of container format. Container plant, a plant that grows in a pot or other container instead of in the ground. Container plant. Plants, plural of container plant. Container port, a port which specializes in handling the loading and unloading of shipping containers onto and from container ships. Container ports, plural of container port. Container ship, a cargo vessel designed to carry cargo packed into containers, especially shipping containers. Container ships, plural of container ship. Container wagon, a flat wagon designed to carry international shipping containers. Container wagons, plural of container wagon. Container board, a form of paperboard especially manufactured for the production of corrugated fiberboard. Container boards, plural of container board. Containerful, as much as a container can hold, often with reference to packaged food containers. Containerfuls, plural of containerful. Containerization, alternative spelling of containerization. Containerizations, plural of containerization. Containerize, alternative spelling of containerize. Containerize, simple past and past participle of containerize. Containerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of containerize. Containerizing, present participle and gerund of containerize. Containerizable, capable of being containerized. Containerization, the process of containerizing, the use of containers in shipping and transport, especially shipping containers. Containerizations, plural of containerization. Containerize, to transport cargo in large, standard containers. Containerize, simple past and past participle. Of containerize. Containerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of containerize. Containerizing, present participle and gerund of containerize. Containous, without a container. Containosis, absence of containers. Containoli, resembling or characteristic of a container. Containolo, an amount of goods shipped in a container, especially a shipping container. Container loads, plural of container load. Container port, alternative form of container port. Container ports, plural of container port. Containers, plural of container. Containerful, plural of containerful. Containership, alternative spelling of containership. Containerships, plural of containership. Containerware, containers collectively. Containus. Second person singular simple present indicative of contain. Contea. Third person singular simple present indicative of contain. Containing. Present participle and gerund of contain. Containing multitudes. Present participle and gerund of contain multitudes. Containings. Plural of containing. Containment. The state of being contained. Containment. Boom. A temporary floating barrier used to contain an oil spill. Containment booms. Plural of containment boom. Containment line. A linear area which has been cleared of inflammable material in order to prevent a fire from spreading across it. Containment lines. Plural of containment line. Containments. Plural of containment. Contains. Third person singular simple present indicative of contain. Contains multitudes. Third person singular simple present indicative of contain multitudes. Alternative form of kontakion. Contaminable. Capable of being contaminated. Contaminant. That which contaminates, an impurity, foreign matter. Contaminants. Plural of contaminant. Contaminate. To make something dangerous or toxic by introducing impurities or foreign matter. Contaminated. Simple past and past participle of contaminate. Contaminates. Third person singular simple present indicative. Contaminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of contaminate. Contaminating. Present participle and gerund of contaminate. Contamination. The act or process of contaminating. Contaminations. Plural of contamination. Contaminative. That contaminates. Contaminatively. In a manner that contaminates. Contaminator. A person who contaminates. Contaminators. Plural of contaminator. Contaminus. Causing contamination. Infectious. Contandro. The situation in a futures market where prices for future delivery are higher than prices for immediate or near delivery, indicating the expectation that the price of the underlying asset will go up. Contango day. The second day before payment of a contango debt is due. Contango days. Plural of contango day. Contango. Simple past and past participle of contango. Contangos. Plural of contango. Contangoing. Present participle and gerund of contango. Contangos. Plural of contango. Abbreviation of contributed. Contributing. Abbreviation of contributing. Hadan. Abbreviation of contribution. Contbens. Plural of contben. Hotspur. Abbreviation of contributor. Honibes. Plural of Hotspur. Hot. Abbreviation of continued. Cut. Abbreviation of continued. Alternative. The form of Conte. Conte. A drawing medium, usually square in cross-section, composed of compressed powdered charcoal or graphite mixed with a clay or wax base. Penta. Contention. Heated debate. Pendax. Plural of Kentak. Kente. A surname. Pentes. Plural of Kente. Pentao. To disdain. To value at little or nothing. To treat or regard with contempt. Contempt. Simple past and past participle of contempt. Contempt. Simple past and past participle of contempt. Contemner. One who contemns, who displays contempt towards another. Contemners. Plural of contemner. Contemus. Second person singular simple present indicative of contempt. Conteme. Third person singular simple present indicative of contempt. Contemnable. Fit to be contemned, contemptible. Contemning. Present. Participle and gerund of contempt. Contemningly. With contempt. Contemner. A party who commits or is held in contempt of court. Contemners. Plural of contemner. Contowns. Third person singular simple present indicative of contempt. Contempt. Abbreviation of contemporary. Contempt. Abbreviation of contemporary. Contemper. To modify or temper, to allay, to qualify, to moderate or soften. Contemperate. To temper, to moderate. Contemperates. Third person singular simple present indicative of contemperate. Contemperation. The act of tempering or moderating. Contemperation. Plural of contemperation. Contemperature. The condition of being tempered. Proportionate mixture. Contemper. Simple past and past participle of contemper. Contempering. Present participle and gerund of contemper. Contempers. Third person singular simple present indicative of contemper. Contemplable. Contemplatable. Contemplant. Given to contemplation. Meditative. Contemplants. Plural of contemplant. Contemplatable. That can be contemplated. Contemplate. To look at on all sides or in all its aspects, to view or consider with continued attention, to regard with deliberate care, to meditate on, to study, ponder, or consider. Contemplate one's navel. To spend time thinking about oneself or one's own interests, especially to the exclusion of others. Contemplative. Simple past and past participle of contemplate. Contemplators. Misspelling of contemplators. Contemplates. Third person singular simple present indicative of contemplate. Contemplatus. Second person singular simple present indicative of contemplate. Contemplator. Third person singular simple present indicative of contemplate. Contemplating. Present participle and gerund of contemplate. Contemplatingly, in a contemplative manner. Contemplation, the act of contemplating, musing, being highly concentrated in thought. Contemplation, relating to contemplation. Contemplationism, a doctrine of contemplation. Contemplationist, a proponent of contemplationism. Contemplationists, plural of contemplationists. Contemplations, plural of contemplation. Contemplatus. Someone who contemplates. Contemplatus, plural of contemplatus. Contemplative, inclined to contemplate. Introspective and thoughtful, meditative. Contemplatively, in a contemplative manner. Contemplativeness, the state or quality of being contemplative. Contemplatives, plural of contemplative. Contemplator, one who contemplates. Contemplators, plural of contemplator. Pentempen, obsolete form of contemn. Contempend, simple past and past participle of contempen. Contempening, present participle and gerund of contempen. Contempens, third person singular simple present indicative of contempen. Contempo. Contemporary, modern. Contemporal, of or relating to the grammatical aspect which expresses that a secondary action occurs and is completed immediately before the primary action of the statement. Contemporalities, plural of contemporality. Contemporality, the quality of being contemporary, contemporaneousness. Contemporanea expositio, legal opinions set forth at the time a document was written. Contemporanean, a contemporary. Contemporaneans, plural of contemporanean. Contemporaneity, the state or characteristic of being contemporaneous. Contemporaneous, existing or created in the same period of time. Contemporaneously, in the same period of time. Contemporaneousness, the state or characteristic of being contemporaneous. Contemporaries, plural of contemporary. Contemporarily, at the time being discussed. Then, contemporariness, the state or quality of being contemporary. Contemporary, from the same time period. Coexistent in time, contemporaneous. Contemporary circus, a genre of performing arts developed in the late 20th century in which a story or theme is conveyed through traditional circus skills. Contemporary circuses, plural of contemporary circus. Contemporary gospel, a style of popular contemporary R&B with Christian lyrics and influences from gospel music. Contemporary Latin, the Latin language as used from the late 19th century to the present. Contemporary R&B, a Genre of modern popular hip-hop dance music influenced by funk and pop music. Contemporization, the process of bringing something up to date. Contemporizations, plural of contemporization. Contemporize, alternative form of contemporize. Contemporize, simple past and past participle of contemporize. Contemporizes, third person singular simple present indicative of contemporize. Contemporizing, present participle and gerund of contemporize. Contemporization, alternative spelling of contemporization. Contemporizations, plural of contemporization. Contemporize, to bring up to date, often specifically to set a historical narrative in a modern context. Contemporize, simple past and past participle of contemporize. Contemporizes, third person singular simple present indicative of contemporize. Contemporizing, present participle and gerund of contemporize. Pentamus, plural of contempt. Pentaunt, the state or act of contemning, the feeling or attitude of regarding someone or something as inferior, base, or worthless, scorn, disdain. Contempt factor, the score assigned to a draw during calculation, usually negative to discourage playing for a draw and encourage playing for a win. Contempt factors, plural of contempt factor. Contempt of Congress, the act of obstructing the work of the United States Congress or one of its committees. Contempt of cop, disrespect shown to a police officer, especially as an explanation for subsequent mistreatment by the officer. Contempt of court, open disrespect for or willful disobedience of the authority of a court of law or legislative body, typically punishable by such sanctions as a fine or incarceration. Contempt of parliament, the offense of obstructing a parliament in carrying out of its functions, or of hindering any member of parliament in the performance of his or her duties. Contemptible, archaic form of contemptible. Contemptful, full of contempt. Contemptibilities, plural of contemptibility. Contemptibility, the quality of being contemptible. Contemptible, deserving contempt. Contemptibleness, the state or quality of being contemptible. Contemptibly, in a contemptible manner. Contemptive, of or pertaining to, or creating a word form denoting the negative attitude of the speaker. Contemptives, plural of contemptive. Contempts, plural of contempt. Contempts of court, plural of contempt of court. Contemptuosities, plural of contemptuosity. Contemptuosity, the state of being contemptuous. Contemptuous, showing contempt, expressing disdain. Showing a lack of respect. Contemptuously, in a disrespectful or discourteous manner, condescendingly. Contemptuousness, the state of being contemptuous. Contemptus mundi, contempt for worldly concerns or secular life. Contend, to be in opposition, to contest, to dispute, to vie, to quarrel, to fight. Contend with, synonym of deal with. Contended, simple past and past participle of contend. Contended with, Simple past and past participle of contend with. Contendant. An antagonist, a contestant. Contendants. Plural of contendant. Contender. Someone who competes with one or more other people. Contenders. Plural of contender. Contendership. The role or status of a contender. Contendist. Second person singular simple present indicative of contend. Contenda. Third person singular simple present indicative of contend. Contending. Present participle and gerund of contend. Contending with. Present participle and gerund of contend with. Contendingly. So as to contend or compete. Contendings. Plural of contend. Contends. Third person singular simple present indicative of contend. Contends with. Third person singular simple present indicative of contend with. Pentenement. That which is held together with another thing. Pentenements. Plural of contenement. Content. Satisfied, pleased, contented. Content clause. A subordinate clause that expresses a full sentence's worth of meaning by itself and often functions like a noun phrase within a main clause, for example, often like a subject or object, but not always. Content clauses. Plural of content clause. Content coupling. A form of coupling where one module relies on the internal workings of another module. Content creator. One who creates social media content, especially of a monetizable nature. Content creators. Plural of content creator. Content determination. The process of selecting and organizing information within a generated text. Content farm. A website that contains low-quality, search engine optimized writing, which may be aggregated from elsewhere. Content farm. Plural of content farm. Content filtering. Web filtering. Content control software or spam blocking solutions. Content gap. The difference between what users are looking for on the web and the results they receive. Content gaps. Plural of content gap. Content house. A residence or residence-style workplace for social media influencers to collaborate in community. Content houses. Plural of content house. Content key. A downloadable content file that unlocks items, characters, levels, or other content that was included with a video game but not immediately accessible, if at all, through normal gameplay. Content keys. Plural of content key. Content knowledge. Knowledge of specific facts and techniques such as dates, in history and mathematical equations, as opposed to general thinking skills. Content management system. A computer software system for organizing and facilitating collaborative creation of documents and other content, especially for loading to a website. Content management systems. Plural of content management system. Content mill. An organization that produces content farm sites. Content mills. Plural of content mill. Content note. Synonym of content warning. Content notes. Plural of content note. Content psychology. An introspective approach to the psychological study of consciousness. Content repositories. Plural of content repository. Content repository. The main repository of a content management system. Content warn. To issue a content warning for. Content warning. Synonym of trigger warning. Content warnings. Plural of content warning. Content word. A word that is not a function word, including nouns, verbs, adjectives, and most adverbs. Content words. Plural of content word. Content wrangling. All the various tasks associated with content management systems, especially the preparation of documents for posting on a website. Content creator. Alternative form of content creator. Content creators. Plural of content creator. Contentable. Capable of being contented. Contentation. Contentment. Satisfaction. Contentations. Plural of contentation. Content. Obsolete spelling of content. Contented. Simple past and past participle of content. Contentively. In a contented manner. Contentedness. The state of being contented. Contenter. Comparative form of content. More content. Intentus. Second person singular simple present indicative of content. Contenta. Third person singular simple present indicative of content. Contentful. Having content. Contentfully. In a contentful manner. Contentfulness. The state, quality, or condition of being contentful. Contenting. Producing contentment, pleasing or satisfying. Contention. Argument, contest, debate, strife, struggle. Contention system. A communication system in which multiple users share a common channel in a way that can lead to conflicts. Contention systems. Plural of contention system. Contentional. Of or relating to contention. Contentions. Plural of contention. Contentious. Marked by heated arguments or controversy. Contentiously. In a contentious manner. Contentiousness. The state of being contentious. Contented. Satisfying. Contentives. Plural of contentive. Contentless. Lacking content. Contentlessness. The state, quality, or condition of being contentless, having little to no content. Contently. In a contented manner, contentedly. Contentment. The state or degree of being contented or satisfied. Contentments. Plural of contentment. Contentness. The state of being content. Contentedness. Contents. plural of content. Contents insurance. Insurance that pays for damage to or loss of an individual's personal possessions whilst they are located within that individual's home. Contensum. Characterized by contentedness, contentfulness, or contentment. Contentual. Relating to content as opposed to context. Contentially. With regard to content rather than context. Content-wise, in terms of content. Conterminable, having the same bounds, terminating at the same time or place. Conterminal, conterminous. Conterminant, having the same limits, ending at the same time, conterminous. Conterminate, having the same bounds or extent, coterminous. Conterminous, alternative form of coterminous. Conterminous United States, synonym of contiguous United States. Conterminously, in a conterminous manner. Conterminousness, the state or quality of being conterminous. Conterraneous, of the same earth or world. Contes, plural of conte. Cons. Plural of con. Pentassa, a countess, often specifically an Italian countess. Pentassas, plural of contessa. Contesseration, a harmonious union. Contesserations, plural of contesseration. Condas, controversy, debate. Contest competition, a type of competition where the resource is inadequate to fit the needs of all and the resource is partitioned unequally among contestants. Thus some obtain all they need and others less than they need. Contest competitions, plural of contest competition. Contest shape, a physique made ready for a bodybuilding contest with minimal body fat and maximum muscle volume. Contestability, the property of being contestable or debatable. Contestable, that can be contested. Contestably, such that it can be contested or challenged. Contestant, a participant in a contest, specifically a person who plays a game as on a TV game show. Contestants, plural of contestant. Contestation, the act of contesting, emulation. Contestations, plural of contestation. Contestatory, serving to contest something. Contested, controversial, contentious, debated. Contesting, the party against whom a legal challenge is brought. Contestees, plural of contestee. Contester, one who contests something. Contesters, plural of contester. Conteste, third person singular simple present indicative of contest. Contesti, a village in Davidsti, Arges County, Romania. Contestable, alternative spelling of contestable. Contesting, present participle and gerund of contest. Contestingly, in a contesting or contending manner. Contestants, plural of contesting. Hondas, plural of contest. Condex, to weave together, to form by interweaving context, simple past, and past participle of context. Contexe, present participle and gerund of context. Context, the surroundings, circumstances, environment, background, or settings that determine, specify, or clarify the meaning of an event or other occurrence. Context clue, the surrounding information that can help a reader, spectator, etc. infer the meaning of an unknown or ambiguous word, plot point, etc. Context clues, plural of context clue. Context collapse, the flattening of multiple audiences into a single context so that information intended for one audience finds its way to another, as with television and the internet. Context menu, a context-sensitive menu. Context menus, plural of context menu. Context principle, a position in the philosophy of language stating that a word only carries useful meaning in the context of a proposition. Context-based learning, an educational approach that prioritizes practical experiences and real-life examples over theoretical concepts. Context-dependent, that is not absolute, that depends on context. Context-free, a grammar which generates sentences and stages in such a way that at any intermediate stage, any piece of the sentence is enough to determine the corresponding piece at the next stage. That is, the stage-wise transformation at a point does not depend on the rest of the sentence. Context-free grammar, a formal grammar in which every production rule is such that the left-hand side is exactly one non-terminal symbol and the right-hand side is zero or more terminal symbols and send or non-terminal symbols. Context-free grammars, plural of context-free grammar. Context-free language, a language generated by a context-free grammar. Context-free languages, plural of context-free language. Context-sensitive, sensitive to context, exhibiting different behavior depending on a task or situation. Context-sensitive grammar, a formal grammar in which the left-hand sides and right-hand sides of any production rules may be surrounded by a context of terminal and non-terminal symbols. Context-sensitive grammars, plural of context-sensitive grammar. Contexted, simple past and past participle of context. Contextful, having context. Contextfulness, the state, quality, or condition of being contextful. Contexting, present participle and gerund of context. Contextless, without context. Contextlessness, absence of context. Contextomies, plural of context. Contextomy, the act or practice of quoting somebody out of context, often to give a false impression of what they said. Contexts, plural of contexts. Contextual, of pertaining to or depending on the context of information, relating to the situation or location in which the information was found. Contextual criticism, a form of literary criticism that analyzes the context of the text. Contextual criticisms, plural of contextual criticism. Contextual inquiries. Plural of contextual inquiry. Contextual inquiry. A form of design research where the researcher observes a user doing their normal activities and discusses what is happening. Contextualization. Alternative form of contextualization. Contextualizations. Plural of contextualization. Contextualize. Alternative spelling of contextualize. Contextualize. Simple past and past participle of contextualize. Contextualizer. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of contextualizer. Contextualizers. Plural of contextualizer. Contextualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of contextualize. Contextualizing. Present participle and gerund of contextual. Contextualism. Any a group of doctrines that stress the importance of context. Contextualisms. Plural of contextualism. Contextualists. Of pertaining to or supporting contextualism. Contextualistic. Of or relating to contextualism. Contextualistically. In contextualistic terms. Contextualists. Plural of contextualists. Contextualities. Plural of contextuality. Contextuality. The condition of being contextual. Contextualizable. Capable of being contextualized. Contextualization. The act or process of putting information into context, making sense of information from the situation or location in which the information was found. Contextualizations. Plural of contextualization. Contextualize. To place something or someone in a particular context. Contextualize. Simple past and past participle of contextualize. Contextualizer. One who, or that which contextualizes. Contextualizers. Plural of contextualizer. Contextualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of contextualize. Contextualizing. Present participle and gerund of contextualize. Contextually. In a contextual manner. With reference to context. Contextual. Relating to contexture or arrangement of parts, producing contexture, interwoven. Contexture. A weaving together of parts. Contexture. Formed into texture, woven together, arranged or composed. Contextures. Plural of contexture. Contexturing. Present participle and gerund of contexture. Content. Delete spelling of contain. Contend. Simple past and past participle of contend. Contends. Third person singular simple present indicative of contend. Contending. Present participle and gerund of contend. Abbreviation of continuing. Hentyson. Silent. Hente. A set of overlapping DNA segments derived from a single source of genetic material from which the complete sequence may be deduced. Contignation. A framework or fabric as of beams. Contignations. Plural of contignation. Hintegis. Plural of contig. Contiguate. Contiguous. Touching. Contiguation. The act of making contiguous. Contiguations. Plural of contiguation. Contiguities. Plural of contiguity. Contiguity. A state in which two or more physical objects are physically touching one another, or in which sections of a plane border on one another. Contiguosities. Plural of contiguosity. Contiguosity. Contiguousness. Contiguity. Contiguous. Connected. Touching. Abutting. Contiguous 48. The contiguous continental states area of the United States of America, comprising 48 states in number, and the District of Columbia, excluding Alaska and Hawaii. Contiguous United States. The contiguous continental states area of the United States of America, comprising 48 states in number, and the District of Columbia, excluding Alaska and Hawaii. Contiguously. In a contiguous manner. Contiguousness. The state or quality of being contiguous. Continence. The voluntary control of urination and defecation. Continences. Plural of continence. Continencies. Plural of continency. Continency. Alternative form. Of continents. Consonant. The outer world. Continent of stability. A hypothetical group of presumably superheavy, likely beyond organescent chemical elements and isotopes that would be relatively long-lived, if not stable, like an island of stability, but larger. Continental. Synonym of European, including insular Europe, such as Britain, Ireland. Continental breakfast. A light breakfast, often as served in a hotel, usually consisting of cereal, juice, and pastries, but without any fried items. Continental breakfasts. Plural of continental breakfasts. Continental crust. The layer of igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic rocks that forms the geological continents. Continental crusts. Plural of continental crusts. Continental Divide. An unincorporated community in McKinley County, New Mexico, United States. Continental Divide. A line of elevated terrain that divides a watershed or a continent, so that water flowing on either side eventually travels to separate bodies of water. Continental divides. Plural of continental divide. Continental drift. The slow movement of continents explained by plate tectonics. Continental drip. The phenomenon whereby southward pointing landforms are more numerous and prominent than northward pointing landforms. Continental Europe. The contiguous continent of Europe, excluding its surrounding islands. Continental glacier. A very large glacial body and ice sheet. Continental glaciers. Plural of continental glacier. Continental Navy. The United States Navy between 1775 and 1794. Continental philosophies. Plural of continental philosophy. Continental philosophy. Any of various philosophical traditions strongly influenced by certain 19th and 20th century philosophers from mainland Europe, such as Hegel. Continental quilt. A duvet used in combination with other blankets. Continental quilt. Plural of continental quilt. Continental seating. A style of seating in an auditorium where the individual seats are more widely spaced, eliminating the need for aisles. Continental shelf. The outer area of a landmass covered by a shallow sea that extends into open ocean. Continental shelves. Plural of continental shelf. Continental shift. A type of work cycle, most commonly at a manufacturing plant or institution, with shifts worked 4 days in a row followed by 4 days off in a row. It can also commonly be implemented as working 4 days in a row with 3 days off, then working 3 days in a row with 4 days off, switching every week. Continental shifts. Plural of continental shift. Continental slope. The steep, narrow fringe separating the coastal zone from the deep ocean. Continental slopes. Plural of continental slope. Continental time. Central European time. Continental times. Plural of continental time. Continental United States. The portion of the United States which is located on the North American continent. The United States exclusive of Hawaii and other overseas territories. Continental U.S. Continental United States. Continentaler. A soldier in the Continental Army. Continentalers. Plural of continentaler. Continentalization. Alternative form of continentalization. Continentalize. Alternative form of continentalize. Continentalize. Simple past and past participle of continentalize. Continentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of continentalize. Continentalizing. Present participle and gerund of continentalize. Continentalism. The adoption of common policies amongst the countries of a particular continent, especially continental Europe. Continentalisms. Plural of continentalism. Continentalist. One who supports or believes in continentalism. Continentalists. Plural of continentalists. Continentalities. Plural of continentality. Continentality. The condition of being a continent. Continentalization. Modification to a continental form. Continentalizations. Plural of continentalization. Continentalize. To broaden or narrow in scope or focus so that the domain becomes the continent. Continentalize. Simple past and past participle of continentalize. Continentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of continentalize. Continentalizing. Present participle and gerund of continentalize. Continentally. In a continental manner or to a continental extent. Continentals. Plural of continental. Continentalward. Synonym of continentward. Continent. Why? Similar to a continent. Continentally. In a continent manner, chastely, moderately, temperately. Continentness. The state or quality of being continent. Continents. Plural of continent. Continents of stability. Plural of continent of stability. Continentward, towards a continent. Continent-wide, across a whole continent. Contingents, contact, touching. Contingencies. Plural of contingents. Contingencies, plural of contingency. Contingencies fund, a fund for emergencies or unexpected outflows, mainly economic crises. Contingencies funds, plural of contingencies fund. Contingency. The quality of being contingent, of happening by chance. Contingency costs, an expense incurred precautionarily for a use that may not occur, such as an event of damage or a change order. Contingency costs, plural of contingency costs. Contingency plan, an alternative plan to be put into operation if needed, especially in case of emergencies or if a primary plan fails. Contingency plans, plural of contingency plan. Contingency table, a table presenting the joint distribution of two categorical variables. Contingency tables, plural of contingency table. Contingent, an event which may or may not happen, that which is unforeseen, undetermined, or dependent on something future. Contingent claim, a claim that can be made when certain specified outcomes occur. It depends on the state of nature of the financial claim. Contingent claims, plural of contingent claim. Contingent remainder, an interest in property that is owned by a party that cannot be identified until the interest vests. Contingent remainders, plural of contingent remainder. Contingent symbiosis, the situation where one plant lies in the interior of another for shelter. Parasitism. Contingent valuation, a survey-based technique for the valuation of non-market resources, such as environmental preservation or the impact of externalities like pollution. Contingent valuations, plural of contingent valuation. Contingential, alternative form of contingent. Contingentism, the philosophy concerned with the contingency of existence or other metaphysical concepts. Contingentisms, plural of contingentism. Contingently, in a contingent manner, without foresight. Contingentness, the state or quality of being contingent. Contingents, plural of contingent. Contingent, a surname from Italian. Contini, misspelling of contini. Continuous, misspelling of continuous. Containous, plural of contini. Contino, a surname. Continon, the continent, mispronounced in the manner of a foreigner. Continos, plural of contino. Continuum, plural of continuum. Continuable. Able to be continued. Continual, recurring and steady. Rapid succession. Continuality, the condition of being continued. Continual, obsolete spelling of continual. Continuance, the state or quality of being continued. Continuance, the action of continuing. Continuances, plural of continuance. Continuancies, plural of continuancy. Continuancy, alternative. Form of continuance. Continuando, the situation where a plaintiff recovered damages for several trespasses in the same action. Continuant, a linguistic sound other than a stop. Continually, in a continuant manner. Continuance, plural of continuant. Continuate, to make continuous, to give continuity to. Continuately, in a continuate manner. Continuation, the act or state of continuing or being. Continued, uninterrupted extension or succession. Continuation bet, a bet made in a round of betting, after raising in the previous round of betting, usually with a weak hand. Continuation bets, plural of continuation bet. Continuation betting, present participle and gerund of continuation bet. Continuation day, synonym of contango day. Continuation days, plural of continuation day. Continuation line, a word or phrase that appears at the end of an initial portion of a text and indicates the location of the next portion or rest of the content. For example, continued on page 9. Continuation lines, plural of continuation line. Continuation passing style, alternative form of continuation passing style. Continuation passing styles, plural of continuation passing style. Continuation school, a school offering additional education to young people who have previously left school in order to work. Continuation schools. Plural of continuation school. Continuation passing style, a style of programming in which every user function F takes an extra argument C known as a continuation. Whenever F would normally return a result R to its caller, it instead returns the result of applying the continuation to R. Continuation passing styles, plural of continuation passing style. Continuational, of or relating to continuation. Continuationism, the concept, especially amongst charismatic Christians, that the works of the Holy Spirit speaking in tongues, prophecy, healing, and miracles continue in the modern world. Continuationist, synonym of continuous. Continuationists, plural of continuationists. Continuations, plural of continuation. Continuative, of or pertaining to continuation. Continuatively, in continuative manner. Continuativeness, the quality of being continuative. Continuatives, plural of continuative. Continuator, a person who continues the work of another. Continuators, plural of continuator. Continuance, obsolete form of continuance. Continuances, plural of continuance. Continue, to proceed with doing an activity, to prolong. an activity. Continue on one's merry way. Synonym of go on one. One's merry way. Continue. Prolonged, unstopped. Continued fraction. A compound numerical expression consisting of an integer plus a fraction whose numerator is a positive integer and whose denominator is a continued fraction and integer plus a fraction, and so on, with finite or infinite recursion. Continued fractions. Plural of continued fraction. Continued on one's merry way. Past participle of continue on one's merry way. Continued on page 94. Alternative form of continued page 94. Continued page 94 indicates that the text could continue indefinitely and so on ad infinitum. Continued fraction. Alternative form of continued fraction. Continued fractions. Plural of continued fraction. Continuedly. In a continued manner, ongoingly. Continuedness. The state or quality of being continued. Continueds. Second person singular simple past indicative of continue. Continuer. One who, or that which, continues. Continuers. Plural of continuer. Continue. Third person singular simple present indicative of continue. Continues on one's merry way. Third person singular simple present indicative of continue on one's merry way. Continuous. Second person singular simple present indicative of continue. Continua. Third person singular simple present indicative of continue. Continuing. Present participle and gerund of continue. Continuing education. Synonym of further education. Continuing on one's merry way. Present participle and gerund of continue on one's merry way. Continuing resolution. An act of Congress which extends the current governmental budget situation through allocation of further funds in the same manner as the current budget, to avoid a government shutdown due to lack of allocated funding. Continuing resolutions. Plural of continuing resolution. Continuingly. In a manner that is ongoing. Continuings. Plural of continuing. Continuism. The practice of serving in office indefinitely by bypassing or abolishing term limits. Continuous. One who believes in continuationism. Continuists. Plural of continuous. Continuities. Plural of continuity. Continuity. Lack of interruption or disconnection. The quality of being continuous in space or time. Continuity announcer. A television presenter, usually an unseen voice, who identifies the broadcaster and the upcoming programs. Continuity announcers. Plural of continuity announcer. Continuity nod. A reference in a TV series to part of the plot of a previous episode. Continuity nods. Plural of continuity nod. Continuity series. A number of items, such as volumes of a publication, sold and delivered over a period of time. Continuo. Ellipsis of basso continuo. Continuos. Plural of continuo. Continuosity. The quality of being continuous, continuousness. Continuous. Misspelling of continuously. Continuous. Without stopping, without a break, cessation, or interruption. Continuous aspect. A grammatical aspect that expresses the state of the subject that is continuing the action. Continuous bag of words. A bag of words comprised of the words in the vicinity of a specific target. Continuous bags of words, plural of continuous bag of words. Continuous clock. A clock, especially in American football, that operates continuously in a one-sided game, so as to hasten the end of the contest. Continuous clocks, plural of continuous clock. Continuous deliveries, plural of continuous delivery. Continuous delivery, an approach where teams produce software in short cycles, ensuring that the software can be reliably released at any time. Continuous delivery pipeline, an automated series of steps that moves software code from the development stage through building, testing, and deployment to a production environment. Continuous delivery pipelines, plural of continuous delivery pipeline. Continuous erythropoietin receptor activator, a generic term for drugs in a new class of third-generation erythropoiesis-stimulating agents S's. Continuous erythropoietin receptor activator, plural of continuous erythropoietin receptor activator. Continuous function, a function whose value at any point in its domain is equal its limit at the same point. Continuous functions, plural of continuous function. Continuous integration, the practice of merging all branches to a shared main line several times a day. Continuous integrations, plural of continuous integration. Continuous phase, the fluid phase of a colloid within which solid or fluid particles are distributed. Continuous phases, plural of continuous phase. Continuous random variable, a random variable with a continuous cumulative distribution function. Continuous tense, a verb tense expressing ongoing action. In English, any of the tenses formed with the present participle, namely present continuous I am dreaming, past continuous I was dreaming, present perfect continuous I have been dreaming, past perfect continuous I had been dreaming, future continuous I will be dreaming, or future perfect continuous I will have been dreaming. Continuous tenses, plural of continuous tense. Continuous time, a framework which views variables as having a particular value only for an infinitesimally short amount of time. Continuous times, plural of continuous time. Continuous variable, a variable that has a continuous distribution function, such as temperature. Continuous variable valve timing, a system allowing for the perpetual adjustment of valve timing in an engine in order to optimize it for all engine speeds and conditions. Continuous variable valve timings, plural of continuous variable valve timing. Continuous variables, plural of continuous variable. Continuous wave, An electromagnetic wave of constant amplitude and frequency, typically, is sine wave, that for mathematical analysis is considered to be of infinite duration. Continuous waves, plural of continuous wave. Continuous brake, having a number of vehicles fitted with air or vacuum brakes, all connected by train pipes, the braking being under the control of the train driver. Continuosity, misspelling of continuosity. Continuously, without pause. Continuously habitable zone, the restricted zone around a sun where the ever-shifting habitable zone is always present throughout the main sequence lifetime of that star. Continuously habitable zones, plural of continuously habitable zone. Continuously variable transmission, any of several forms of automatic transmission without specific gears, in which the gear ratio may be changed without any noticeable steps. Continuously variable transmissions, plural of continuously variable transmission. Continuousness. The state or quality of being continuous. Continuum, a continuous series or whole, no part of which is noticeably different from its adjacent parts, although the ends or extremes of it are very different from each other. Continuum hypothesis, the hypothesis which states that any infinite subset of letter 211D must have the cardinality of either the set of natural numbers or of letter 211D itself. Continuum theory, the branch of topology devoted to the study of continua, a type of metric space. Continuum-like, resembling or characteristic of a continuum. Continuums, plural of continuum. Huddle, abbreviation of control. Conline, the spiral groove between the strands of a rope. Lines, plural of line. Hudden, abbreviation of contraction. Contents, plural of content. Consel, in Portugal and Brazil, a million rise. Hintoi, a phonetic consonant as opposed to a phonological one. Hintoids, plural of toy. Himdong, having a continuous range of tones from white to black, rather than an approximation such as stippling. Hintones, plural of cantone. Hintukak, a river in New Hampshire, United States, a tributary of the Merrimack River. Hintorni, plural of contorno. Contornier, a bronze medal or medallion with a deep furrow on the contour or edge, supposed to have been struck in the days of Constantine and his successors. Contorniates, plural of contorniate. Contormo, contour, outline. Contortion, misspelling of contortion. Contortional, of or pertaining to contortion. Contort, to twist in a violent manner. Contorted, simple past and past participle of contort. Contortively, in a contorted manner. Contortedness, the quality of being contorted. Contorter, one who contorts something. Contorters, plural of contorter. Contorting, present participle and gerund of contort. Contortion, the act of contorting, twisting or deforming something, especially oneself. Contortion, or contorting. Contortionism, an acrobatic display involving the dramatic bending and flexing of the human body. Contortionist, an acrobat who is capable of twisting their body into unusual positions. Contortionistic, involving or characterized by contortion. Contortionists, plural of contortionists. Contortions, plural of contortion. Contortive, showing contortion. Contortly, in a contort manner. Contortrostatin, a disintegrant present in venom of the copperhead snake Agkistrodon contortrix that inhibits breast cancer. Contorts, third person singular simple present indicative of contort. Contortuplicate, plated lengthwise and also twisted. Contortuplicated, alternative form of contortuplicate. Contos, a surname from Greek. Contoses, plural of contos. Canat, a surname from French. Pentush, synonym of robe volant. Tonsor, an outline, boundary, or border. Usually of curved shape. Contorchase, to fly an aircraft at low altitude, following the shape of the ground below. Contorchase, simple past and past participle of contorchase. Contorchases, third person singular simple present indicative of contorchase. Contorchasing, present participle and gerund of contorchase. Contordiaper, a flat diaper which is already hourglass shaped, rendering folding unnecessary. Contordiapers, plural of contordiaper. Contorfeather, any feather possessing a central shaft ratch eyes, usually with veins composed of barbs. Contorfeathers, plural of contorfeather. Contour integral, the integral of a function around a contour on the complex plane. Contour integrals, plural of contour integral. Contour interval, the difference in elevation represented by the space between adjacent contour lines. Contour intervals, plural of contour interval. Contour line, a line on a map through points of equal elevation, often height above sea level. Contour lines, plural of contour line. Contour map, a map made to show the relief measurements of the land by means of contour lines. Contour maps, plural of contour map. Contour tone, a tone whose pitch changes during the syllable. Contour tones, plural of contour tone. Contourable, able to be contoured. Contoured, simple past and past participle of contour. Contouring, present participle and gerund of contour. Contourings, plural of contouring. Contourith, a sedimentary deposit produced by thermohaline-induced deep-water bottom currents, possibly influenced by wind or tidal forces. Contourites, plural of contourit. Contouritic, relating to contourites. Contourless, without a contour or contours. Contourlessness, absence of contours. Contourlet, any of a group of closely spaced contours used in image processing. Contourlets, plural of contourlet. Contournet. Facing sinister instead of dexter. Contourme. Alternative form of contournet. Contours, plural of contour. Contour, abbreviation of contraction. Putzer, abbreviation of contrast. Patra, a member of any of various rightist guerrilla groups violently opposing the socialist Sandinista government of Nicaragua and secretly funded by the United States government in the 1980s. Contraburden, a flute stop on an organ. Almost always of 32, characterized by a very low, dark tone. Contra Costa, ellipsis of Contra Costa County. Contra Costa Center, a census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. Contra Costa County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Martinez. Contra dance, a type of folk dance style in which couples dance in two-facing lines of indefinite length. Contra dance, simple past and past participle of contra dance. Contra dances, plural of contra dance. Contra dancing. Present participle and gerund of contra dance. Contraprofrontum, a doctrine of contractual interpretation providing that, where a term is ambiguous, the preferred meaning should be the one that works against the interests of the party who provided the wording. Contraprofrontum, misconstruction of contraprofrontum. Contra, against, in opposition to. Contractive, the octave directly below the great octave. Contractives, plural of contractive. Contratrader, one who engages in contratrading, a form of tax fraud. Contratraders, plural of contratrader. Contratrading, a form of carousel fraud that evades detection by using two carousels of traded goods, where one carousel is legitimate and the other is not, and thus the input and output VATs neutralize each other to conceal the fraud. Contrabalance, alternative form of counterbalance. Contraband, any goods which are illicit or illegal to possess. Contraband of war, certain materials useful to the military that are not to be supplied by neutral powers to belligerents. Contrabandage, dealing in contraband. Contrabanded, simple past and past participle of contraband. Contrabander, a smuggler, a contrabandist. Contrabanders, plural of contrabander. Contrabanding, present participle and gerund of contraband. Contrabandism, trading in contraband goods, smuggling. Contrabandist, a dealer in contraband. Contrabandista, a contrabandist in Spain, Portugal, or Latin America. Contrabandistas, plural of contrabandista. Contrabandists, plural of contrabandists. Contrabands, third person singular simple present indicative of contraband. Contrabase, the part or section 1 octave lower than bass. Contrabass bugle, a type of tuba designed for marching. It is preferred by drum corps with large tuba sections because it offers a more rich sound than a saxophone at the expense of volume. Contrabass bugles, plural of contrabass bugle. Contrabass clarinet, the largest musical instrument in the clarinet family, sounding 2 octaves below the soprano clarinet. Contrabass clarinets, plural of contrabass clarinet. Contrabass recorder, a recorder whose lowest note is F2 or otherwise in the range of E flat to G. Contrabass recorders, plural of contrabass recorder. Contrabass sax, clipping of contrabass saxophone. Contrabass saxes, plural of contrabass sax. Contrabass saxophone, a member of the saxophone family of woodwind instruments that is smaller than the subcontrabass saxophone but larger than the bass saxophone, with a range of D flat to a 3 or similar. Contrabass saxophones, plural of contrabass saxophone. Contrabass saxophonist, a person who plays the contrabass saxophone. Contrabass saxophonists, plural of contrabass saxophonist. Contrabasses, plural of contrabass. Contrabassi, plural of contrabasso. Contrabassus, someone who plays the contrabass. Contrabassus, plural of contrabassus. Contrabasso, the largest kind of bass viol. Contrabassoon, a larger version of the bassoon sounding 1 octave lower, having a technique similar to the bassoon but offers more resistance in every way. Contrabassoonist, someone who plays the contrabassoon. Contrabassoonists, plural of contrabassoonists. Contrabassoons, plural of contrabassoon. Contrabassos, plural of contrabasso. Cantadetti. That counters the action of microbes. Contra-bureaucratic, self-consciously rejecting bureaucracy and pursuing alternative modes of organization. Contracept, to use contraception. Contracepted, simple past and past participle of contracept. Contracepting, present participle and gerund of contracept. Contraception, the use of a device or procedure to prevent conception as a result of sexual activity. Contraceptional, relating to contraception, contraceptive. Contraceptionism, the promotion of contraception. Contraceptionist, one who promotes contraception. Contraceptionists, plural of contraceptionists. Contraceptions, plural of contraception. Contraceptive, that acts to prevent conception as a result of sexual intercourse. Contraceptive sponge, a sponge designed to be inserted into the vagina to prevent conception. Contraceptive sponges, plural of contraceptive sponge. Contraceptives, plural of contraceptive. Contracepts, third person, singular simple present indicative of contracept. Contraclock, counterclockwise. Contract, an agreement between 2 or more parties to perform a specific job or work order. often temporary or of fixed duration and usually governed by a written agreement. Contract agent. A secret agent recruited by another agent and having no direct contact with the agency. Contract agents. Plural of contract agent. Contract awarding. The method used during a procurement in order to evaluate the tender offers taking part and award the relevant contract. Contract bridge. A card game in which 4 players, forming 2 partnerships, first bid then play by taking trips. Contract cheating. The submission of assessment work, such as an assignment or report that has been ghostwritten by someone else. Contract curve. The set of points representing final allocations of 2 goods between 2 people that could occur as a result of mutually beneficial trading between those people given their initial allocations of the goods. Contract curves. Plural of contract curve. Contract killer. A person who contracts to kill a specified person for an agreed sum of money. Contract killers. Plural of contract killer. Contract killer. The act of hiring or procuring a contract killer. Contract killing. Plural of contract killing. Contract law. The area of law pertaining to the rights and duties that arise from agreements. Contract of sale. A contract that involves an exchange of goods, services, or property to be exchanged from seller or vendor to buyer or purchaser for an agreed upon value in money or money equivalent paid or the promise to pay same. Contract out. To hire an outside service for a project instead of handling it internally, to sign a contract for provision of a good or service. Contract out of. To officially leave an agreement. Contact period. Synonym of contract time. Contact periods. Plural of contact period. Contract programming. Synonym of design by contract. Contract system. A system for managing contracts. Contract systems. Plural of contract system. Contract time. The total number of working days specified in a contract for completion of all work. Contract times. Plural of contract time. Contractability. The ability for something to be contracted. Contractable. Capable of being contracted in various senses. Contractably. In a contractable manner. Contract. Relating to contractarianism. Contractarianism. The political doctrine that the legitimacy of a government derives from a normally unstated contract between the government and the people, normally derived from an election. Contractarians. Plural of contractarian. Contractation. The purchase of agricultural produce by the Soviet government from an individual farmer or collective. Contracted. Arranged by contract. Established by agreement. Contracted out. Simple past and past participle of contract out. Contracted out of. Simple past and past participle of contract out of. Contractively. In a contracted manner. Contractedness. The state of being contracted. Contractee. A party to a contract. Contractees. Plural of contractee. Contractor. Obsolete form of contractor. Contractors, plural of contractor. Contractest, second person singular simple present indicative of contract. Contracta, third person singular simple present indicative of contract. Contractibilities, plural of contractibility. Contractibility, the quality or degree of being contractible. Contractible, capable of contraction. Contractibleness, contractibility. Contractile, capable of contracting or of being contracted. Contractile vacuole, a vacuole that removes waste or excess water. Contractile vacuoles, plural of contractile vacuole. Contractilities, plural of contractility. Contractility, the condition of being able to contract or shrink used especially with muscles. Contracting, present participle and gerund of contract. Contracting out, present participle and gerund of contract. Out. Contracting out of, present participle and gerund of contract out of. Contractings, plural of contracting. Contraction, senses relating to becoming involved with or entering into, especially entering into a contract. Contractional, of or related to contraction. Contractionary, tending to cause contraction. Contractionless, without contractions. Contractions, plural of contraction. Contractor, able to contract, contractile. Contract activities, plural of contractivity. Contractivity, the condition of being contractive. Contractless, without a contract. Contractocracies, plural of contractocracy. Contractocracy, the routine use of contractors to perform the functions of government rather than regular government employees, often with the implication that the contractors are ineffective and simply enriching themselves due to government corruption. Contractor, a surname originating as an occupation. Contractor combatant, a civilian in a war zone who performs the tasks of an armed soldier under the Geneva Convention. Contractor combatants, plural of contractor combatant. Contractor saw, a table saw set on steel legs. Contractorization, the act of providing a public service by a private contractor. Contractors, plural of contractor. Contracts, plural of contract. Contracts of sale, plural of contract of sale. Contracts out, third person singular simple present indicative of contract out. Contracts out of, third person singular simple present indicative of contract out of. Contractual, of, relating to, or enforced by a contract. Contractual agreement, a legal agreement containing a contract. Contractual agreements, plural of contractual agreement. Contractualization, alternative form of contractualization. Contractualize, alternative form of contractualize. Contractualize, Simple past and past participle of contractualize. Contractualizes third person singular simple present indicative of contractualize. Contractualizing present participle and gerund of contractualize. Contractualism, a political theory based on the idea of a social contract between a ruler and their subjects. Contractualists, a proponent of contractualism. Contractualistic, based on a contract. Contractualists, plural of contractualists. Contractualization, the process of contractualizing. Contractualize, to represent, model, or formalize an agreement, intent, or understanding within a legal framework or contract. Contractualize, bound by a contract. Contractualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of contractualize. Contractualizing, present participle and gerund of contractualize. Contractually, by means of a contract. Contractual, of or pertaining to contractures. Contracture, an abnormal, sometimes permanent contraction of a muscle or skin, a deformity so caused. Contracture, deformed by contracture. Contractures, plural of contracture. Contracultural, countercultural. Contracyclical, tending to counteract the effects of the business cycle. Contracyclically, in a contracyclical manner. Contradance, alternative spelling of contradance. Contradances, plural of contradance. Contradancing. Contradance. Contradance, alternative spelling of contradance. Contradances, plural of contradance. Contradance, a popular human dance music genre of the 19th century, or a work composed in this genre. Contradanzas, plural of contradanza. Contradict. Pronunciation, spelling of contradict. Contradicts. Third person singular simple present indicative of contradict. Contradict, to deny the truth or validity of a statement or statements. Contradictable, capable of being contradicted. Contradicted, simple past and past participle of contradict. Contradictedness, the state or quality of being contradicted. Contradictor, one who contradicts. Contradictors, plural of contradictor. Contradictus, second person singular simple present indicative of contradict. Contradicta, third person singular simple present indicative of contradict. Contradicting, present participle and gerund of contradict. Contradictingly, in a contradicting manner. Contradictans, plural of contradicting. Contradictio, in terminize. Contradiction in terms. Contradiction. The act of contradicting. Contradiction in terms, a phrase or expression in which the component words contradict one another, often unintentionally, or are claimed to do so when seen from a particular point of view. Contradictional, contradictory, inconsistent, opposing. Contradictionary, contradictory. Contradictionism, a worldview according to which contradictory statements can both be true. Contradictionless, without contradictions. Contradictionlessness, absence of contradiction. Contradiction, plural of contradiction. Contradictions in terms, plural of contradiction in terms. Contradictious, filled with contradictions, contradicting, inconsistent. Contradictiously. In a contradictious manner. Contradictiousness, the state or quality of being contradictious. Contradictive, contradictory. Contradictively, in a contradictive manner. Contradictiveness, the quality of being contradictive. Contradictor, alternative form of contradictor. Contradictorial, synonym of contradictory. Contradictoriality, synonym of contradictoriness. Contradictorially, synonym of contradictorily. Contradictories, plural of contradictory. Contradictorily, in a contradictory manner. Contradictoriness, the state or quality of being contradictory. Contradictors, plural of contradictor. Contradictory, that contradicts something, such as an argument. Contradictory antonym, complementary antonym. Contradictory antonyms, plural of contradictory antonym. Contradicts, third person singular simple present indicative of contradict. Contradirectional, operating in the opposite direction. Contradistinct, distinguished by opposite qualities. Contradistinction, distinction by contrast, the provision of one example against which another example may be defined. Contradistintional, of or relating to contradistinction. Contradistintionally, of or relating to contradistinction. Contradistinctions, plural of contradistinction. Contradistinctive, distinguishing by contrast. Contradistinctively, in contradistinction. Contradistinctiveness, contradistinction. Contradistinctly, in a contradistinct manner. Contradistinguish, to distinguish things by contrasting their different qualities. Contradistinguish, simple past and past participle of contradistinguish. Contradistinguishes, third person singular simple present indicative of contradistinguish. Contradistinguishing, present participle and gerund of contradistinguish. Contradistinguish, simple past and past participle of contradistinguish. Contraexpectation, the situation where something runs contrary to expectation, an unexpected outcome. Contraexpectational, of or relating to contraexpectation. Contrafact, a new musical composition built out of an already existing one, most often a new melody overlaid on a familiar harmonic structure, an important part of the development of the bop. Contrafacts are not to be confused with musical quotations, which borrow rhythms or melodies from an existing composition. Contrafactant, plural of contrafactum. Contrafactive, describing a verb whose object clause is taken to be false. Contrafacts, plural of contrafact. Contrafactual, counterfactual. Contrafactum, the substitution of one text for another without substantial change to the music. Contrafagati, plural of contrafagato. Contrafagato, contrabassoon. Contrafagatos, plural of contrafagato. Contrafibularities, false congratulations, sounding congratulatory while actually pulling someone's leg. Contrafield, an electric field that produces an effect of deceleration on charges that pass through it. Contrafields, plural of contrafield. Contrafissure, a fissure or fracture on the side opposite to that which received the blow or at some distance from it. Contrafissures, plural of contrafissure. Contraflow, flow in the opposite direction to normal. Contraflowing, in a state of contraflow, flowing in the opposite direction to normal. Contraflows, plural of contraflow. Contrafreeload, to engage in contrafreeloading. Contrafreeloaded, simple past and past participle of contrafreeload. Contrafreeloader, an animal that chooses to obtain food that requires effort rather than food that does not require effort, an animal that engages in contrafreeloading. Contrafreeloaders, plural of contrafreeloader. Contrafreeloading, a behavior where, when given a choice, an individual animal will choose a food source which requires effort to obtain instead of that which requires little to no effort. Contrafreeloads, third person singular simple present indicative of contrafreeload. Contragate, dire and contrafair. Contragestion, prevention of the implantation of a blastocyst. Contragestive, acting to prevent implantation of a blastocyst. Contragestives, plural of contragestive. Contragravitic, of or pertaining to contragravity. Contragravity. Antigravity. Contragredients, the property of ingredient. Contragredient, generally denoting an object inversed and transposed to another. Contragrediently, in a contragredient manner. Contraguitar, an old form of guitar originating in Vienna, with a standard 6-string neck and a second bass neck with up to 9 strings. Contraguitarist, someone who plays a contraguitar. Contraguitarists, plural of contraguitarist. Contraguitars, plural of contraguitar. Contraharmonic mean, A type of average calculated as the arithmetic mean of the squares of the values divided by the arithmetic mean of the values, i.e. squares of the values divided by the arithmetic mean of the values, i.e. c equals x1 to plus x2 to plus x and 2 slash x1 plus x2 plus x and slash or cx1 x2 x and equals x1 to plus x2 to plus x and 2 slash x1 plus x2 plus x. Contraharmonic means, plural of contraharmonic mean. Contrahedonic, that seeks to decrease positive effects. Contrahelicase, an enzyme that counters the action of a helicase. Contrahelicases, plural of contrahelicase. Contrahemispheric, occurring in or involving the opposite hemisphere, usually of the cerebrum. Contrahend, entering into covenant, contracting. Contrahens, plural of contrahend. Contrahierta, alternative form of contraerva. Contrail, an artificial cloud made by the exhaust of jet aircraft or wingtip vortices that precipitate a stream of tangy ice crystals in moist, frigid upper air. Contrail, simple past and past participle of contrail. Contrailing, present participle and gerund of contrail. Contrails, plural of contrail. Plural of contrail. Contraindicant, a contraindication. Contraindicants, plural of contraindicant. Contraindicate, to make inadvisable, to warn against a specific medicine or treatment. Contraindicated, simple past and past participle of contraindicate. Contraindicates, third person singular simple present indicative of contraindicate. Of contraindicate. Contraindicating, present participle and contraindicating, present participle and gerund of contraindicate. Contraindication, a factor or symptom which makes a certain treatment inadvisable, generally or individually. Contraindications, plural of contraindication. Contraindicative, serving as a contraindication. Contraindicator, a contraindication. Contraindicators, plural of contraindicator. Contraindicatory, serving as a contraindication. Contraintuitive, alternative form of counterintuitive. Contraire, obsolete form of contrary. Contraisolateral, contralateral and isolateral. Contractmech, a voluntary professional soldier of Russia under contract, not a conscript soldier. Contractmeki, plural of contractnek. Contractneks, plural of contractnek. Contralateral. On the opposite side of the body. Contralaterality, the state of being contralateral, i.e. being on opposite sides. Contralateralize, to move to or develop in a contralateral direction. Contralateralize, simple past and past participle of contralateralize. Contralateralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of contralateralize. Contralaterally, on the opposite side of the body. Contralaterals, plural of contralateral. Pantolizano, describing the half of a patient's brain or body away from the site of a lesion, as for example with hemispatial neglect after a stroke. Pantolizanoing, on the half of a patient's brain or body that is away from the site of a lesion. Contraltai. Contralto, the lowest female voice or voice part, falling between tenor and mezzo-soprano. The terms contralto and alto refer to the same musical pitch range, but among singers, the term contralto is reserved for female singers. The equivalent male form is countertenor. Originally, the contratenor altus was a high counter melody sung against the tenor or main melody. Contraltos, plural of contralto. Contrametric, not following the beat or meter. Contramaggio, a contra-derived category of maggio. Contramaggios, plural of contramaggio. Contranatural, opposed to or against nature, unnatural. Contransfect, to carry out contransfection. Contransfected, simple past and past participle of contransfect. Contransfection, alternative form of contransfection. Contransfections, plural of contransfection. Contransporter, alternative form of contransporter. Contransporters, plural of contransporter. Contentisia, plural of contrantation. Contrantition, the point opposite an antiscion, having the opposing sign and degree. Contronym, a word that has two opposing meanings, such as cleave, stick together, or split apart. Contronymic, pertaining to or being a contronym. Contronyms, plural of contronym. Contronymy, alternative form of contronymy. Contractive, alternative form of contractive. Contractives, plural of contractive. Contraoriented, oriented in an opposite direction. Contrapair, a pair of objects, one of which is the opposite or mirror image of the other. Contrapairs, plural of contrapair. Contraparallelogram, parallelogram, contraparallelograms, plural of parallelogram. Contrapasso, the concept that the punishment of an individual's soul in hell corresponds to the sin that person committed on earth. Contrapathologic, contrary to normal disease pathology. Contraplex, of message signals passing in opposite directions at the same time. Contrapolar, at opposite poles. Contraponem, the original proposition involved in a contraposition. Contrapose, to place in contraposition. Contrapose, forming a contraposition. Contraposes, third person singular simple present indicative of contrapose. Contraposing, present participle and gerund of contrapose. Contraposition, the statement of the form if not Q then not P, given the statement if P then Q. Contrapositions, plural of contraposition. Contrapositive, the inverse of the converse of a given logical implication. Contrapositively, by the inverse of the converse of a given proposition. Contrapositives, plural of contrapositive. Contrapositivity, the peppy being it a positive. Contraposti, plural of contrapposto. Contrapposto, the position of a figure whose hips and legs are twisted away from the direction of the head and shoulders. Contraproductive, counterproductive. Contraproposal, synonym of counterproposal. Contraproposals, of contraproposal. Contrasyn, a serpent found in rodents. Serum. Contrasyns, plural of contrasyn. Contraption, a machine that is complicated and precarious. Contraptions, plural of contraption. Pantaeus, characteristic of a contraption, complicated and precarious. Contrapunctal, misspelling of contrapuntal. Contrapuncti, plural of contrapunctus. Contrapunctus. Atheu. Contrapuntal, of or in counterpoint. Contrapuntalism, counterpoint. Contrapuntally. In a contrapuntal manner. Contrapuntism, the use of counterpoint. Contrapuntus, one skilled in counterpoint. Contrapuntus, plural of contrapuntus. Contrapunto, counterpoint. Contrapuntos, plural of contrapunto. Contrarational. Contrary to reason. Contrarationality, the quality of being interrational. Contraregulatory, alternative form. Of counterregulatory. Contraremonstrant, one who remonstrates in opposition or answer to a remonstrant. Contraremonstrants, plural of contraremonstrant. Contrarevolutionaries, plural of contrarevolutionary. Contrarevolutionary, synonym. Of counterrevolutionary. Contrarian, a person who likes or tends to express a contradicting viewpoint, especially from one held by a majority of people, usually because of nonconformity or spite. Contrarianism, a pattern of stubbornly adopting contrary, nonconforming viewpoints, the beliefs and practices of a contrarian. Contrarianisms, plural of contrarianism. Contrarianly, in a contrarian manner. Contrarians, plural of contrarian. Contrariant, contrary, or antagonistic. Contrariantly, in a contrary fashion, contrarily opposing me. Contrarians, plural of contrariant. Contrary, simple past and past participle of contrary. Contraries, plural of contrary. Contrariety, obsolete form of contrariety. Contrarieties, plural of contrariety. Contrariety, opposition or contrariness, cross purposes, marked contrast. Contrarily, in a contrary manner, in opposite ways or directions. Contrariness, the state of being contrary. Contrarinesses, plural of contrariness. Contrarius, tending to counter, oppose, resist, argue. Contrariously, contrarily, oppositely. Contrariasm, the state or quality of being contrarius. Contrarieties, plural of contrariety. Contrariety, the quality of being cante. Contrariwise, in the contrary or opposite way, order. or direction. Contrarotating, rotating in two directions by contrarotation. Contrarotation, rotation in a contrary direction. Contrary, opposite in an opposite direction, in opposition, adverse. Contrary to, despite. In opposition to an assumption, etc. Differently from. Contrary to popular belief, in opposition to what most lay people would think is true. Contrarié, present participle and gerund of contrary. Contrariwise, alternative spelling of contrariwise. Contras, plural of contra. Contrascriptural, contrary to scripture. Contraseasonal, going against a seasonal trend. Contraseasonally, in a contraseasonal manner. Contraselectable, that can give rise to contraselection. Contraselection, selection for a desirable trait that has unintended negative consequences. Contraselections, plural of contraselection. Contrasexual, having characteristics of the opposite gender. Contraspective, having two contradictory aspects, as in a paradox or oxymoron. Contrast, a difference in lightness, brightness, or hue between two colors that makes them more or less distinguishable. Contrast agent, synonym of contrast medium. Contrast agents, plural of contrast agent. Contrast media, plural of contrast medium. Contrast medium, any substance, such as barium sulfate, used in radiography to increase the visibility of internal structures. Contrast mediums, plural of contrast medium. Contrast radiography, radiography using a contrast medium. Contrast ratio, ratio of the luminance of white to that of black of a display. A higher value means a higher contrast of white and black. Contrast ratios, plural of contrast ratio. Contrast set, a set of concepts whose names are coordinate terms. Contrast sets, plural of contrast set. Contrast therapy, the immersion of part of the body alternately in hot and cold water, believed to strengthen the immune system, reduce swelling and pain around injuries, and aid recovery from exercise. Contrastable, capable of being contrasted with something else, admitting contrast. Contrastably, in a contrastable fashion. Contrasted, simple past and past participle of contrasts. Contrastively, in contrast. Contrastful, marked by strong contrast, full of contrasts. Contrastimulant, any agent that counteracts a stimulant. Contrastimulants, plural of contrastimulant. Contrastimulation, synonym of counterstimulation. Contrastimuli, plural of contrastimulus. Contrastimulus, synonym of counterstimulus. Contrasting, set in opposition, markedly different. Contrastingly, in a contrasting manner, by way of contrast. Contrastive, contrasting, tending to contrast. Being in contrast, Contrastive linguistics, an applied linguistic approach focused on delineating the distinctions and similarities between two languages. Contrastively, in a contrastive manner. Contrastiveness, the state or condition of being contrastive. Contrastivism, an epistemological theory suggesting that knowledge attributions have a ternary structure of the form S knows that P rather than Q, in contrast to the traditional view whereby knowledge attributions have a binary structure of the form S knows that P. Contrastivist, one who subscribes to contrastivism. Contrastivist, plural of contrastivist. Contrastivity, the quality of being contrastive. Contrastless, lacking contrast. Contrastlessness, absence of contrast. Contrastment, contrast, the contrasting of opposing things or elements. Contrastography, radiography after administration of a contrast agent. Contrast. Third person singular simple present indicative of contrast. Contrasty, having great contrast between light and dark areas of a subject or photograph. Contrasuggestibility, the quality of being contrasuggestible. Contrasuggestible, liable to respond to psychological suggestion by doing the opposite. Contrasuppression, the inhibition of the function of a suppressor. Contrasuppressor, that inhibits the function of a suppressor. Contrasuppressors, plural of contrasuppressor. Contratabula. Going against the terms of an instrument. Contraty, having cubs or teeth projecting parallel to the axis instead of radiating from it. Contratenor, countertenor. Contratenors, plural of contratenor. Contraterrent, made of or pertaining to antimatter. Contravallation, a fortification built around a siege target by the besiegers. Contravallations, plural of contravallation. Contravariance, the reversal of the order of data types acted upon by an operator. Contravariances, plural of contravariance. Contravariant, which reverses the order of morphism composition. Formally, which associates each morphism F:(X) right arrow Y to a morphism F:(F). Y right Fx. Contravariant functor, a functor which maps a morphism F:(X) right arrow Y to a morphism F:(F)y right arrow Fx, such that if H equals GF, then FH equals FFFG. Contravariant functors, plural of contravariant functor. Contravariantly, in a contravariant manner. Contravariants, plural of contravariant. Contravector, a contravariant vector as opposed to a vector. Contravectors, plural of contravector. Contravene, to act contrary to an order, to fail to conform to a regulation or obligation. Contravene, simple past and past participle of contravene. Contravenor, one who contravenes. Contravenors, plural of contravenor. Contravenes. Third person singular simple present indicative of contravene. Contravening. Present participle and gerund of contravene. Contraveningly. So as to contravene. Contravention. The act of contravening a rule, regulation, law, or order, or of not fulfilling an obligation, promise, or agreement. Contraventional. That contravenes. Contraventions. Plural of contravention. Controversial. Misspelling of controversial. Controversion. A turning to the opposite side, antistrophe. Controversions. Plural of controversion. Controversive. Turning in the other direction. Controversively. In a controversive manner or direction. Contrawise. Alternative form of contrawise. Contrariura. Dorstenia contragerva is a South American plant whose aromatic root is sometimes used in medicine as a gentle stimulant and tonic. Contrariervas. Plural of contrarierva. Contrazi. A village in Ariège Department, Occitania, France. Contorgeur. Synonym of backlighting. Contracoup. A bruising of the brain caused by a blow, appearing on the opposite side to that on which the blow is struck. Contracoups. Plural of contracoup. Contractation. The initial stage of the sexual act involving manual contact and tumescence, sexual foreplay. Contractations. Plural of contractation. Contradance. Alternative spelling of contradance. Contradances. Plural of contradance. Contradance. A folk dance in which two lines of couples face each other. Contradances. Plural of contradance. Contrary. Archaic spelling of country. Countries, plural of country. Contrafort, synonym of counterfort, buttress built against a wall. Contraforts, plural of contrafort. Contrary, a surname. Contretemps, an unforeseen, inopportune, or embarrassing event. Contrary, obsolete spelling of country. Contra, clipping of contribution. Contrib, abbreviation of contribution. Contribs, abbreviation of contributions. Contributable, capable of being contributed. Contributory, obsolete form of contributory. Contribute, to give something that is or becomes part of a larger whole. Contributed, simple past and past participle of contribute. Contributor, misspelling of contributor. Contributors, misspelling of contributors. Contributes, third person singular simple present indicative of contribute. Contributing, present participle and gerund of contribute. Contribution, something given or offered that adds to a larger whole. Contribution base, the adjusted gross income of a taxpayer, excluding any deductions for net operating loss carrybacks. Contributional, pertaining to or making a contribution. Contributions, plural of contribution. Contributive, tending to contribute, making a contribution. Contributively, in a contributive fashion. Contributiveness, the quality of being contributive. Contributivity, the quality of being contributive. Contributor, a benefactor, someone who donates to charity or some cause. Contributorial, of or relating to a contributor. Contributories, plural of contributory. Contributorily, in a contributory manner. Contributors, plural of contributor. Contributorship, the role or status of contributor. Contributorships, plural of contributorship. Contributory, of, pertaining to, or involving a contribution. Contributory negligence, the rule of law under which an act or omission of plaintiff is a contributing cause of injury and a possible bar to a complete recovery. Contributor, obsolete form of contributor. Contributors, plural of contributor. Contributress, a female contributor. Contributtresses, plural of contributress. Contributrices, plural of contributrix. Contributrix, a female contributor. Contrise, plural of contri. Contrast, to make sad, to upset. Contraste, to make sorrowful, to sadden or grieve. Contrastated, simple past and past participle of contrastate. Contrastates, third person singular simple present indicative of contrastate. Contrastating, present participle and gerund of contrastate. Contrastation, the process of contrasting or making sad. Contrastations, plural of contrastation. Contrasted, simple past and past participle of contrast. Contrasting, present participle and gerund of contrast. Contrast, third person singular simple present indicative of contrast. Contrite, sincerely penitent or feeling regret or sorrow, especially for one's own actions. Contritely, in a contrite manner. Contriteness, the state of being contrite. Contrites, plural of contrite. Contrition, the state of being contrite, sincere penitence or remorse. Contritions, plural of contrition. Contrivable, capable of being contrived. Invented or devised. Contrivance, a mechanical device to perform a certain task, contraption. Contrivances, plural of contrivance. Contrivances, plural of contrivancy. Contrivancy, alternative form of contrivance. Contrive, to invent by an exercise of ingeniosity. To devise. Contrived, Simple past and past participle of contrive. Contrivedly, in a contrived manner. Contrivedness, the state or quality of being contrived. Contrivance, second person singular simple past indicative of contrive. Contrivement, contrivance, invented statement, arrangement or plan. Contrivements, plural of contrivement. Contriver, a person who contrives. Contrivers, plural of contriver. Contrives, third person singular simple present indicative of contrive. Contrive. S. Second person singular simple present indicative of contrive. Contrive. Third person singular simple present indicative of contrive. Contrive. Present participle imperative contrive. Contriving. Plural of contriving. Contrivation. Contrivance. Contrivations. Plural of contrivation. Contro. Against. See contra. Control. To exercise influence over, to suggest or dictate behavior of. Control arm. A nearly flat, roughly triangular suspension member that pivots in two places. Control arms, plural of control arm. Control booth, a room or area in a theater or studio which contains technical equipment for controlling things like lighting and sound for productions. Control booths, plural of control booth. Control brief, a type of panty girdle with longer legs and a higher waist, normally worn by a woman to lift and shape her buttocks area while flattening the stomach area. Control briefs, plural of control brief. Control bus, a part of the system bus that is used by CPUs for communicating with other devices within the computer. Control buses, plural of control bus. Control buses, plural of control bus. Control car, a non-powered railroad car from which the train may be controlled, equipped with a driver's cabin, front lights, and other equipment required for a locomotive, located at the end of the train opposite to that of the locomotive. This arrangement allows the train to be safely driven into both directions at full speed without changing the configuration of the train. Control cars, plural of control car. Control center, an area from which activities in other areas are directed. Control centers, plural of control center. Control center, alternative form of control center. Control centers, plural of control center. Control character, a character which does not have a direct visual appearance as a glyph, but rather causes some other action to occur, such as a transition to a new line. Control characters, plural of control character. Control chart, a tool used to determine whether a manufacturing or business process is in a state of statistical control or not. Control charts, plural of control chart. Control cities, plural of control city. Control city, a city listed as a destination on highway signs. Control code, a numeric value or string of of such values that triggers a specific command or action to occur, rather than displaying a text character. Control codes, plural of control code. Control column, synonym of stick or wheel-like control mechanism with a hand grip on opposite sides, similar to the steering wheel of an automobile. Control columns, plural of control column. Control coupling, a form of coupling where one module controls the flow of another by passing information on what to do. Control couplings, plural of control coupling. Control engineering, the subfield of engineering concerned with designing and building controllers and control systems. Control experiment, a parallel experiment designed to replicate the main experiment in every way except in respect of the one variable that is being tested, so as isolate the effect of that variable. For example, an experiment in which subjects are given a placebo instead of an active drug intended to check that any observed benefits of the drug derive from the drug itself and not from other factors involved in its administration. Control experiments, plural of control experiment. Control flow, the order in which individual statements, instructions, or function calls of an imperative program are executed or evaluated. Control freak, a person who is excessively controlling and domineering. Control freakery, the qualities of a control freak, an obsessive need or desire to be in control of what is happening. Control freaks, plural of control freak. Control function, a function that controls the recording, processing, transmission, or interpretation of data. Control functions, plural of control function. Control gene, a gene that controls the transcription of others in messenger RNA. Control genes, plural of controlled gene. Control grid, an electrode used in amplifying thermionic valves vacuum tubes, such as the triode, tetrode, and pentode, used to control the flow of electrons from the cathode to the anode. It usually consists of a cylindrical screen or helix of fine wire surrounding the cathode and is surrounded in turn by the anode. Control grids, plural of control grid. Control group, the group of test subjects left untreated or unexposed to some procedure and then compared with treated subjects in order to validate the results of the test. Control groups, plural of control group. Control joint, a groove which is formed, sawn, or tooled in a concrete or masonry structure to regulate the location and amount of cracking and separation resulting from the dimensional change of different parts of the structure, thereby avoiding the development of high stresses. Control joints, plural of control joint. Control key, a key on a personal computer or terminal keyboard used in combination to modify the function of other keys, normally labeled control. Control keys, plural of control key. Control mechanism, any mechanical or other system used to keep one or more variable parameters constant or within specified bounds. Control mechanisms, plural of control mechanism. Control number, any of several forms of fixed length identification number on stamps, books, etc. Control numbers, plural of control number. Control of conception, birth control, control order, an order made by the Home Secretary to restrict an individual's liberty for the purpose of protecting members of the public from a risk of terrorism. Control orders, plural of control order. Control pad, synonym of D-pad. Control pads, plural of control pad. Control panel, a flat, usually vertical surface onto which controls, instruments, and displays are mounted. Control panels, plural of control panel. Control point, a marked waypoint used in orienteering and related sports. Control points, plural of control point. Control rod, any of a number of steel tubes containing boron or other neutron absorber that are inserted into the core of a nuclear reactor in order to control its rate of reaction. Control rods, plural of control rod. Control room, the area inside of a recording studio designed to facilitate the mixing of audio for studio recordings. Control rooms, plural of control room. Control stick, a joystick. Control sticks, plural of control stick. Control structure, a structure used to direct the flow of execution of a program. Control structures. Plural of control structure. Control surface, a movable surface attached to a machine such as an aircraft or submarine that can be used to control the machine's motion and roll, pitch, or yaw. Control surfaces, plural of control surface. Control theories, plural of control theory. Control theory, an interdisciplinary branch of engineering and mathematics dealing with the control of the behavior of dynamical systems. Control tower, an airport building from which the air traffic control unit monitors and directs the movement of aircraft on and around the airport. Control towers, plural of control tower. Control unit, part of a central processing unit that directs its operation, converting instructions stored in memory into signals that determine the operation of the data path and other components. Control units, plural of control unit. Control variable, a factor that is held constant in a series of experiments in which other factors are varied. Control variables, plural of control variable. Control verb, a verb which takes multiple arguments, one of which is another verb, such that one of the control verb's arguments, possibly its subject, is syntactically both an argument of the control verb and an argument of the other verb. Control verbs, plural of control verb. Control wheel, synonym of stick, a wheel-like control mechanism with a hand grip on opposite sides, similar to the steering wheel of an automobile. Control wheels, plural of control wheel. Control flow graph, a representation using graph notation of all paths that might be traversed through a program during its execution. Control flow graphs, plural of control flow graph. Contralateral, on the other side. Contralaterally, alternative form of contralaterally. Control, Misspelling of controlled. Controllee, a person who is the subject of a control order. Controllees, plural of controllee. Controller, misspelling of controller. Controllers, plural of controller. Controlleesiano, alternative form of counterleesiano. Controlleesianole. Alternative form of counterleesianole. Controligarch. An oligarch who has a desire to control people's individual lives. Controligarchs, plural of controligarch. Controlling, misspelling of controlling. Control, obsolete form of control. Controllabilities, plural of controllability. Controllability, the quality or extent of being controllable, controllableness. Controllable, able to be controlled, subject to regulation or command. Controllableness, the state of being controllable, the capability of being controlled. Controllables, plural of controllable. Controllably, in a controllable manner. Controlled, inhibited or restrained in one's words and actions. Controlled atmosphere, an artificial atmosphere that makes a simulated environment for objects undergoing operations for environmental factors like gases, temperature, humidity, and other conditions. Controlled burn, a wildfire or brush fire set intentionally and carefully managed for purposes of fire suppression, agriculture, ecological management, etc. Controlled burn, simple past and past participle of controlled burn. Controlled burning, present participle and gerund of controlled burn. Controlled burns, plural of controlled burn. Controlled chaos, a state or situation that appears to be completely disorganized, but where some things are under control. Controlled drug, synonym of controlled substance. Controlled drugs, plural of controlled drug. Controlled explosion, the explosion of a small explosive charge, either to destroy a suspect package or unexploded ordnance, or to gain access to a locked enclosure that may be booby-trapped. Controlled explosions, plural of controlled explosion. Controlled flight into terrain, a usually unintentional crash of an aircraft in which the aircraft flies into the ground while under full control by its pilots or autopilot. Controlled flights into terrain, plural of controlled flight into terrain. Controlled opposition, a purported opposition party that the ruling party actually uses as a hegemonical tool to serve as a red herring to constituents. Controlled oppositions, plural of controlled opposition. Controlled substance, a drug or chemical whose use, possession, manufacture, or sale is regulated or banned by the government. Controlled substances, plural of controlled substance. Controlled variable time, a type of artillery fuse that has a mechanical timer which activates the radar when it is near the target. Controlled variable times, plural of controlled variable time. Controlled vocabularies, plural of controlled vocabulary. Controlled vocabulary. A carefully selected set of terms, such as words and phrases, such that each concept from the domain of discourse is described using only one term in the set and each term in the set. That describes only one concept. Controlled access highway. A motorway with grade-separated crossings rather than level crossings and designed and only permitted for high-speed motor traffic in Europe. Motor vehicles with a higher speed limit than 40 km/h running in two directions on one separate carriageway each. Controlled access highways. Plural of controlled access highway. Controlled release of a drug or medicine involving the gradual release of an active component. Controlledly. In a controlled manner. Controlledness. The degree to which something is controlled. Controlly. Alternative form of controlly. Controllees. Plural of controllee. Controller. One who controls something. Controllers. Without a controller. Controllers. Plural of controller. Controllership. The position or office of a controller. Controllerships. Plural of controllership. Controlless. Without control. Controllessness. Absence of control. Controlling. Exerting control over a person or thing. Controlling image. An image or metaphor that runs throughout and determines the form or nature of a literary work. Controlling images. Plural of controlling image. Controlling interest. The ownership by an individual or entity of more than half a company's shares, giving them a voting majority and thus the ability to control decision-making at the company. Controlling interests. Plural of controlling interests. Controllingly. In a controlling manner, so as to control. Controllingness. The quality of being controlling. Controllings. Plural of controlling. Controls. Plural of control. Controlment. Control. Controlments. Plural of controlment. Contrology. The Pilates system of fitness. Controls. Plural of control. Contronym. Alternative spelling of contronym. Contronymic. Alternative form of contronymic. Contronymous. Are being a contronym. Contronyms. Plural of contronym. Contronymy. The quality of being a contonym or including contonyms. Controversy. Obsolete spelling of controversy. Contral. Obsolete form of control. Control. Simple past and past participle of control. Controlling. Present participle and gerund of control. Contral. Obsolete form of control. Contral. Simple past and past participle of control. Contraling. Present participle and gerund of control. Contrals. Plural of contral. Contralment. Obsolete spelling of controlment. Contralments. Plural of contralment. Contrals. Plural of contral. Controversial. facing opposite directions. Controversial, controversial, controversial. Controversy, controversial, controverter, one who controverts. Controversers, plural of controversies, plural of controversy. Controversial, arousing or likely to arouse controversy. Controversialism, the tendency to engage in controversy. Controversialisms, plural of controversialism. Controversialist, one who regularly engages in public controversies. Controversialists, plural of controversialists. Controversialities, plural of controversiality. Controversiality, the quality or state of being controversial. Controversialize, to make to appear controversial. Controversialize, simple past and past participle of controversialize. Controversializes, third person singular simple present indicative of controversialize. Controversializing, present participle and gerund of controversialize. Controversial. Obsolete form of controversial. Controversially, in a controversial manner. Controversialness, the state or quality of being controversial. Controversials, plural of controversial. Controversies, plural of controversy. Controversion, controversy. Controversial, alternative form of controversial. Controversions, plural of controversion. Controverser, obsolete. Form of controverser. Controversers, plural of controverser. Controversy, a debate or discussion of opposing opinions, generally strife. Controvert, to dispute. To argue about something. Controverted, simple past and past participle of controvert. Controverter, one who controverts, a controversial writer, a controversialist. Controverters, plural of controverter. Controvertible, open to questioning, that which can be denied, challenged, or disputed. Controvertibly, in a controvertible manner. Controverting. Present participle and gerund of controvert. Controvertus, one skilled in or given to controversy, a controversialist. Controvertists, plural of controvertists. Controverts, third person singular simple present indicative of controvert. Contas, plural of conter. Hunter, to crowd or push together in senses relating to teeth. Contruder, simple past and past participle of contrude. Contrudes, third person singular simple present indicative of contrude. Contruding, present participle and gerund of contrude. Contrevum, a peptide in the venom of some cone snails. Contrevans, plural of contriven. Contubernal, living in close proximity as though sharing a tent, intimate, familiar. Contuneo, alternative form of contubermal. Contumacies, plural of contumacy. Contumacious, contemptuous of authority, willfully disobedient, rebellious. Contumaciously, in a contumacious manner. Contumaciousness, the property of being contumacious. Contumacities, plural of contumacity. Contumacity, alternative form of contumacy. Contumacy, disobedience, resistance to authority. Contumelies, plural of contumelious, rudely contemptuous, showing contumely, exhibiting an insolent or disdainful attitude. Contumeliously, in a contumelious, insolent manner. Contumeliousness. The state or quality of being contumelious. Contumo, offensive and abusive language or behavior, scorn, insult. Contund, to bruise or pound. Contunded, simple past and past participle of contund. Contunding, present participle and gerund of contund. Contund, third person singular simple present indicative of contund. Conter, to disturb or perturb greatly. Conturbation, disorder, disturbance. Conturbations, plural of conturbation. Conturb, simple past and past participle of conturb. Conturbing, present participle. Gerund of contur. Conturves, third person singular simple present indicative of contur. Conturs, to injure without breaking the skin, to bruise. Conturs, simple past and past participle of contus. Contusses, third person singular simple present indicative of contus. Contusing, present participle and gerund of contus. Contusam, synonym of bruise. Contusional, of or pertaining to a contusion or bruise. Contusent, synonym of contus. Contusions, plural of contusion. Contusive, relating to or causing contusion. Continue, obsolete spelling of continue. Continue, simple past and past participle of continue. Continues, third person singular simple present indicative of continue. Continuing, present participle and gerund of continue. Contebek, relating to the same type. Canuio, misspelling of cannubio. Canonian, obsolete spelling of convenient. Canalar, synonym of conical. Canularid, synonym of canulary. Canulary, any fossil cnidarian of the clade Canulariida. Canularids. Canularid, synonym of canulary. Canulary, any fossil cnidarian of the clade Canulariida. Canularids, plural of canularid. Canol, a small cusp. Canoles, plural of canoe. Canolet, a minor cusp on a lower tooth. Canolets, Plural of canulid. Hymnal, having a null complement. Hinolos, characteristic of canules. Henomerous, equally numerous. Conundrum, plural of conundrum. Conundrum, a difficult question or riddle, especially one using a play on words in the answer. Conundrumize, to formulate conundrums or riddles. Conundrumized, simple past and past participle of conundrumize. Conundrumizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conundrumize. Conundrumizing, present participle and gerund of conundrumize. Conundrums, plural of conundrum. Conundrum. Relating to or characteristic of a conurbation. Conurbate, to grow or cause to grow together into a conurbation. Conurbated, simple past and past participle of conurbate. Conurbates, third person singular simple present indicative of conurbate. Conurbating, present participle and gerund of conurbate. Conurbation, a continuous aggregation of built-up urban communities created as a result of urban sprawl. Conurbations, plural of conurbation. Conurbations, as represented or encapsulated by their typical qualities or characteristics. Conurbias, plural of conurbia. Conure, any of many New World parakeets of the former genus Conurus now reassigned to other genera in subfamiliae Aranini, principally Psittacara and Eupsychila. Conures, plural of conure. Conures, acronym of the continental United States, but is further defined to be the 48 states between Canada and Mexico, including the District of Columbia. Canus, account. Canus arteriasis, the infundibulum of the heart. Canus medullaris, the tapered lower end of the spinal cord. And nasobal, cognizable, liable to be tried or judged. Canascence, Canusences, plural of canusence. Canusent, cognizant. Canusy, synonym of cognizy, one to whom the fine of land was acknowledged. Canusius, plural of canusi. Hemaser, a cognizer. Canusers, plural of canusser. Canutrient, any material that is nutritional only in the presence of another. Canutrients, plural of canutrient. Canosant, obsolete form of canusant. Canuser, obsolete form of canuser. Canusers, plural of canuser. Convalesce, to recover health and strength gradually after sickness or weakness. Convalesce, simple past and past participle of convalesce. Convalescent, a gradual healing after illness or injury. Convalescences, plural of convalescence. Convalescencies, plural of convalescency. Convalescency, dated form of convalescence. Convalescent, recovering one's health and strength. After a period of illness. Convalescent plasma. The blood plasma of a person who has recovered from an infectious illness, which contains antibodies to the infectious disease factors such as viruses. For convalescent plasma therapy, the plasma can be transfused into an ill victim of that disease as a treatment. Convalescent plasmas, plural of convalescent plasma. Convalescent serum. A blood serum created from the blood plasma of a person who has recovered from an infectious illness, which contains antibodies to the infectious disease factors such as viruses. For convalescent serum therapy, the disease antiserum created from the plasma can be injected into an ill victim of that disease as a treatment. Convalescent serums. Plural of convalescent serum. Convalescently, in a convalescent way, with increasing strength or vigor. Convalescence, plural of convalescent. Convalesces. Third person singular simple present indicative of convalesce. Convalescing, present participle and gerund of convalesce. Convalidation. In Roman Catholic canon law, the making of a putative marriage valid following the removal of some impediment. Convalidations, plural of convalidation. Convalamarin, a poisonous glucoside extracted from the lily of the valley Convallaria majalis. Convalamaroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Convallaria, any member of the genus Convallaria, a lily of the valley. Convallariaceae, of or relating to the Convallariaceae. Convallarias, plural of convallaria. Convalurin, a cardiac glycoside obtained from lily of the valley Convallaria majalis. Convalesceponin, a particular steroid glycoside. Convalatoxin, a particular steroid glycoside. Convalatoxol, a particular steroid glycoside. Convalatoxoliside, a particular steroid glycoside. Convaloside, a particular steroid glycoside. Convalatoxoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Convarietes, plural of convariety. Convariety, a nomenclatural subgroup of a subspecies above a variety, employed for cultivated plants, but prescribed by the ICE, preferring the term cultivar group. Convect, to move a warm fluid upward through a cooler fluid to transfer heat or a fluid by convection. Convected, simple past and past participle of convect. Convecting, present participle and gerund of convect. Convection, the process of conveying something. Convection cell, a loop of moving fluids such as air or water in which the motion results from differences in density caused by differences in temperature. Convection cells, plural of convection cell. Convection microwave. Convection microwave oven. Convection microwave oven. A combination convection oven and microwave oven, which has standard radiant heat sources and recirculating fan found in convection ovens and microwave emitters found in microwave ovens. Convection microwave ovens. Plural of convection microwave oven. Convection microwaves. Plural of convection microwave. Convection oven. An oven that features fans to recirculate heated air to accelerate heating provided by traditional radiant heat sources found in the oven. Convection ovens. Plural of convection oven. Convectional. Of pertaining to or employing convection. Convective. Convectionally. In a convectional manner. Convectionary. Synonym of convectional. Convections. Plural of convection. Convective. Of pertaining to or employing convection. Convectional. Convective current. The transfer of heat by the movement of a fluid, usually as the result of convection. Convective currents. Plural of convective current. Convective mixing time. The amount of time it takes for mixing to occur by convection. Convective mixing times. Plural of convective mixing time. Convective temperature. The approximate surface air temperature which must be. Convective mixing times. Plural of convective mixing time. Convective temperature. The approximate surface air temperature which must be reached for surface-based convection to initiate. Convective temperatures. Plural of convective temperature. Convectively. In a convective manner with regard to convection. Convector. A space heater that transfers heat by convection. A radiator. Convectors. Plural of convector. Chemex. Third person singular simple present indicative of convect. Conval. To tear tissue, a nerve, etc. To convulse. Convelt. Simple past and past participle of convel. Convalent. Tending to tear or pull. Convelling. Present participle and gerund of convel. Convals. Third person singular simple present indicative of convel. Hemenalmal. Capable of being convened or assembled. Hemenalpoeng. In a convenable manner. Convenance. Conventional propriety. Convenances. Plural of convenance. Convene. To come together, to meet, to unite. Convened. Simple past and past participle of convene. Convener. One who convenes or calls a meeting. Conveners. Plural of convener. Convenership. The role or status of a convener. Convenerships. Plural of convener. Conveyance. Third person singular simple present in. Indicative of convene. Convenus. Second person singular simple present indicative of convene. Convenant. Third person singular simple present indicative of convene. Convenience. Misspelling of convenience. Convenient. Misspelling of convenient. Convenience. The quality of inconvenience. Convenience class. A class created for convenience so that some other more complex task is simplified. Convenience classes. Plural of convenience class. Convenience fee. A service charge made by a business to a customer for the customer's use of certain payment methods, such as credit cards. Convenience food. A food or meal that needs little preparation or cooking, especially one sold per package. Convenience foods. Plural of convenient. Food. Convenience method. A method created for convenience so that some other, more complex task can be solved more easily. Convenience methods. Plural of convenience method. Convenience sample. A sample acquired by convenience sampling. Convenience samples. Plural of convenience sample. Convenience sampling. A type of non-probability sampling that involves the sample being drawn from that part of the population that is close to hand. Convenience store. A small retail store, often in a residential area, that carries a limited selection of items such as staples, junk food, and drugstore items, and which is open long hours for the convenience of shoppers. Convenience stores. Plural of convenience store. Convenience. Simple past and past participle of convenience. Conveniences. Plural of convenience. Conveniences. Plural of conveniency. Convenience. Present participle and gerund of convenience. Conveniency. Convenience. Convenient. Serving to reduce a difficulty or accessible with minimum difficulty. Expedient. Convenientia. Dreameth. Conveniently. In a convenient manner, form, or situation, without difficulty. Convenientness. Thus a quality of being convenient. Convening. Present participle and gerund of convene. Convenings. Plural of convening. Convener. One who assembles people for an official or public purpose. Conveners. Plural of convener. Convenership. The role or status of convener. Convenerships. Plural of convenership. Convent. A census-designated place, the parish seat of St. James Parish, Louisiana, United States. Convent school. A school at which the teaching staff, and often the support staff, are nuns. Convent schools. Plural of convent school. Convent station. An unincorporated community in Morris Township, Morris County, New Jersey. Convented. Simple past and past participle of convent. Conventicle. Conventual. Conventicle. A secret, unauthorized, or illegal religious meeting. Conventicled. Simple past and past participle of conventicle. Conventicler. Someone who supports or frequents conventicles. Conventiclers. Plural of conventicular. Conventicles. Plural of conventicle. Conventicling. Present participle and gerund of conventicle. Conventicular. Relating to a conventicle. Conventing. Present participle and gerund of convent. Convention. A meeting or gathering. Convention bump. The rise in support as shown in polls a presidential candidate receives after the National Party nominating convention. Convention bumps. Plural of convention. Convention center. A building or group of buildings consisting of exhibit halls and often auditoriums used for hosting conventions, exhibitions, and other events. Convention centers. Plural of convention center. Convention center. Alternative form of convention center. Convention centers. Plural of convention center. Convention state. Any of the Indian feudal states which, during the time of the British Empire, used overprinted Indian stamps valid for postage outside the state. Convention state. Plural of convention state. Convention goer. Alternative form of convention goer. Convention goers. Plural of convention goer. Conventional. Pertaining to a convention, as in following generally accepted principles, methods, and behavior. Conventional memory. The first 640 kilobytes of REM in an IBM-compatible PC. Conventional mortgage loan. A fixed or adjustable rate, fully amortized loan secured by a mortgage or deed of trust that is not insured or guaranteed by an agency of the federal government such as FHA or VA. Source: Office of Thrift Supervision, https://web.archive.org/2036billion60018,191,000/http://glossary/glossy.html. Conventional mortgage loans. Plural of conventional mortgage loan. Conventional oven. An oven that uses radiant heat such as from burners or heating elements and does not use a fan to recirculate heated air, nor any other technology such as electromagnetic induction. Conventional ovens. Plural of conventional oven. Conventional PCI. PCI the computer bus as opposed to the newer PCI Express. Conventional war. A war fought using conventional warfare. Conventional warfare. The waging of war in a manner which does not use nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons. Conventional wars. Plural of conventional war. Conventional weapon. A weapon of warfare which is not nuclear, chemical, biological, or radiological in nature. Conventional weaponry. Destructive implements of warfare which are not nuclear, chemical, biological, or radiological in nature. Conventional weapons. Plural of conventional weapon. Conventional wisdom. A belief or set of beliefs that is widely accepted, especially one which may be questionable on close examination. Conventional wisdoms. Plural of conventional wisdom. Conventionalization. Alternative form of conventionalization. Conventionalization. Plural of conventionalization. Conventionalize. Alternative spelling of conventionalize. Conventionalized. Simple past and past participle of conventionalized. Conventionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of conventionalized. Conventionalizing. Present participle and gerund of conventionalize. Conventionalism. Adherence to social conventions, conventional behavior. Conventionalisms. Plural of conventionalism. Conventionalist. Of, pertaining to, or supporting conventionalism. Conventionalists. Plural of conventionalist. Conventionalities. Plural of conventionality. Conventionality, the state of being conventional. Conventionalization, the act or process of rendering something conventional. Conventionalizations, plural of conventionalization. Conventionalize, to make something conventional. Conventionalized, simple past and past participle of conventionalize. Conventionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conventionalize. Conventionalizing, present participle and gerund of conventionalize. Conventionally, ordinarily, by convention. Conventionals, plural of conventional. Conventionary, acting under contract, settled by express agreement. Conventioneer, a person attending a convention. Conventioneering, attending conferences or conventions. Conventioneers, plural of conventioneer. Conventioner, one who belongs to a convention or assembly. Conventioners, plural of conventioner. Convention goer, a person attending a convention. Convention goers. Plural of convention goer. Conventionism, support for a convention or assembly. Conventionist, one who enters into a convention, covenant, or contract. Conventionists, plural of conventionists. Conventional, a member of the French National Convention. Conventionals, plural of conventional. Conventions, plural of convention. Convention staler, a silver coin minted in the time of the Holy Roman Empire. Convention stalers, plural of convention staler. Convents, plural of convent. Conventual, a member of one of the two divisions of Franciscans following a mitigated rule, the other being the observance. Conventualism, the beliefs and practices of the conventuals, a Franciscan order. Conventualists, a member or supporter of the conventuals, a Franciscan order. Conventualists, plural of conventualists. Conventually, in a conventual manner. Conventuals, plural of conventual. Conver, a non-finite verb form that serves to express adverbial subordination. Converbal, of or relating to a converb. Converbally, as a converb. Converbals, plural of converbal. Convertio, alternative form of converbal. Converbialization, the formation of a converb from another part of speech such as a verb or participle. Converbs, plural of conver. Converge, set of two or more entities to approach each other to get closer and closer. Converge, simple past and past participle of converge. Convergement, the act of converging or coming closer together. Convergence, the act of moving toward union. Or uniformity. Convergence box, an electronic consumer device that integrates a number of traditionally separate media functions: television, music playback, internet browsing, video games, etc. Convergence boxes, plural of convergence box. Convergences, plural of convergence. Convergencies, Plural of convergency. Convergency, alternative form of convergence. Convergent, that converges or focuses converging. Convergent evolution, a trait of evolution in which species independently develop similar properties. Convergent extension, a series of actions via which the embryonic tissue is reorganized to concenter along one axis and elongate along a perpendicular axis through the movement of cells. Convergent extensions, plural of convergent extension. Convergent sequence, a sequence which converges. Convergent sequences, plural of convergent sequence. Convergent series, an infinite series whose partial sums converge. Convergent thinking, a type of thinking that focuses on finding a single best solution to a problem by analyzing and evaluating available information. Convergently, in a convergent manner. Convergence, plural of convergent. Converger, one who or that which converges. Convergers, plural of converger. Converges, third person singular simple present indicative of converge. Converge, third person singular simple present indicative of converge. Converging, approaching each other at a point, convergent. Converging lens, synonym of convex lens. Converging lenses, plural of converging lens. Convergingly, so as to converge or come together. Convergings, plural of converging. Conversa, a female converso. Conversable, able and inclined to engage in conversation. Conversabilness, the state or quality of being conversable. Conversably, in a conversable manner, sociably. Conversance, the condition of being conversant. Conversances, plural of conversants. Conversancies, plural of conversancy. Conversancy, the condition of being conversant. Conversant, closely familiar, current, having frequent interaction. Conversantly, in a familiar manner. Conversants, plural of conversant. Conversus, plural of conversa. Conversate, to converse, to have conversation. Conversated, simple past and past participle of conversate. Conversates, third person singular simple present indicative of conversate. Conversating, present participle and gerund of conversate. Conversation, expression and exchange of individual ideas through talking with other people, also a set instance or occasion of such talking. Conversation analysis, an approach to the study of social interaction and language. Conversation heart, a small heart-shaped sugar candy bearing a romantic message. Conversation hearts, plural of conversation heart. Conversation lozenge, a form of confectionery consisting of a sweet lozenge with a flirtatious message printed on it. Conversation lozenges, plural of conversation lozenge. Conversation piece, an unusual item, such as a painting or a tabletop knick-knack which encourages comment from visitors and so helps to break the ice. Conversation pieces. Plural of conversation piece. Conversation pit. A depressed section of flooring within a larger room, having built-in seating and sometimes a central table. Conversation pits. Plural of conversation pit. Conversation set. A typically 4-piece set of sofa chairs, and low table. Conversation sets. Plural of conversation set. Conversation stopper. A comment that abruptly ends a conversation. Conversation stopper. Alternative form of conversation stopper. Conversation stoppers. Plural of conversation stopper. Conversationable. Synonym of conversible, able and inclined to engage in conversation. Conversational. Easy in conversation, chatty. Conversational commerce. E-commerce done via various means of conversation. Live support on e-commerce websites, online chat using messaging apps, chatbots on messaging apps or websites, voice assistants, and using technologies such as speech recognition, speaker recognition, natural language processing, and artificial intelligence. Conversational journal. A journal or diary, usually in digital form, that incorporates elements of interactive dialogue, often facilitated by artificial intelligence or digital platforms. It allows for a back-and-forth exchange resembling a conversation. Conversational journaling. A method of maintaining a personal journal through interactive dialogue, often facilitated by artificial intelligence or digital platforms. It involves a back-and-forth exchange resembling a conversation. Conversational partner. Synonym of conversant. Conversational partners. Plural of conversational partner. Conversational scoreboard. In linguistics and philosophy of language, the conversational scoreboard is a tuple which represents the discourse context at a given point in a conversation. The scoreboard is updated by each speech act performed by one of the interlocutors. Conversational scoreboards. Plural of conversational scoreboard. Conversationalism. Synonym of conversationism. Conversationalisms. Plural of conversationalism. Conversationalist. A person who participates in a conversation. Conversationalistic. In the style of a conversationalist. Conversationalists. Plural of conversationalists. Conversationalities. Plural of conversationality. Conversation. The quality of being conversational. Conversationalization. The adoption of an informal, chatty tone so as to appear to create an interpersonal relationship with listeners or readers. Conversationalize. To make conversational. To phrase in an informal, chatty way. Conversationalize. Simple past and past participle of conversationalize. Conversationalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of conversationalize. Conversationalizing. Present participle and gerund of conversationalize. Conversationally. In a conversational manner. Conversationalness. The quality of being conversational. Conversation. Simple past and past participle of conversation. Conversationing. Present participle and gerund of conversation. Conversationism. A word or phrase used in conversation, generally of informal nature, a colloquialism. Conversationisms, plural of conversationism. Conversationist, someone skilled in the art of conversation. Conversationists, plural of conversationists. Conversationize, to take part in conversation, to converse. Conversationists, plural of conversationists. Conversationize, to take part in conversation, to converse. Conversationize, simple past and past participle of conversationize. Conversationizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conversationize. Conversationizing, present participle and gerund of conversationize. Conversationless, without conversation. Conversationlessness, absence of conversation. Conversations, plural of conversation. Conversative, relating to conversation with others, social. Conversant, obsolete form of conversant. Conversazione, a formal gathering where something related to the arts or academia is discussed. Conversaziones, plural of conversazione. Conversazione, plural of conversazione. Converse, a surname. Converse antonym, either of a pair of terms that name or describe a single relationship from opposite perspectives, such as parent versus child. Converse antonyms, plural of converse antonym. Converse County, one of 23 counties in Wyoming, United States. County seat, Douglas. Conversed, simple past and past participle of converse. Conversely, with a reversed relationship. Converseness, quality of being converse. Converser, one who converses. Conversers, plural of converse. Converses, plural of converse. Conversus, second person singular simple present indicative of converse. Conversa, third person singular simple present indicative of converse. Conversi, plural of conversus. Conversible, capable of being converted. Conversing, present participle and gerund of converse. Conversing's, plural of conversing. Conversion, the act of converting something or someone. Conversion course, an academic course by which a student studying a certain subject can change to another subject. Conversion courses, plural of conversion course. Conversion disorder, a condition where the patient displays neurological symptoms such as numbness, blindness, paralysis, or fits, but without any neurological explanation, usually traced back to a psychological trigger. Conversion disorders, plural of conversion disorder. Conversion mod, a grand modification to a video game that completely changes the nature of a game. Conversion rate, the proportion of visitors to a website who take an action desired by the marketers, such as buying a product or subscribing to a newsletter. Conversion rates, plural of conversion rate. Conversion therapies, plural of conversion therapy. psychiatric or psychological treatment to attempt to change the sexual orientation or gender identity of an LGBT person, used especially as an attempt to turn gay people heterosexual. Conversion van. A full-size cargo van that is sent to third-party companies to be outfitted with various luxuries for road trips and camping. Conversion vans. Plural of conversion van. Conversional. Relating to conversion. Conversionary. Relating to or leading to conversion. Conversionless. Without conversion. Convergence. Plural of conversion. Converso. Capable of being converted or changed. Converso. A Jew or Muslim in Spain or Portugal who converted to Roman Catholicism under duress, particularly during the 14th and 15th centuries. Conversos. Plural of converso. Conversus. A lay brother. Convert. To transform or change something into another form, substance, state, or product. Convertible. Alternative form of convertible. Convertence. The process or result of converting. Convertent. Something that has been converted. Convertence. Plural of convertent. Convertiplane. Alternative form of convertiplane. Convertiplanes. Plural of convertiplane. Convertase. Any of several enzymes that convert a compound into smaller, biologically active compounds. Convertases. Plural of convertase. Converted. Changed in form or function, etc. Converted rice. Parboiled rice. Converted rices. Plural of converted rice. Convertee. One who is converted. Convertees. Plural of convertee. Converten. Any proposition which is subject to the process of conversion, so called in its relation to itself as converted, after which process it is termed the converse. Convertens. Plural of converten. Converter. A person or thing that converts. Converters. Plural of converter. Convertist. Second person singular simple present indicative of convert. Converta. Third person singular simple present indicative of convert. Convertibility. The quality of being convertible. Convertible. Able to be converted. Convertible husbandry. A method of farming whereby strips of arable farmland are temporarily converted into grass pasture. Known as lays. Convertible land. A designated area within a condominium development that is part of the common elements but holds the potential to be developed into additional units or limited common elements in the future. Convertible lands. Plural of convertible land. Convertible mark. Convertible marks. Plural of convertible mark. Convertible pants. Pants that can be zipped off at the thigh to become shorts. Convertible securities. Plural of convertible security. Convertible security. A security that can be converted into another security. Convertibleness. The state of being convertible. Convertibility. Convertibles. Plural of convertible. Convertibly. In a convertible manner. Converting. Present participle and gerund of convert. Converting furnace. A furnace in which wrought iron is converted into steel by cementation. Converting furnaces. Plural of converting furnace. Conversion. Misspelling of conversion. Conversions. Misspelling of conversions. Convertiplane. Any of several forms of aircraft capable of both vertical takeoff and landing and of normal forward flight, usually has variable geometry wings that can rotate. Convertiplanes. Plural of convertiplane. Convertite. A reformed prostitute. Convertites. Plural of convertite. Convertive. That converts. Converter. Alternative form of converter. Converters. Plural of converter. Converters. Plural of convert. Convery. Surname. Converies. Plural of convery. Convex. Like the outside of a bowl, circle, or sphere. Convex combination. A linear combination of vectors in Euclidean space in which the coefficients are non-negative and all add up to 1. Convex combinations. Plural of convex combination. Convex envelope. Convex hull. Convex envelopes. Plural of convex envelope. Convex function. A mathematical function where the line segment between any 2 points on a graph of the function lies above the graph in a vector space of at least 2 dimensions. Convex functions. Plural of convex function. Convex hull. The smallest convex set of points in which a given set of points is contained. Convex hulls. Plural of convex hull. Convex lens. A lens having at least one convex surface, such that light passing through it may be brought to a focus. Convex lenses. Plural of convex lens. Convex set. A set which contains any convex combination of any finite subset of its points. Convex sets. Plural of convex set. Convexed. Convex. Convexely. In a convex form, convexly. Convexness. The state or quality of being convexed. Convexos. Plural of convex. Convexifiability. Capability of being convex of being made convex. Convexifiable. Capable of being convexified being made convex. Convexification. The process of converting to convex form. Convexifications. Plural of convexification. Convexify. Simple past and past participle of convexify. Convexifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of convexify. Convexify. To make convex. Convexifying. Present participle and gerund of convexify. Convexing. Present participle and gerund of convex. Convection. Dated form of convection. Convexidal. Relating to or situated on the convexity of the skull. Convexities. Plural of convexity. Convexity. The state of being convex. Convexivity. Misspelling of convexity. convexly, in a convex manner. Convexness, the state or quality of being convex. Convexo-concave, alternative form of convexo-concave. Convexo-concave, concavo-convex. Convexo-convex, convex on both sides. Convexoplane, plano-convex. Convey, to move something from one place to another. Convey, simple past and past participle of convey. Conveyability, ability to be conveyed. Conveyable, able to be conveyed, especially from one owner to another. Conveyal, synonym of conveyance. Conveyals, plural of conveyal. Conveyance, an act or instance of conveying. Conveyance, simple past and past participle of conveyance. Conveyancer, an attorney who passes transfer of immovable property from one party to another. Conveyancers, plural of conveyancer. Conveyances, plural of conveyance. Conveyancing, the drawing of deeds etc. concerning transfer of property and the legal execution of such transfers. Conveyancings, plural of conveyancing. Conveyance, obsolete form of conveyance. Conveyances, plural of conveyance. Convey, simple past and past participle of convey. Convey, one to whom its title is transferred by conveyance. Conveys, plural of convey. Conveyor, alternative spelling of conveyor. Conveyor belt, alternative spelling of conveyor belt. Conveyor belts, plural of conveyor belt. Conveyors, plural of conveyor. Conveys, second person singular simple present indicative of convey. Convey, third person singular simple present indicative of convey. Conveying, present participle and gerund of convey. Conveyor, a person that conveys, transports, or delivers. Conveyor belt, a continuous flexible band moved by a series of rollers to transport objects or material from one place to another, especially within a factory or mine. Conveyor belts, plural of conveyor belt. Conveyor broiler, ellipsis of conveyor broiler oven, a type of conveyor oven and broiler oven where a conveyor belt shuttles material through the broilers section of the oven. Conveyor broilers, plural of conveyor broiler. Conveyorize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of conveyorize. Conveyorized, alternative spelling of conveyorized. Conveyorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conveyorize. Conveyorizing, present participle and gerund of conveyorize. Conveyorization, the streamlining of an industrial operation by means of conveyors. Conveyorize, to streamline an industrial operation by means of conveyors. Conveyorized, having been conveyorized. Conveyorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of conveyorize. Conveyorizing, present participle and gerund of conveyorize. Conveyors. Without conveyor. Conveyors. Plural of conveyor. Conveyor. Obsolete form of conveyor. Conveyors. Plural of conveyor. Conveys. Third person singular. Simple present indicative of convey. Convesolin. A trimeric globulin related to visilin, present in peas. Convisolins. Plural of convisolin. Convisine. A glycoside of pyrimidine diene that functions as an antinutrient found in fava beans. Convicinity. Immediate vicinity, neighborhood, the state of being neighboring. Convicious. Reproachful, abusive, taunting. Convict. To find guilty as a result of legal proceedings. Or informal in a moral sense. Convex cichlid. Amatite lania nigrifasciata, a cichlid fish native to Central America, with black and white stripes. Convex cichlids. Plural of convex cichlid. Convect hour. Around 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. Convectable. Capable of being convicted. Convicted. Simple past and past participle of convict. Convicted. The state or fact of being a convict. Convicting. Present participle and gerund of convict. Conviction. A firmly held belief. Convictional. Relating to conviction or strong belief. Convictions. Plural of conviction. Convictism. The policy or practice of transporting convicts to penal settlements, especially in Australia. Convictive. Convincing. Convictively. In a convictive manner. Convictiveness. The quality of being convictive. Convex. Plural of convict. Convince. To make someone believe or feel sure about something, especially by using logic, argument, or evidence. Convincibility. Alternative form of convincibility. Convincible. Alternative form of convincible. Convince. In a state of believing, especially from evidence, but not necessarily. Convincibly. In a convinced manner, with belief or conviction. Convinceness. The quality of being convinced, belief, or conviction. Convincement. The act of convincing, or state of being convinced, conviction. Convincements. Plural of convincement. Convincer. One who, or that which convinces. One who wins over by who. Convincers. Plural of convincer. Convinces. Third person singular simple present indicative of convince. Convinces. Second person singular simple present indicative of convince. Convince. Third person singular simple present indicative of convince. Convincibility. Ability to be convinced or persuaded. Convincible. Capable of being convinced or won over. Convincing. Pronunciation spelling of convincing. Convincing. Effective as proof or evidence. Convincingly. In a convincing manner. Convincingness. The state or quality of being convincing. Convincings. Plural of convincing. convenient, misspelling of convenient. Conviricic acid, a beta-orsanoltepsidone found in some lichens. Convivial, relating to a feast or festivity, convivial. Convive, to feast with others. Convide, simple past and past participle of convive. Convivence, coexistence, cohabitation. Convives, plural of convive. Convivia, plural of convivium. Convivio, having elements of a feast or of entertainment, especially when it comes to eating and drinking, with accompanying festivity. Convivialist, a person of convivial habits. Convivialists, plural of convivialist. Convivialities, plural of conviviality, the good spirits associated with a festive occasion. Conviviality, the state of being convivial. Convivialize, to socialize in a friendly manner. Convivialize, simple past and past participle of convivialize. Convivializes, third person singular simple present indicative of convivialize. Convivializing, present participle and gerund of convivialize. Conviviale, in a convivial manner. Convivify, simple past and past participle of convivify. Convivifies, third person singular simple present indicative of convivify. Convivify, to gain eternal life as a result of joining one's life to. Convivifying, present participle and gerund of convivify. Conviving, present participle and gerund of convive. Convivia, as symposium. Conmat, convolutional neural network. Conmat, plural of connet. Convo, a conversation. Convocate, to call together people, to convoke. Convocated, simple past and past participle of convocate. Convocates, third person singular simple present indicative of convocate. Convocating, present participle and gerund of convocate. Convocation, the act of calling or assembling by summons. Convocational, of or pertaining to a convocation. Convocationally, in or as a convocation. Convocationist, an advocate or defender of convocation. Convocationists, plural of convocationists. Convocations, plural of convocation. Convoke, to convene, to cause to assemble for a meeting. Convoked, simple past and past participle of convoke. Convoker, one who convokes or calls together. Convokers, plural of convoker. Convokes, third person singular simple present indicative of convoke. Convoking, present participle and gerund of convoke. Convolute, to make unnecessarily complex. Convoluted, having numerous overlapping coils or folds. Convolute. Convolutedly, in a convoluted manner. Convolutedness, the quality of being convoluted. convolutely, in a convolute manner. Convolute. Third person singular simple present indicative of convolute. Convoluted, any member of the convolutedy. Convoluteds, plural of convoluted. Convoluting, present participle and gerund of convolute. Convolution. A twist or fold. Convolutional, of pertaining to or causing convolution. Convolutional neural network, a neural network in which the connectivity pattern between its neurons is modeled on the organization of the animal visual cortex. Convolutional neural networks, plural of convolutional neural network. Convolutionally, in a convolutional manner. Convolutionless, lacking convolution. Convolutions, plural of convolution. Convolutive, convolute. Convolvability, the property of being convolvable. Convolvable, that can be convolved. Convolve, to roll together, or one part on another. Convolve, simple past and past participle of convolve. Convolver, an algorithm that performs convolution on a signal. Convolvers, plural of convolver. Convolves, third person singular simple present indicative of convolve. Involving, present participle and gerund of convolve. Convolvulaceous, of pertaining to or resembling the family of plants Convolvulaceae, bindweeds and morning glories. Convolvuli, plural of convolvulus. Convolvulin, a glucoside occurring in jalap, the root of a convolvulaceous plant, used as a purgative. Convolvulus, any of several plants of the genus Convolvulus found in temperate climates having small trumpet-shaped flowers. Convolvuluses, plural of convolvulus. Condos, plural of condo. Convoy, a village in Ireland. Convoy coat, a kind of duffel coat. Convoy coats, plural of convoy coat. Convoy, simple past and past participle of convoy. Convoying, present participle and gerund of convoy. Convoys, plural of convoy. Convulsant, causing or producing convulsions, convulsive. Convulsants, plural of convulsant. Convulse, to suffer violent, involuntary contractions of the muscles, causing one's body to contort. Convulse, simple past and past participle of convulse. Convulsively, in a state of convulsion. Convulses, third person singular simple present indicative of convulse. Convulsible, subject to convulsions. Convulsing, present participle and gerund of convulse. Convulsion, an intense paroxysmal involuntary muscular contraction. Convulsional, pertaining to or having convulsions. Convulsionaries, plural of convulsionary. Convulsionary, a convulsionist. Convulsionism, the practice of the convulsion convulsionists going into convulsions under the influence of religious emotion. Convulsionist, one who has convulsions. Convulsionists, plural of convulsionists. Convulsions. Plural of convulsion. Convulsive, marked by or having the nature of convulsions. Convulsively, in a convulsive manner. Convulsiveness, the state or quality of being convulsive. Convolvulaceous, of or relating to the convolvulation. Convolvulus, the spelling of convolvulus, a plant of the bindweed family. Convulsin, a snake venom toxin found in the tropical rattlesnake Crotalus dursus terrificus. Conway, a place name. Conway County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Morrilton. Conway criterion, a rule for determining whether a prototile will tile the plane. Conway knot, a particular knot with 11 crossings related by mutation to the Kinshita Terasaka knot. Conway knots, plural of Conway knot. Conway polynomial. Synonym of Alexander Conway polynomial. Conway polynomials, plural of Conway polynomial. Conway's constant. The constant 1.303577269034, an algebraic number of degree 71, related to the limit of the growth of the look-and-say sequence. Conway's law, an adage that states that organizations design computer systems that mirror their own communication structure. Conway-Alexander polynomial, synonym of Alexander Conway polynomial. Conway-Alexander polynomials, plural of Conway-Alexander polynomial. Conways, plural of Conway. Conwell, a surname. Conwells, plural of Conwell. Conwoman, a female con artist. Conwomen, plural of conwoman. Conworld, an imaginary world, especially one with highly detailed cultures, languages, and geography. Conworlder, someone who creates conworlds. Conworlders, plural of conworlder. Conworlding, engaging in the creation of a conworld, world building. Conworlds, plural of conworld. Conwy, a town and community in Conwy Borough, County Borough, North Wales, formerly Conway Oest Grid Ref SH 7777. Conwy County Borough, a county borough of Wales located between Gwynedd and Denbighshire. Conwy, abbreviation of City of New York, New York City. Co-NY, alternative form of Conwy, abbreviation of City of New York, New York City. Conwy, a rabbit, especially the European rabbit, or Taligus cuniculus, formerly known as Lepus cuniculus. Conwy wool, rabbit fur. Conwy catch, to trick, cheat. Conwy catcher, a cheat, or sharper, a deceiver. Conwy catchers, plural of Conwy catcher. Conwy catches, third person singular simple present, indicative of Conwy catch. Conwy catching, deception, trickery. Conwy gry, alternative form of Kniger. Knetter, a surname from Old English. Knetters, plural of Kniber. Knicatcher, alternative form of Knicatcher. Knicatchers, plural of Knicatcher. Khmer, a surname from Middle English. Khmer's, a surname. Kniger, a rabbit-born, an enclosed piece of land set aside for breeding and raising rabbits. Knegers, plural of Kniger. Kneber, alternative form of Kniger. Cornelian, an oily substance, reportedly C8H and probably a mixture of octadienes obtained from several derivatives of quinine. Kememger, alternative form of Kniger. Knengers, plural of Kninger. Kemengri, rare form of Kninger. Khmer, a colloquial variety of Philippine English usually spoken by upper-class Anglophone Filipinos incorporating some Tagalog lexes. Kaneo Vai, a male person who belongs to a wealthy or well-off predominantly English-speaking family. Kaneo girl, a female person who belongs to a wealthy or well-off predominantly English-speaking family. Kaneo girls, plural of Kaneo girl. Kamirian, a fluorescent blue oily base obtained from quinine, regarded as a derivative of pyridine. Initialism of Chief Operating Officer. The murmuring sound made by a dove or pigeon. The two-note vocalization made by the male of the common cuckoo Cuculus canorus, or imitation of this by a cuckoo clock. Cuckoo clock, misspelling of cuckoo clock. Cuckoos, plural of cuckoo. Cooey, alternative spelling of cooey. Cooeyed, simple past and past participle of cooey. Cooey, present participle and gerund of cooey. Cooey is plural of cooey. Coober Pedy, a town in Coober Pedy district, far north, South Australia, Australia. Coobservodil, the condition of being coobservable. Coobservable, of a behavior in a distributed system, such that decisions can be made by each site based on what it observes, without the need for input from other sites. Occupancy, occupancy shared with another. Occupy, simple past and past participle of occupy. Occupies, third person singular simple present indicative of occupy. Occupy, to occupy along with another. Occupying, present participle and gerund of occupy. Coder, alternative spelling of co-occur. Harker, dated spelling of co-occur. Coker, simple past and past participle of cooker. Cookerance, alternative form of co-occurrence. Co-occurrence, dated spelling of co-occurrence. Cookerances, plural of cookerance. Co-occurrences, plural of car-current. Cooker, present participle and gerund of cooker. Cookers, third person singular simple present indicative of cooker. Hoot, the hoochie coochie, a type of erotic dance. Cooch Bihar, a city in West Bengal, India. Hoochis, plural of cooch. Tuti. The hoochie coochie, a type of erotic dance. Hoochie coo, alternative form of coochie coo. Hoochie cotters. Very brief, skimpy shorts worn by a woman. Tuki tuki. The hoochie coochie, a type of erotic dance. Hoochie coochie coo, alternative form of coochie coochie coo. Hoochie goochies, plural of coochie coochie. Coochies, plural of coochie. Tutti, vagina or vulva. Coochie coo, an affectionate vocalization normally used towards a baby. Coochie coos, plural of coochie coo. Alternative spelling of coo-coo, the foodstuff. Plural of coo-poo. Dialect spelling of could. A surname. Couden, a western suburb of Bexhill, Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7107. Cootie, a surname. Cooties, plural of cootie. Coot, simple past and past participle of coo. Cootie, a long, loud call used to attract attention when at a distance, mainly done in the Australian bush. Cootie, simple past and past participle of cooey. Cootie, present participle and gerund of cooey. Cooey's, plural of cooey. Cooer, one who coos. Cooers, plural of cooer. Cooer, third person singular simple present indicative of coo. Coo, alternative spelling of cooey. Cooey, simple past and past participle of cooey. Cooey, present participle and gerund of cooey. Cooey's, third person singular simple present indicative of cooey. Coo. An idiot or fool. Coos, plural of coo. Codin, a surname from Irish. Cougars, plural of cougar. Cootie, alternative form of cookie. Cooties, plural of cookie. Cootie. Present participle and gerund of coo. Cooingly, in a cooing way. Cooingus, plural of cooing. Coodap, a wide-mouthed earthenware vessel for water. Coodap, alternative form of cuja. Coodes, plural of cuja. Cujas, plural of cuja. Cujai, Acacia saligna, an Australian shrub wattle. Cujans, plural of cujon. To prepare food for eating by heating it, often combining with other ingredients. Cook back, to recook a drug, especially crack cocaine, in an aqueous solution water in order to remove excess adulterants, thereby purifying it. Cookbook, alternative spelling of cookbook. Cookbooks, plural of cookbook. Cook car, a horse-pulled wagon used to provide food for threshing crews. Cook cars, car. Cook County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Adel, named after Philip Cook. Cook Islander, a person from the Cook Islands or of descent of the Cook Islands. Cook Islanders, plural of Cook Islander. Cook Islands, et archipelago and self-governing country at Oceania in free association with New Zealand. Cook Islands Maori, the official language of the Cook Islands. Cook off, to eliminate by cooking. Cook out, alternative form of cookout. Cookouts, plural of cookout. Cook pot, alternative form of cook pot. Cook pots, plural of cook pot. Cook reduction, a Turing reduction that runs in polynomial time. Cook reductions, plural of cook reduction. Cook someone's goose, to spoil one's plans or hope of success. Cook Strait, a strait that separates the North and South Islands of New Zealand, extending northwest to southeast from the Tasman Sea to the South Pacific Ocean. Cook tent, alternative form of cooktent. Cook tents, plural of cook tent. Cook the books, to manipulate accounting information, especially illegally. Cook through, to cook completely, to cook to the core. Cook up, to prepare. Food or chemical substances by cooking or heating. Cook up a storm, to do a large amount of cooking at once, to prepare a great deal of cooked food. Cook's Harbor, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Cook's knife, a chef's knife. Cook's petrol, the Seaver Pterodroma cookie eye. Cook's petrels, plural of Cook's petrol. Cook's theorem, synonym of Cook-Levin theorem. Cook's tour, a long or complicated journey, an indirect route. Cook's tour, plural of Cook's tour. Cook chill, a method of food preparation in which food is first cooked and then rapidly chilled. Cook chilled, prepared according to the cook-chill food preparation system. Cook chilling, the use of the cook-chill food preparation system. Cookhouse, alternative form of cookhouse. Cookhouses, plural of cookhouse. Cook-Levin theorem, a theorem stating that the Boolean satisfiability problem is NP-complete. Cook-off, a cooking contest. Cook-costs, plural of cook-off. Cook-den, alternative form of cooked-int. Cook-dens, plural of cook-ten. Cook-up, a get-together for the purposes of cooking, especially one that produces large quantities of food. Cook-up rice, a Guyanese dish made with rice, meat, and peas. Cook-ups, plural of cook-up. Cookability, suitability for cooking. Cookable, that can be cooked, suitable for cooking. Cook-up, plural of cookable. Cookaholic, a person who is very fond of cooking. Cookaholics, plural of cookaholic. Cookaloris, alternative form of cucularis. Cookalarizes, plural of cookalores. Cook, a book or an encyclopedia of recipes and cookery tips. Cookbook area, the application of especially mathematical techniques learned by rote, without proper understanding or consideration. Cookbook dish, following a set formula. Cookbooks, plural of cookbook. Cook-young, the role or status of cook. F, a surname originating as an occupation for a cook or a seller of cooked food. Cook County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Gainesville. Cook Triplet, a photographic lens comprising a negative flint glass element in the center with a crown glass element on each side. Cook triplets, plural of cook triplet. Cook, prepared by cooking. Cooked back. Simple past and past participle of cook back. Cooked mode, the mode of a device driver in which input data is processed or processed. Cooked off, simple past and past participle of cook off. Cooked tap, simple past and past participle of cook out. Cook someone's goose, simple past and past participle of cook someone's goose. Cooked the books, simple past and past participle of cook the books. Cook through, simple past and past participle of cook through. Cooktop, simple past and past participle of cook up. Cooked up a storm, simple past and past participle of cook up a storm. Cook mess, quality of being cook. Could be, female cook. Cookies, plural of cookie. Cookgate, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, lithium, oxygen, and silicon. Cutfin, past participle of cook. Cover, a cook stove. Cooker hood, an electrical kitchen device fitted over a cooker and connected to a flue designed to suck off any vapors from cooking. Cooker hoods, plural of cooker hood. Cookeress, a female cooker. Cookeresses, plural of cookeress. Cookeries, plural of cookery. Cover, plural of cooker. Coterie, the art and practice of preparing food for consumption, especially by the application of heat, cooking. Cookery book, synonym of cookbook. Cookery books, plural of cookery book. Cookess, a female cook. Cookesses, plural of cookess. Cookess, second person singular simple present indicative of cook. Cookette, third person singular simple present indicative of cook. Cookville, a city, the county seat of Putnam County, Tennessee, United States. Cookie, dated form of cookie. Cookies, plural of cookie. Cook fire, a fire used for cooking food. Cookires, plural. Of cook fire. Cooked out, a village and civil parish in Windsor and Maidenhead Borough, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 8009. British in Whicheven District, Worcestershire, England, on the border with Warwickshire. OSB Ref SB0558. Cookhouse, a small building where cooking takes place. Cookhouses, plural of cookhouse. Cookim, of or relating to James Cook 1728-1779, British explorer, navigator, cartographer, and navy captain. Cookie, an endearing or condescending nickname. Cookie butter, a spread similar to peanut butter made from pulverized speculoos cookies and often sugar and flour and a fat such as vegetable oil. Cookie butters, plural of cookie butter. Cookie cutter, a device used to cut flattened dough into shapes before baking. Cookie cutters, alternative form of cookie cutterish. Cookie cutters, plural of cookie cutter. Cookie dough, a paste usually formed of flour, sugar, water, eggs, and other ingredients which, when baked, hardens to form a cookie or a number of cookies. Cookie doughs, plural of cookie dough. Cookie exchange, a party where each attendee brings cookies of one type that they have baked, and attendees take home one of each kind of cookie. Cookie exchanges, plural of cookie exchange. Cookie grabber, synonym of cookie stealer. Cookie grabbers, plural of cookie grabber. Cookie hole, synonym of cake hold the mouth. Cookie holes, plural of cookie hole. Cookie jar, a vessel for storing cookies or other food. Cookie jars. Plural of cookie jar. Cookie licking, the act of claiming a project or idea for oneself, discouraging others from working on it, but then never finishing it. Cookie monster, a blue creature from the children's television show Sesame Street who is intensely fond of cookies. Cookie pop, a confection consisting of a cookie stuck on a stick in the manner of a lollipop. Cookie pops, plural of cookie pop. Cookie press, a tool for making certain types of cookie, consisting of a cylinder with a plunger on one end, used to extrude cookie dough through a small hole at the other end. Cookie presses, plural of cookie press. Cookie pusher, a diplomat, especially a member of the United States Foreign Service. Cookie pushers, plural of cookie pusher. Cookie sandwich, a snack consisting of two cookies with a filling between them. Cookie sandwiches, plural of cookie sandwich. Cookie sheet, a wide, flat metal pan suitable for baking in an oven. Cookie sheets, plural of cookie sheet. Cookie stealer, a type of malware that reads private browser cookies. Cookie stealers, plural of cookie stealer. Cookie swap, synonym of cookie exchange. Cookie swaps, plural of cookie swap. Cookie wall, a barrier to viewing a website requiring the user to agree to accept an HTTP cookie before proceeding. Cookie walls, plural of cookie wall. Cookie cutter, alternative form of cookie cutter. Cookie cutters, having a similar appearance or seeming identical, created by some standard or common means, often with the implication that the result is boring, overly simple, or not applicable to all Cookie cutters. Plural of cookie cutter. Cookie jar accounting. An accounting practice in which a company takes a quantity of large reserves from an economically successful year and incurs them against losses from less successful years. Cookie jar reserve. A reserve used in cookie jar accounting. Cookie jar reserves. Plural of cookie jar reserve. Cookie pop. Alternative form of cookie pop. Cookie pops. Plural of cookie pop. Cook shine. A tea party gathering with snacks. Cook shines. Plural of cook shine. Cookie cutter. Alternative form of cookie cutter. Cookie cutter shark. A small shark, Icistias brasiliensis, that tears circular chunks of flesh from its prey. Cookie cutter sharks. Plural of cookie cutter shark. Cookie cutters. Plural of cookie cutter. Cookie. Simple past and past participle of cookie. Cookieholic. A person who is intensely fond of cookies. Cookieholics. Plural of cookieholic. Cookie. Present participle and gerund of cookie. Cookie-ish. Characteristic of a cookie in taste, shape, consistency, etc. Cookies. Without cookies, the food. Cookie. Resembling or characteristic of a cookie. Cookies. Plural of cookie. Cookies and cream. Alternative spelling of cookies and cream. Cookies and cream. A flavor of ice cream made by combining vanilla or sweet cream ice cream with chunks of chocolate cookie, often Oreos. Cooking. Pronunciation, spelling of cooking. Cooking. The process of preparing food by using heat. Cooking apple. Any apple primarily used for making pies, crumbles, or sauces, such a variety, an individual apple instance of such type. Cooking apples. Plural of cooking apple. Cooking back. Present participle and gerund of cook back. Cooking base. A concentrated flavoring compound used to make soups, sauces, and gravies. Cooking bases. Plural of cooking base. Cooking box. A device for keeping cooked food hot. Cooking boxes. Plural of cooking box. Cooking lager. Lager beer of inferior quality. Cooking lagers. Plural of cooking lager. Cooking off. Present participle and gerund of cook off. Cooking oil. A purified fat taken from plant material that is commonly used in cooking, for example olive oil, canola oil, sunflower oil, etc. Cooking oils. Plural of cooking oil. Cooking on gas. Alternative form of cooking with gas. Cooking out. Present participle and gerund of cook out. Cooking plate. Synonym of hot plate. Cooking plates. Plural of cooking plate. Cooking pot. Any vessel such as a saucepan, with or without a lid, used to cook food. Cooking pots. Plural of cooking pot. Cooking sherries. Plural of cooking sherry. Cooking sherry. A cheap wine or sherry, sometimes with salt added, used in cooked recipes rather than for drinking. Cooking show. a television genre that presents food preparation in a kitchen, restaurant, or studio set. Cooking shows, plural of cooking show. Cooking soda, sodium bicarbonate. Cooking someone's goose, present participle and gerund of cook someone's goose. Cooking spray, an aerosol sprayed onto cooking pans to make them non-stick. Cooking sprays, plural of cooking spray. Cooking the books, present participle and gerund of cook the books. Cooking through, present participle and gerund of cook through. Cooking time, the amount of time required to heat food to a desired temperature at which the food is then prepared. Cooking times, plural of cooking time. Cooking torch, a small butane torch used in a kitchen for browning foods. Cooking torches, plural of cooking torch. Cooking turner, synonym of spatula. Cooking turners, plural of cooking turner. Cooking up, present participle and gerund. Of cook up. Cooking up a storm, present participle and gerund of cook. Cook up a storm. Cooking utensil, any utensil used for preparing. Handling or serving food. Cooking utensils, plural. Of cooking utensil. Cooking with gas, functioning particularly effectively, achieving something substantial. Cooking pot, alternative spelling of cooking pot. Cooking pots, plural of cooking pot. Cookings, plural of cooking. Cookingware, synonym of cookware. Coovish, a surname. Cookdos, without a cook. Cookosimus. Absence of a cook. Cutfy, a small village and civil parish served by Cookley and Walpole Parish Council in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Suffolk Coastal District Westgrid Ref TM 3475. Cookline, a row of appliances for the preparation of hot food in a restaurant kitchen. Cooklines, plural of cookline. Cookmaid, a female servant who assists the cook. Cookmaids, plural of cookmaid. Cook-off, alternative spelling of cook-off. Cookos, plural of cook-off. Cook-off, a gathering for a meal that is cooked and eaten outside, either a domestic barbecue or a large social event. Cookouts, plural of cookout. Cookpot, cooking pot. Cookpots, plural. Of Cookpot. Cookridge, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SE 2440. Cookroom, a kitchen or room for cookery. Cookrooms, plural of cookroom. Cookroom, delete form of cookery. Covet, a surname. Cook's back, third person singular simple present indicative of cook back. Cooks off, third person singular simple present indicative of cook off. Cooks out, third person singular simple present indicative of cook out. Cooks someone's goose, third person singular simple present indicative of cook someone's goose. Cook's syndrome, a hereditary disorder characterized by certain abnormalities of the hands and feet. Cooks the books, third person singular simple present indicative of cook the books. Cooks through, third person singular simple present indicative of cook. Through. Cooks up, third person singular simple present indicative of cook up. Cooks up a storm, third person singular simple present indicative of cook up a storm. Cooksbridge, a small village in Hansey Parish, Lewes District, East Sussex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 4013. Cookdat, a set of cooking utensils. Cookdats, plural of cookset. Cooksit, a surname from Old English. Cooksis, plural of cooksy. Cookshack, a simple building where food is cooked, for example in a logging settlement. Cookshaddis, plural of cookshack. Cookshed, an outdoor building for cooking. Cookheads, plural of cookshed. Cookshop, a shop that sells cooked food. Cookshops. Plural of cookshop. Cooksim, a surname. Cooksodioi, a plant having features like those of the extinct genus Cooksodia. Cooksodioids, plural of cooksodioi. Cookstove, a stove used for cooking, especially a primitive kind heated by burning wood, charcoal, dung, etc. Cookstove. Plural of cookstove. Cookstown, a community in the town of Tallaght, South Dublin, Ireland. Cooked. Simple past and past participle of cook. Cooktent, a tent that is equipped with cooking paraphernalia that supplies food for a camp. Cooksints, plural of cooktant. Cooktop, an assembly of burners for cooking, designed to fit onto a surface such as the top of a table. Cooktops, plural of cooktop. Cook. Town, a town in Queensland, Australia. Cookware, the assorted objects, such as pots, pans, baking sheets, etc. used for cooking. Cookwares, plural of cookware. Cookware, misspelling of cookware. Fivvy, one's eaten food, for example lunch, etc., especially one's stomach contents. Present participle and gerund of cookie. Initialism of clips object-oriented language. A surname. Cool and the gang, an intensifier. Of cool, socially acceptable or extraordinary. Cool arrow, an asshole, especially in context of a jocular phonetic reception by an American of a Hispanic saying the Spanish word culero, meaning asshole. Cool arrows, plural of cool arrow. Coolars, a form of impersonal, geometric abstract art. Cool as a cucumber, calm and composed even in difficult or frustrating situations, self-possessed. Cool bag, synonym of cooler bag. Cool bags, plural of cool bag. Cool beans, a humorous and light-hearted nonsense phrase indicating approval or mild excitement. Great, wow. Cool box, alternative spelling of cool box. Cool boxes, plural of cool box. Cool Britannia, a period of increased pride in British culture during the late 1990s, closely associated with the election of a new Labour government in 1997. Cool burn, a controlled burn. Cool cat, a person who performs or appreciates jazz, especially one whose style of speech and movement is relaxed and rhythmic. Cool cats, plural of cool cat. Cool center, alternative form of cooling center. Cool centers, plural of cool center. Cool chain, the distribution path, including storage, transportation, and handling of a substance that must remain refrigerated or frozen as it moves from producer to consumer. Cool chains, plural of cool chain. Cool change, the arrival of a cold front in the afternoon or evening after a day of high summertime temperatures. The arrival of the front often produces falls in temperature in the order of 10 degrees C to 15 degrees C and sometimes thunderstorm activity. Cool changes, plural of cool change. Cool down, to become cooler, to be reduced in temperature. Cool flame, flame whose maximal temperature is below about 400 degrees C 752 degrees F, releasing very little heat, light, and carbon dioxide. Cool flames, plural of cool flame. Cool gray, a light gray color. Cool grays, plural of cool gray. Cool gray, a light gray color. Cool gray is plural of cool gray. Cool hand, a person who is not easily abashed. Cool hands, plural of cool hand. Cool head, a calm, focused demeanor and mindset, a person having such characteristics. Cool heads, plural of cool head. Cool heads must prevail. Alternative form of cooler heads will prevail. Cool heads prevail. Alternative form of cooler heads will prevail. Cool heads will prevail. Alternative form of cooler heads will prevail. Cool hunter, someone employed to find the newest trends, especially by the fashion or media industry. Cool hunters, plural of cool hunter. Cool it, calm down, relax, take a time out. Cool jazz, a genre of jazz associated with a light, calm sound and a West Coast aesthetic. Cool kid, a trendsetter, often a hipster, one considered worthy of emulation for their fashion sense, etc. Cool kids, plural of cool kid. Cool kids table, an exclusive group of popular people, a clique. Cool media, plural of cool medium. Cool medium, any medium that is relatively poor in sensory data, for example a book, as opposed to a film, and thus requires significant involvement by the viewer, reader, etc. in order to be consumed. Cool off, to decrease in temperature, activity, or temper. Cool one's heels, to wait, especially impatiently or restlessly. Cool one's jets, to become less excited, intense, or active, to exercise self-restraint. Coolette, to become cool, to chill. Cool pop, a frozen snack consisting of flavored ice or juice in a tube, a freeze pop. Cool pose, a tough, fearless, aloof attitude said to be adopted by black men as a coping mechanism to deal with racial oppression. Cool poses, plural of cool pose. Cool store, a building or room that is kept cool for the storage of perishables such as apples. Cool stores, plural of cool store. Cool story bro, used to dismiss a comment perceived as boring or pointless, or refute an anecdote that one considers difficult to believe. Cool story bro, alternative form of cool story bro. Cool tankard, a cooling drink of wine and water with lemon juice, spices, and borage. Cool tankards, plural of cool tankard. Cool, calm, and collected. Not upset or not very bothered at all by things. Cool-headed, calm and imperturbable, especially under pressure. Cool-headedness, alternative form of cool-headedness. Coolometer, alternative form of coolometer. Coolometers, plural of coolometer. Coolaboola. Cool. All right, fine. Coolab, alternative spelling of coolaba. Coolabas, plural of coolaba. Coolable. Capable of being cooled. Coolamer, a vessel with curved sides, typically of wood or bark, used by Australian Aboriginals for holding water, collecting berries, etc. Coolamans, plural of Coolamundo. Coolant. A medium, usually fluid, used to draw heat from an object. Coolants, plural of coolant. Coolva, a surname. Coolvas, plural of coolba. Coolbox, a box used to keep provisions cool. Boxes, plural of coolbox. Coolcation, a vacation spent in a place with a colder climate to avoid unpleasantly hot weather. Coolcations, plural of coolcation. Coatest, a chest or compartment for keeping food cold, refrigerator. Cooltests, plural of coolchis. Coolferny, obsolete form of Kulkarni. Coolfernies, plural of Coolperny. Cool down, the rest period between sets or workout sessions when cooling of body temperature may occur. Cool downs, plural of cool down. Cool drink, soft drink. Cool drinks, plural of cool drink. Obsolete form of cool. Kole, anglicization of Kuel Eadha, name of a townland and village in the Gaeltacht region of Muskerry in County Cork, Ireland. Cool, simple past and past participle of cool. Cool down, simple past and past participle of cool down. Cool off, simple past and past participle of cool off. Cooled one's heel. Simple past and past participle of cool one's heels. Cooled one's jets. Simple past and past participle of cool one's jets. Cooled out. Simple past and past participle of cool out. Coolie, obsolete form of coolie. Coolies, plural of coolie. Coolant, to make or become cool. Coolant, simple past and past participle of coolant. Coolaning, present participle and gerund of coolant. Coolants, third person singular simple present indicative of coolant. Cooler, a surname from German. Cooler bag, insulated bag used to keep food items cool for a limited amount of time, for example on the way from a grocery store or to one's house. Cooler bags, plural of cooler bag. Cooler heads must prevail. Alternative form of cooler heads will prevail. Cooler heads prevail. Alternative form of cooler heads will prevail. Cooler heads will prevail. People who are calm and focused are the most likely to succeed or to have the greatest influence on events. Cooler fall, a cooler filled with something, or a sufficient quantity of something to fill a cooler. Coolerfuls, plural of coolerful. Coolers, plural of cooler. Coos, third person singular simple present indicative of cool. Coolest, superlative form of cool, most cool. Coa, third person singular simple present indicative of cool. Cooley, a surname. Cooley-Tukey algorithm, a common recursive fast Fourier transform algorithm. Coolies, plural of coolie. Coolbardy, a small town in Western Australia, which was much larger in Gold Rush Day. storage cabinet keeping its contents cool by evaporation of water from sides made of hessian. Cool Guardi safes, plural of cool Guardi safe. Cool Guard eye, a mixture of coloridoid, calaverite, sylvanite, and petsite. Cool edit, having an even temper, calm and collected. Cool-headed, in a cool-headed manner. Cool-headedness, the state or characteristic of being cool-headed. Cool house, a greenhouse kept at a relatively low temperature. Cool houses, plural of cool house. Coolant. Alternative form of cool hunter. Cool hunters. Plural of cool hunt. Cool hunting. The observation of emerging trends and styles, usually involving street fashion, as a form of market research. Coolie. Alternative spelling of coolie. Kula, any of a number of eucalyptus trees of central and northern Australia, in particular Eucalyptus microtheca. Kulaas, plural of Coolabah. Coolabah, alternative spelling of Coolabah. Coolabars, plural of Coolabar. Coolit. A place in the United States. Coolidge effect, a phenomenon in animal species whereby males and to a lesser extent females exhibit renewed sexual interest if introduced to new receptive sexual partners, even after cessation of sex with prior but still available sexual partners. Coolidge effects, plural of Coolidge effect. Coolidge tube, an improvement on the Crookes tube in which the electrons are produced by thermionic effect from a tungsten filament heated by an electric current. Coolidge tubes, plural of Coolidge tube. Cooliton, or relating to John Calvin Coolidge Jr., 1872-1933, 30th President of the United States 1923-29, famed for his laconism. Coolidgian, alternative form of Coolidgen. Coolie, an unskilled Asian worker, usually of Chinese or Indian descent, a laborer, a porter. Coolies were frequently transported to other countries in the 19th and early 20th centuries as indentured laborers. Coolie Christmas, either of two festivals associated with Indians in the sense of pre-partition, colonial India. Coolie hat, synonym of Asian conical hat. Coolie hats, plural of coolie hat. Coolie orange, synonym of sweet orange citrus sinensis. Coolie oranges, plural of coolie orange. Coeza, the role or status of a coolie type of Asian worker. Coolies, plural of coolie. Coolan, pronunciation spelling of cooling. Coole, present participle and gerund of cool. Cooling card, something that dashes hopes. Cooling cards, plural of cooling card. Cooling center, an emergency shelter that operates when temperatures become dangerously high, serving stranded travelers, displaced renters and homeowners, and homeless. Cooling centers, plural of cooling center. Cooling center, alternative form of cooling center. Cooling centers, plural of cooling center. Cooling down, present participle and gerund of cool down. Cooling glasses, sunglasses. Cooling off. Present participle and gerund of cool off. Cooling one's heels. Present participle and gerund of cool one's heels. Cooling one's jets. Present participle and gerund of cool one's jets. Cooling out. Present participle and gerund of cool out. Cooling plant. A facility for the purpose of cooling something. Cooling plants. Plural of cooling plant. Cooling time. The amount of time required for an individual to calm down and think clearly after being seriously provoked, allowing the individual to consider the consequences of their actions in order to make a rational decision. Cooling times. Plural of cooling time. Cooling tower. A large device in the form of a tower-shaped building in which warm water is cooled by evaporation caused by circulating currents of air. Cooling towers. Plural of cooling tower. Cooling off day. The day before polling day in Singapore general elections, during which campaigning and election advertising is not allowed in order to give voters time to reflect rationally on how they will vote. Cooling off days. Plural of cooling off day. Cooling off period. A length of time in which the two sides to a purchase agreement or contract can consider and contemplate it and cancel without a penalty. Cooling off periods. Plural of cooling off period. Cooling away, so as to grow cooler, losing warmth. Coolings. Plural of cooling. Coolia. Cool. Also, all right. Coolies. Plural of coolie. Coolie. Quite cool. Coolatu. An international cultural identity of the Indian or Chinese coolie diaspora and, by extension, also similar migrations. Coolie. At a moderately low temperature. Coolness. Moderate chilliness. Coolnesses. Plural of coolness. Coolometer. An imaginary device that measures coolness, the degree of fashionableness or popularity. Coolometers. Plural of coolometer. Foom. An item of laboratory equipment, a large cupboard or room kept below room temperature for long-term stable storage. Coolrooms. Plural of coolroom. Coos. Plural of cool. Cools down. Third person singular simple present indicative of cool down. Cools off. Third person singular simple present indicative of cool off. Cools one's heels. Third person singular simple present indicative of cool one's heels. Cools one's jets. Third person singular simple present indicative of cool one's jets. Cools out. Third person singular simple present indicative of cool out. Cooga. A large shallow fermentation vessel that allows efficient cooling during the production of beer. Cootix. Plural of coosha. Fulsam. Characterized or marked by coolness. Cool speak. Language that is trendy and cool or aims to be. Cool. The state of being cool temperature-wise, coolness. Cools. Plural of cool. Coac. The common crane grews. Coolungs. Plural of coolung. Cooit. Alternative spelling of coolie. Who? Dot. Smart. Whom sealed. Of a garret, having the inside ceiling sloping from the wall. Kumeli. Kumeli Shire, a local government area in the Northern Territory, Australia. Kumasi. Misspelling of Kumasi. Kumasi, either of two blue dyes used in the textile industry. Ku, an Old English measure of corn, for example wheat, equal to half a quarter or 4 bushels. Kumbakanam, obsolete form of Kumbakanam. Hu, a surname. Coomer, a surname. Curis, a hamlet and civil parish without a council in a Dur district, West Sussex, England, OS. Grid Ref TQ 1908. Cumises, plural of Coombs. Coombs, a surname from Old English. Coombs tests, either of two clinical blood tests used in immunohematology and immunology. The direct Coombs test tests for autoimmune hemolytic anemia. The indirect Coombs test detects antibodies against red blood cells that are present unbound in the patient's serum. Coombs tests, plural of Coombs tests. Coombsite, a trigonal brown mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, and silicon. Code. Simple past and past participle of coom. Coomer, a man who indulges in masturbation by extension. Coomers, plural of coomer. Kude, present participle and gerund of coom. Kumbi, alternative form of kumki. Kundis, plural of kumki. Kumis, third person singular simple present indicative of kum. Kuk, a surname. Kunkat, a main kun. Kunkats, plural of kunkat. Kundek, like moonshine or other illegal alcohol. Kunda, alternative form of koondog. Koondogs, plural of koondog. Cooneyes, alternative form of raccoon eyes. Coon grape, the fox grape. Coonhound, alternative spelling of coonhound. Coonhounds. Plural of coonhound. Kudeth, to crawl by straddling a log, especially in crossing a creek or similar, such as a construction beam. Coon Rapids, a northern suburb of Minneapolis, Minnesota, United States. Coon Song, a song in a genre of music that presented a stereotype of black people. Coon Songs, plural of coon song. Coontoon, a song or piece of music performed by a black musician. Coontunes, plural of coontoon. Coons age, a very long time. Coons ages, plural of coons age. Coondick, alternative spelling of coondick. Cooneye, having raccoon eyes. Coon skin cap, alternative spelling of coonskin cap. Coonskin caps, plural of coonskin cap. Coonskin hat, alternative form of coonskin cap. Coonskin hats, plural of coonskin hat. Conan, a surname. from Irish. Cunans, plural of Cunan. Cunas, a Cajun member of the ethnic group descending from Acadia. Cunasas, plural of Cunas. Cutan, a card game originally from Mexico, similar to Rummy where the object is to form sequences. Kuns, a surname. Kunsas, plural of Kuns. Kundik, alternative spelling of Kundik. Kunda, Coonhound. Kunogs, plural of Kunda. Current, simple past and past participle of Kun. Kude, simple past and past participle of Kunit. Kuder, a surname. Name from German. Kuners, plural of Kuner. Kunery, the behavior of a coon, in present usage now typically meaning a black person who behaves in a subservient way to whites. Coons, a surname. Cooney, a surname from Irish. Coonies, plural of Cooney. Confuse, to confuse, to perplex either a black person or as a black person. Confuse. Simple past and past participle of confuse. Confuse it. Third person singular simple present indicative of confuse. Participle and gerund of confuse. Coonhound. Any of several American breeds of dog originally used in hunting raccoons. Coonhounds, plural of coonhound. Cooney, a surname, a variant of cooney. Cooting, raccoon hunting. Cooting it, present participle and gerund of coon it. Coode, characteristic of traditional racist stereotypes of black people. Coonishness, the quality of being coonish. Coode, characteristic of traditional racist stereotypes of black people. Coonishness, the quality of being coonish, or imitating the characteristic movements of deckhands on riverboats. Coonjine, adverb form of coonjine. Coonjines, plural of coonjine. Coonjining, verb form of coonjine. Communities, plural of community. Community, a community of black people. Coonology, the study of coons raccoons. Kunor, a taluk and municipality of the Nilgiris district in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Kunak, a surname. Kunats, plural of Kunrat. Kunan, a Dutch-American surname. from Dutch in turn originating as a patronymic, anglicized from Koenans, plural of Koenraad. Koens, a surname. Koense, third person singular simple present indicative of Koenen. Koetshit, synonym of bullshit nonsense, rubbish. Koenskin, the pelt of a raccoon. Coonskin cap, headwear made from the pelt of a raccoon with the tail hanging in back, often associated with the iconic imagery of such American frontiersmen as Davy Crockett. Coonskin caps, plural of coonskin cap. Coonskin hat, alternative form of coonskin cap. Coonskin hats, plural of coonskin hat. Coonspins, plural of coonskin. Coonstriped shrimp, Pandalis hypsinonis, a shrimp found in the northern Pacific Ocean. Coontack, Pacific Ocean. Coontack, unwanted contact with black people. Coontap, any aquatic plant of Geniceraphilum. Coontails, plural of coontail. Cootie, Zamia integrifolia syn, Zamia floridana, cycadaceous plants of Florida and the West Indies, or the starch sago produced from these plants. Coonties, plural of coonti. Continent, the African continent. Continents, plural of continent. Kuntao, an area mainly populated by black people. The African continent. Continents, plural of continent. Kuntao, an area mainly populated by black people. Kuti, alternative form of Kunti. Prince, a surname. Princes, plural of Kuntz. Convicted, of a black person convicted. Conviction, a conviction of a black person. Convictions, plural of conviction. Cool, elongated form of cold. Cool, elongated form of cool. Huh, initialism of cross-origin opener policy. Huh, a surname. Color, alternative spelling of co-op. Coupet, to put into a coop. Coupa, to confine in a restricted place or situation. Coop, abbreviation of cooperative. Coot, simple past and past participle of coup. Putin, simple past and past participle of coop in. Kufa, simple past and past participle of coop up. Cooper, an English surname originating as an occupation derived from Cooper. Cooper City, a city in Broward County, Florida, United States. Cooper Clover, synonym of Menindee clover. Cooper County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Boonville. Cooper Creek, a river in Australia flowing into Lake Eyre Basin. Cooper Hewitt lamp, an early mercury vapor lamp. Cooper Hewitt lamps, plural of Cooper Hewitt lamp. Cooper Island, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Cooper pair, a pair of electrons or other fermions of opposite spin whose theorized behavior is the basis of the BCS theory of superconductivity. Cooper pairs, plural of Cooper pair. Cooper tests, a test of physical fitness in the U.S. military based on how far a person can run in a set period of time. Cooper tests, plural of Cooper tests. Cooper vane, a mechanical aerodynamic wedge that prevents the ventral air stare of an aircraft from being lowered during flight. Cooper veins, plural of Cooper vane. Cooper's flag, a plant, the cadale. Cooper's hawk, a stirk cooperi, a medium-sized hawk found from Canada to northern Mexico. Cooper's hawk plural of Cooper's hawk. Cooper's ligament, any of the connective tissue elements in the breast that help maintain structural integrity. Cooper's ligaments, plural of Cooper's ligament. Cooperability, the condition of taking part in cooperation. Cooperad, one of a set of composed operads. Cooperads, plural of cooperad. Cooperage, the art, trade, or products of a cooper barrel maker. Cooperages, plural of cooperage. Cooperant, alternative form of carburant. Carburant, operating or working together. Cooperants, plural of cooperant. Carburants, plural of carburant. Cooperate, to work or act together, especially for a common purpose or benefit. Cooperate, dated spelling of cooperate. Cooperated, simple past and past participle of cooperate. Carbureted, simple past and past participle of carburate. Cooperates, third person singular simple present indicative of cooperate. Carburetes, third person singular simple present indicative of carburate. Cooperating, present participle and gerund of cooperate. Carbureting, present participle and gerund of carburate. Cooperating grace, the Roman Catholic, Arminian, and Socinian doctrine that the human will cooperate with the divine in the matter of saving grace. Cooperation, the act of cooperating. Carburation, dated spelling of cooperation. Cooperationism, a policy of cooperation. Cooperations, plural of cooperation. Carburetions, plural of carburation. Cooperative, ready to work with another person or in a team, ready to cooperate. Carburative, dated spelling of cooperative. Cooperative federalism, a form of federalism in which national, state, and local governments interact cooperatively and collectively to solve common problems rather than making separate but similar policies. Cooperative game. Informally, a game formalized using a function called the characteristic function that assigns to each coalition of players a real number representing the payoff that the coalition can gain if it is formed, without specifying how the outcome is divided among the participants of the coalition. Upon the execution of the game, each player can be a member of at most one coalition. Cooperative games. Plural of cooperative game. Cooperative principle, the idea that listeners and speakers need to cooperate in order to communicate effectively. Cooperatively, in a cooperative manner, working with others on a task as part of a team. Carburatively, dated spelling of cooperatively. Cooperativeness, the state of being cooperative. Cooperatives, plural of cooperative. Cooperativism, the practice of organizing into cooperatives. Cooperativists, of or related to cooperativism. Cooperativists, plural of cooperativists. Cooperativities, plural of cooperativity. Cooperativity. The state or quality of being cooperative. Cooperativization. The transference of labor into a cooperative. Cooperativize. To transform into a cooperative. Cooperativize. Simple past and past participle of cooperativize. Cooperativizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of cooperativize. Cooperativizing. Present participle and gerund of cooperativize. Cooperator. One who cooperates and associates. Cooperator. Dated spelling of cooperator. Cooperators. Plural of cooperator. Carburetors. Plural of carburetor. Cooper. Simple past and past participle of Cooper. Coapurier. Of or relating to James Fenimore Cooper 1789-1851, American writer of historical romances dealing with frontier and Indian life. Cooperage. Obsolete form of cooperage. Cooperies. Plural of cooperi. Coopering. Present participle and gerund of Cooper. Cooperite. A member of Gloriaville Christian Community, a small Christian group based at Hopiri in New Zealand. Cooperites. Plural of cooperite. Cooperment. A surname. Coopermans. Plural of cooperment. Cooperant. A special Green's function used in modeling superconductivity. Cooperonic. Of or relating to cooperants. Cooperants. Plural of cooperant. Cougars. Plural of Cooper. Cooperstown. A village, the county seat of Otsego County, New York, named for American judge and founder William Cooper. Cooperwood. A surname. Cooperwoods. Plural of Cooperwood. Cooperi. Cooperage, the art or trade of a cooper. Coopvase. To engage in co-opetition. Coopted. Simple past and past participle of coopete. Coopete. Third person singular simple present indicative of coopete. Coopeting. Present participle and gerund of coopete. Coopetition. Cooperation between commercial competitors for their mutual advantage. Coopetitions. Plural of coopetition. Coopetitor. One who engages in coopetition, a competitor who also cooperates. Coopetitors. Plural of coopetitor. Coopful. Enough to fill a coop. Coopfuls. Plural of coopful. Cooping. Present participle and gerund of coop. Cooping in. Present participle and gerund of coop in. Cooping up. Present participle and gerund of coop up. Whose. Plural of coop. Coops in. Third person singular simple present. Indicative of coop in. Coopsa. Third person singular simple present indicative of coop up. Co-opsful. Plural of coopful. Co-op. Alternative spelling of co-op. Heart. Dated spelling of co-opt. Co-optate. To choose, to elect. Co-optated. Simple past. And past participle of co-optate. Co-optates. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-optate. Co-optating. Present participle and gerund of co-optate. Co-optation. A co-opting, an absorption or assimilation. Co-optation. Dated spelling of co-optation. Co-optation. Plural of co-optation. Co-optative. Relating to the process of co-opting or electing as a fellow member of a group. Co-opted. Simple past and past participle of co-opt. Co-optee. A co-opted individual used in relation to committees or spies. Co-opting. Present participle and gerund of co-opt. Co-option. A co-optation. Co-options. Co-ops. Third person singular simple present in. Co-ops. Third person singular simple present indicative of co-opt. Co-op word. A sheep of a breed developed in New Zealand, used for both meat and wool. Co-op words. Plural of co-op word. Code. A surname from German. Codebahn. The name of a town and suburb in New South Wales. Orbit. The dual of an orbit. Orbit theory. A theory for atomic decomposition of a range of Banach spaces of distributions, including among others the wavelet transform and the short time Fourier transform. Orbital. Describing bodies that share the same orbit. Orbitals. Plural of orbital. Orbits. Plural of orbit. Coord. Abbreviation of coordinate. Co-ordain. To ordain or appoint together. Co-ordain. Simple past and past participle of co-ordain. Co-ordaining. Present participle and gerund of coordain. Co-ordains. Third person singular simple present indicative of coordain. Coordogram. A graphical representation of cardiorespiratory coordination. Coordograms. Plural of coordogram. Coordinability. The condition of being coordinable. Coordinable. That can be coordinated. Coordinates. Joint ordinance. Coordinances. Plural of coordinates. Coordinate. Of the same rank, equal. Coordinate. Dated spelling of coordinate. Coordinate axes. Plural of coordinate axis. Coordinate axis. One of the lines in the coordinate system that represents one of the dimensions. Coordinate bond. A type of covalent bond where the two electrons being shared originate from the same atom. A dative bond. Coordinate bonds. Plural of coordinate bond. Coordinate chart. A homeomorphism from a local neighborhood around a point on a topological n-manifold in a Banach space to an n-dimensional Banach space, typically a subspace of the space the manifold is embedded in. Coordinate charts. Plural of coordinate chart. Coordinate clause. Synonym of main clause. Coordinate clauses. Plural of coordinate clause. Coordinate covalent bond. Coordinate bond. Coordinate covalent bonds. Plural of coordinate covalent bond. Coordinate map. Synonym of coordinate chart. Coordinate maps, plural of coordinate map. Coordinate plane, a Euclidean plane with a system of coordinates. Coordinate planes, plural of coordinate plane. Coordinate system, a method of representing the position of any individual point in a space of given dimensionality as a tuple of numerical coordinate. Coordinate systems, plural of coordinate system. Coordinate term, a term, word, or noun phrase that shares a hypernym or hypernymic noun phrase with another. That is, one that names another type kind within the same class. Coordinate terms, plural of coordinate term. Coordinate time, the time between two events as measured by an observer using that observer's own method of assigning a time to an event. Coordinated, organized, working together, cooperating. Coordinate, simple past and past participle of coordinate. Coordinated complex, alternative form of coordination compound. Coordinated complexes, plural of coordinated complex. Coordinated lunar time, a new lunar time zone standard that the White House has directed NASA to establish by 2026. Coordinated Mars time, the standard time as kept on the planet Mars. It is generally equivalent to Airy mean time, which is determined on the prime meridian of Mars that passes through the crater area 0. Coordinated universal time, the primary time standard by which the world regulates clocks and time. Coordinatively, in a coordinated manner by acting together. Coordinately, in a coordinate or coordinated fashion. Coordinately, dated spelling of coordinately. Coordinateness, the state, quality, or condition of being coordinate as coordinateness, dated spelling of coordinateness. Coordinates, plural of coordinate. Coordinates, plural of coordinate. Coordinate-wise, by or with respect to coordinates or an individual coordinate. Coordinating, present participle and gerund of coordinate. Coordinating, present participle and gerund of coordinate. Coordinating conjunction, a conjunction that joins two grammatical elements of the same status or construction. It can join subjects, objects, verbs, nouns, adjectives, phrases, and independent clauses. Coordinating conjunctions, plural of coordinating conjunction. Coordinatingly, in a coordinating manner. Coordination, the act of coordinating, making different people or things work together for a goal or effect. Coordination, dated spelling of coordination. Coordination chemistry, the chemistry of coordination compounds. Coordination complex, alternative form of coordination compound. Coordination complexes, plural of coordination complex. Coordination compound, any of a class of compounds in which essential metal atom, normally a transition element, is surrounded by a group of atoms or molecules ligands. Coordination compounds, plural of coordination compound. Coordination number, the number of ligands surrounding a central metal atom in a coordination compound. Coordination numbers, plural of coordination number. Coordinational, alternative form of coordinational. Coordinational, dated spelling of coordinational. Coordinations. Plural of coordination. Coordinations. Plural of coordination. Coordinative. Of or pertaining to coordination. Coordinative. Dated spelling of coordinative. Coordinatively. In a coordinative manner with regard to coordination. Coordinatization. The application of coordinates to a system. Coordinatizations. Plural of coordinatization. Coordinatize. To apply coordinates to a system. Coordinatize. Simple past and past participle of coordinatize. Coordinatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of coordinatize. Coordinatizing. Present participle and gerund of coordinatize. Coordinator. One who or that which coordinates. Coordinator. Dated spelling of coordinator. Coordinators. Plural of coordinator. Coordinators. Plural of coordinator. Coordinome. A punched tape-based metronome for polymetric music. Coordinomes. Plural of coordinome. Cohorts. Plural of cohort. A surname. Kur. A mountainous region in southwestern India, also known locally as Kodagu. Organizer. One who, with another person or persons, organizes something. Organizers. Plural of organizer. Kurs. Plural of core. Kui. To crouch, stoop down. Orientable. Orientable in a codimension. Orientation. Mutual orientation. Orientate. Plural of orientation. Original. Alternative spelling of original. Original. Existing together ab initio. Equiprimordial. Is surname from German. Course. Archaic spelling of course. Courses. Plural of course. Court. Obsolete spelling of court. Courts. Plural of court. Plural of COO. Third person singular simple present indicative of who. Coos Bay, a city in Coos County, Oregon, United States, formerly named Marshfield. Coos County, one of 10 counties in New Hampshire, United States. County. Seat, Lancaster. The Coosa River in Georgia and Alabama, USA, which is a tributary of the Alabama River. Coosa County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Rockford. Chase. Coos, simple past and past participle of coos. Cousin, obsolete form of cousin to cheat or to fraud. Cousin, simple past and past participle of cousin. Christening, present participle and gerund of cousin. Cousins, third person singular simple present indicative of cousin. Gerzes, third person singular simple present indicative of coos. Cousin, obsolete form of cousin to cheat or to fraud. Cosigned, simple past and past participle of cousin. Kuzik, present participle and gerund of kus. Kusigning, present participle and gerund of kusin. Persons, third person singular simple present indicative of kusin. Kusification, ossification between two structures. Kusify, ossified along with another. Kusifies, third person singular simple present indicative of kusify. Kusify, to ossify along with another. Kusifying, present participle and gerund of kusify. Pers, simple past and past participle of cast. Kusamba, lower. Hut, a foolish or eccentric fellow. Huda, Cootamundra, New South Wales, Australia. Cootamundra, a town in the Southwest Slopes region, New South Wales, Australia. Cootamundra wattle, the flowering shrub or tree Acacia baileyana, found in parts of New South Wales. Cootamundra wattles, plural of Cootamundra wattle. Hoot, alternative spelling of cooch. Cooches, plural of cooch. Coochie cookie coo, said when tickling someone to get them to laugh. Hut, a surname from Middle English. Cootihill, a market town and townland in County Cavan, Ireland. Hooter, a surname. Hooter Brown, an archetypal drunkard. Hooters, plural of cooter. Hoot, plural of coot. Hitta, a phalarope. Hoothoots, plural of cootfoot. Hitta, a young coalfish or safe. Hilti, a louse pediculus human. Cootie brown, alternative form of cooter brown. Cootie catcher, a form of origami with hidden fortunes, activities, etc. written on the folds and used mainly in children's games where a person is asked to choose a fold to open. Cootie catchers, plural of cootie catcher. Cooties, plural of cootie. Cootikins, spatterdashes. Cootaling, a young coot. Cootings, plural of cootling. Hoot, plural of coot. Coota, the Qut Minar, a minaret and tower in South Delhi, India. Hootie, afflicted with body lice or coots. Ka, a short river draining into the Bay of Bengal. Hoover, a surname. Hoover expressed by means of Hoover expression. Hoover expression, the overexpression of two or more proteins by two or more genes working together. Hoover, of or relating to Robert Hoover, born 1932, American fiction writer. Hoovers, plural of Hoover. Hua, alternative form of co-own. Huant, simple past and past participle of coon. Cooer, alternative form of co-owner. Coomers, plural of cooner. Cooing, present participle and gerund of coon. Cooans, third person singular simple present indicative of coon. Coexident, an oxidant that functions along with another. Coexidence, plural of coexident. Oxidation, the simultaneous oxidation of two or more species. Oxidations, plural of oxidation. Oximeter, alternative form of oximeter. Oximeters, plural of oximeter. A surname. This plural of koozie, alternative form of koozie. Koozies, plural of koozie. Alternative form of koozie. Initialism of close of play. COP, the alternative letter case form of COP, conference of the parties. Alternative letter case form of COP, conference of the parties. Feel, to fondle someone in a sexual plea, to plead guilty to a lesser criminal charge than one had been charged with. Hop and blow, a pimp's habit of exploiting prostitutes and then getting rid of them when no longer profitable. Cop car, the police car. Cop cars. Plural of cop car. Cop City, a neighborhood of Atlanta, DeKalb, Georgia, United States. A proposed development for a forested area and former prison farm which would turn it into a model neighborhood mock-up for police training and police training academy. Papa, to get into trouble, to be punished. Cop killer, alternative spelling of cop killer. Cop killers, plural of cop killer. Cop knock, a loud, hard knock at a door. Cop knocks, plural of cop knock. Cop number, for a given undirected graph, the minimum number of cops that suffices to ensure a win, i.e. a capture of the robber in a certain pursuit evasion game on the graph. Cop numbers, plural of cop number. Cop off, to leave school or work early without permission. Cop off with, to successfully engage the company of someone for a period of time. Cop on, common sense. Cop one's whack, to die. Cop oneself on, to cop on, stop behaving immaturely. Cop onto, synonym of cop on, to come to understand. Twig cotton on. Cop out, to avoid or shirk, either by failing to perform or by performing in a grossly insufficient, negligent, or superficial manner. Cop shop, a police station. Cop shops, plural of cop shop. Cop the bun, to take the biscuit, to top everything else. Cop the needle, to grow annoyed.